towards new content.
Yeah, so the alternative is that they like we don't have a ban and they just leave a shitty character in the game to be bad in the game, or as in bad as in like frustrating, as you're like this is a busted character, or there's no ban and the character doesn't get played either way because it's so like actually bad in terms of power level.
Yeah, and I think that's a thing. We have a question. Do we want a game in which everything's simmering a little bit higher in terms of frustration and bad interactions? Or do we want a game, and on top of that, do we want a game where there's like 6 or 7 different things that are problematic and you kind of want to ban them, but you kind of can't because you only got 4 slots? And Domino, Jetpack Cat, and something else have been banned, and Vendetta has been banned. That's the 3 that have been pretty consistent. And I only really have 1 ban slot, but I kind of hate Farah and I can't really ban that anymore, right? There's a continuous creep, and I mean, it's happened with Rivals where, in my opinion, Rivals has just not solved its problems on purpose because bans exist over the year that it's been out, year and a half, to the point where now we get an extra ban in Rivals. Yeah, and now they're banning 6 supports because they haven't addressed any of the problems with the supports over the years. Obviously, they're doing it now with the ultimate charge nerf. But this is kind of like the developer incentives that get introduced when you put something that reduces the frustration players find in the game. It just slows down what you need to do.
كيف الغفوة صح؟ في شيء نايم جنبي هنا دخل الغرفة معايا وانا ما ادري. الغفوة كانت اقدر اقول لك وبكل احترام الغفوة كانت زي الزق. الغفوة كانت زي الزق يا عيال. الغفوة كانت زي الزق ليترلي. الزقة اللي نايمة جنبي انتم ما شايفينها الحين. انا ما ادري اذا حتشوفوها ولا لا. شوف دي ما حيبان. يبغالي بس دقيقة معلش يا عيال دقيقة. يبغالي اضبط البتاعة. هظبط البتاعة الحين دقيقة خليكم معي. فل سكرين كاميرا ولا اقول لك دقيقة دوبليكيت فل سكرين كام. حلو. let me fix this really quick لانه احتمال تشوفوها واحتمال لا. خلينا نشوف. so remove this. حطيت انوار جديدة فوق هنا. فهذه حطيت هنا. شايفين الابيض هذا؟ شايفين الابيض ده؟ الابيض ده وفي هنا ابيض صح؟ حطيت نور فوق ونور هنا. جبتهم LED اشتريتهم جداد. فان شاء الله تطلع حلوة على الستريم. يا فالغفوة كانت مرة ابو كلب. احنا اوريكم ايش اقصد. قفل ده like this. اوكي. نخلي الاليرت زي ما هو. نسوي كاميرا لانه غيرت الكاميرا برضو. مو غيرت كاميرا سوري غيرت شكل الكاميرا. شايف المجرمين؟ شايف المجرمين؟ there you go. شايفهم؟ شايف المجرمين؟ شايف المجرمين هنا؟ شايفهم؟ هذه المجرمة. هذه المجرمة دخلت الغرفة وانا نايم. وفجأة لقيت شيء طلع قدام عيني. وانا اصلا وانا نايم حسيت انه في شيء طلع فوقي. عارف؟ طبعا ايام زمان كان عندي مشاكل يعني اقدر اقول لك مشاكل نفسية شوية. اوكي. مشاكل نفسية من ضمنها لها دخل برضو يعني كيف اقول لك شياطين ومشاطين وكلام فاضي. زمان ذا كلام مرة زمان ترى يعني. فصعب ان انا اقول لك انه هو شيء انا عارفه اوريدي او شيء متكرر او اتعامل معاه. فلما المجرمة ذي طلعت فوقي تفكيري راح على طول هنا. قلت لي الله رجعت لي مشكلة ثانية. تعرف لما تنام وتحس انه في شيء فوقك؟ هذا هو. فانا لقيت هذه طلعت فوقي وانا نايم. انصرعت. عارف؟ معايير الساعة ان انا اصحى بعد 4 ساعات. صحتني قبلها بساعتين. 100 very cool very nice awesome shit. فيا it's it is what it is. فدحين لهم يمكن ساعة. دحين أنا لي يمكن أكون صريح معاكم، أنا لي ساعتين كنت قاعد أتفرج على البودكاست حق مارفل رايفلز، البودكاست حق اوفر واتش سوري، لأنه ما امزح معاك ما في ولا شيء أسويه، والسيرفرات حقت وور كرافت مقفلة من أول. أنا آسف يا عيال. عليكم السلام، صباح النور حبيبي لايتر، ويلكم. أنا آسف يا عيال، يعني مارفل رايفلز ما حتشوفوا كثير اليومين ذي، لأنه أبغى ألعب وور كرافت. والله وور كرافت هو الفن كله في وور كرافت أصلا الفترة هذه. أنا آسف، ححاول قد ما أقدر إن أنا ألعب مارفل رايفلز. الشباب اللي يبغون نلعب مارفل رايفلز أنا ححاول، بس I cannot promise you والله I can't promise you. فسيرفرات مقفلة لها يمكن فترة مرة طويلة، يعني الحين يمكن لنا 4 ساعات مقفلة. أنا لي يمكن فوق الساعة زي ما أنتم شايفين هنا، almost ساعة ونص قاعد أتفرج. ساعة ونص قاعد أتفرج على البودكاست حقهم، عارف؟
Okay, so you're saying kind of like a mountain
ولا
of
تظبط كم
community
حاجة
voice
كده.
would compel them into action faster, whereas now they can kind of
ظبط كم حاجة كده على السريع. ايوه بس خلينا نظبط الكاميرا شوي عشان انا خليتها سنتر، خليتها في سنتر. يا اخي ما اقول لك انه اللعبة خايسة، يا اخي انا ما بقول لك انه اللعبة خايسة. مارفل رايفلز ما هي لعبة خايسة، بالعكس يعني فرقت امس مرة كثير. بس يا اخي خلاص مليت يا اخي، مليت. كل شوية اخش العب بايرون مان. طبعا حقونا تيك توك يعني ما امزح معاك، اصناف اللي يضربوها شيء مرة مقرف كل امانه. يعني حقون تيك توك امس كانوا تحف. يعني انا ما لعبت لي شهر، كل حساباتي تتصنف بلات. طبعا عشان التصنيف بلات، والله انت بلات، انت تراش ما تعرف تلعب، والله انت مدري ايش. حقون تيك توك تحف والله. طبعا امس حصلت لي برضو مشكله، انه التيك توك لما جيت ابغى اسوي فيه ستريم، ما اقول لك انه كلهم سيئين، في منهم كويسين والله بصراحه. قعدت ماسك 10 انفار قاعدين يتفرجوا في تيك توك كونسيستنت which is مره كويس. بس الحكايه مو هنا، الحكايه انه اغلبهم حمير. طبعا المشكله اللي صارت معايا انه برنامج التيك توك ما لقط الاوديو حق اللعبه، فسامعين من اول، ما امزح معك، سامعين الكيبورد حقي اصوات من اول، قاعدين يقولوا لي من اول انه اهدى على الكيبورد. هم يبغوني العب بدون كيبورد، شكلهم يبغوني اقص يدي والعب، الله اعلم. تحف. فالحين قاعد العب وور كرافت صح؟ اغلب الوقت حشغل سبوتيفاي وحشغل بودكاست وانا قاعد اسوي الاشياء حقتي. طبعا حشغل البودكاست واقعد العب كده، مثلا افرم تفريماتي، نقعد مع بعض نتكلم، اللي حابب يتكلم يفتح مواضيع براحتكم، شغلاتكم موجود معاكم، يعني انا موجود معاكم توتالي معاكم. بس اغلب الوقت انا حقعد افرم، لانه اليوم الاسبوع الاول فحيكون تفريم اللعنه. اوكي، حيكون سبوتيفاي تشيل وكل الكلام الفاضي كله، حقعد العب وكذا، فعشان كذا ما حفتح اسمه الديسكتوب. كان مره واطي. ما هو هذه المشكله يا لايتر. امس انت بتسمع الديسكتوب مره واطي صح؟ بتسمعه من سماعتي، لانه البرنامج حق البرنامج اللهم صل محمد، البرنامج حق التيك توك لما جيت شغلته مره متاخر، فما لقط الاوديو من بدايه. طفيت التيك توك، انا حمار، عرفت كم المفروض اسوي؟ اطفي التيك توك واشغله من جديد، البرنامج نفسه اشغله من جديد يلقط الاوديو على طول. فهذه هي المشكله طلعت مره تافهه. بس طبعا البقر اهدى على الكيبورد، اهدى على الماوس، بقر بقول لك هي بقر يعني حمير، ما ادري ايش اقول لك. عليكم السلام مازن، حياك. فمره يعني نوعا ما شويه متحمس اني ايش العب. ححاول زي ما قلت لكم، ححاول ان انا اضيف ماف رايفلز برضو في اليوم يعني. بس اليوم لا، موست لايكلي اليوم انا حشد وور كرافت طول اليوم، عشان برضو ارتاح طول الاسبوع، عشان ما في حل كل شيء. تعبان ولا ما نمت كويس؟ لا ما نمت كويس. هذه المجرمة هي السبب، المجرمة هذه هي السبب، شايفها؟ هذه المجرمة والله هي اللي ما خلتني انام كويس. إريز ذو إريز.
not necessarily draw the right conclusion if they see a hero getting banned. They're like, oh, whatever, it's just because it's new hero, so we don't need to rush changing it. And then
I will say this to Rel's credit, I kind of was frustrated about their dev thing on. I think there's nuance here, like not to hijack this, but super fast. But like I do agree that the community perception isn't always accurate. Like I think the Sombra being banned 95% of games is just stupid, right? Like I don't like Sombra either, but that's just stupid. That's just like a snowball mindset. But then they did this whole like interview where they're like, oh well, everyone's banning Domina, but actually Domina's not that good, guys. And I'm like, well, whoops. People don't like playing versus the shield, bro. That has nothing to do with the balance, right? So there is a little bit of that, like bans are like, the community will just ban her if they don't like it. We don't. I'm like, there should be. Hopefully, it's not enabling a lack of urgency. And as you said, SCP, I hope that we're not learning the wrong lessons from this, because if something is getting banned at 95% of the time, people hate new things, yeah, but also maybe those things just aren't really well done. Like maybe we should not like let bans enable things. That's kind of I agree with Rolf with that a little bit. I like bans too, but yeah.
أقول لكم على حاجة يا عيال. أمس قاعد تلعب اللعبة صح؟ أمس قاعد تلعب مع رايفلز. يا ساتر اللعبة أسهل من أول. شفتوني أمس وأنا بلعب صح؟ عليكم السلام جميل. شفتوني أمس وأنا قاعد ألعب مع رايفلز صح؟ أنا ليترلي داخل ألعب اللعبة. داخل ألعب اللعبة يعني داخل ألعب اللعبة فور فن وخلاص. ليترلي اللعبة مرة سهلة. أجي أنا أقول لك موضوع السبورتس حاليا أنا أشوفه أفضل من أول. إنه تريبل سبورت بالقوة يجيبوا بتاع تريبل سبورت بالقوة يجيبوا الالتات حقتهم صح؟ خليني اشغل الباتل نت من جديد. تريبل سبورت يجيبوا التاتهم مرة بصعوبة صح؟ امس وانا قاعد العب ايرون مان والله حسيت بالفرق، لكن للاسف اللعيبه يظلوا تراش بلايرز مهما صار. خلينا نعمل ابديت، لازم نعمل ابديت. اللعيبه يظلوا تراش بلايرز والله العظيم، شيء مره مقرف. بس اللعبه اسهل من اول والله. السلام عصام. اللعبه اسهل من اول والله. بعدين كنت فاتح الباتل نت ما سوى ابديت الوسخ ده. all good. اغلب الوقت في البدايه ما راح اسوي اي شيء، حسوي السولو كونتنت اخلصه بس. وعلى فكره يا عيال ترى ضروري انك تسوي دلفات، ضروري انك تسوي الدلفات، نصيحه لا تستنى، لا تسكت على الدلفات. دحين انت حتاخذ اكس بي زياده على الدلفز، لو ما راح تسوي دلف وتوصل ليفل 5 ولا ليفل 6 ماني فاكر بالضبط، عشان تبدا تاخذ الميثيك كريست ببلاش. انا انصحك تسوي من الدلفات. انا طبعا الاسبوع اللي فات كسلت يمكن 3 ايام زي الاهبل، ويا ريتني ما كسلت. فالاسبوع هذا عندنا اكسترا اكس بي، فرصه ذهبيه انك ايش تقفل الدلفات وتاخذ شو اسمه تاخذ الاكس بي.
So I think maybe relevant that we have the system designer of bans in chat. So Gavin Winter, you guys maybe do and should know him. He says, as the systems designer in hero bans, our primary goal was to give players a sense of strategic agency. We really wanted players to have the greater degree of choice. And I think he was replying to some other comment as well. And he just said, I can see the argument about bans removing. The reply was, don't bans remove player choices by their nature? And Gavin replied, I can see the argument. I'm sorry, Gavin, you probably didn't need every word of yours scrutinized, but it's relevant to the discussion. You're part of the podcast now too. You're also yapping. Welcome, I can see Gavin, the argument, but it's giving control over the metagame of each match, letting you decide what's optimal in a given match. And you know, I'm a big ban advocate, so I'm probably partial to Gavin's take. I do want to bring back to one thing you mentioned as well, Ralph, which is the way it's done, which is that it's actually interesting because with map votes, it's the other way. It's actually random, but with hero bans, it's an overwhelming choice. So, like, do you want to maybe talk about that? Like, you kind of don't like the number aspect of it. It kind of creates a snowball. You said.
Glory to the
Yeah, I don't
Sindora.
think it's the worst thing in the world. And like when we talk about hero bans, I'm not saying like this is ruining the game or causing like massive
May the
issues.
eternal
But it does
sun
create
guide you.
incentives for players to ban what's already banned, and it does,
Sun
in my opinion, theoretically at least, there's no numbers behind this, speed up the rate at which
قلت لها
community
فين
forms
الجريت
opinions on
فولت؟
heroes and sticks to those
قالت لي روح
opinions,
انقلع. اوكي.
after the fact. Obviously, it gives you
Sunwell's
it
glory
stops
shine on you.
Joe Random banning just like
هنا
this random
متخبي
hero
ورا
that you
بتاع.
never wanted, and that frustration that comes from that, right? Like you don't want them banning something that's just completely not
What
relevant to the video
needs bring you
game.
here?
But at the same time, it does create a couple of incentives, right?
بليز 1
Yeah,
تير.
I think the way I would summarize it, and again, feel free to challenge me again.
One tier.
You may be feeling too polite, or anyone. Avril, I'm going to take it to you in a second as well. You know, you look like you're ready to transcend to the next level.
Not a single tier.
I think with any system, and
بداية
I'm sure you guys would agree
موفقة.
on this, any system has
Very
a
nice.
set of criticisms you could make. Like this, we added this system, and now these problems arose.
بداية
I think you always have
موفقة
to look at, like,
للسيزون.
the
Very
loss
cool.
and gain. I think people in
Nice.
general try to fixate on what is lost by adding a thing rather than what is gained and what like where the net actually comes through. So for me, I'm always like, I hear
The
you.
new Amanori.
These are actually legitimate complaints, but it's like, what's the alternative? Is like a world where we are forced to play. Yeah, again, if
We
you
shall
cited
not
like 6v6
falter.
Brig, we're forced to play. Everybody's playing Hazard or everybody's playing Maoga. You know, like that world to me is like orders of magnitude worse than a world where like Jetpack
Trash.
Cat is like
Trash.
needs balancing, but they won't do it because she's getting
Eh.
banned. And they'll defer that 2 months down the line.
Yeah,
So-
I think the thing is that the development team have verbally in their patch notes
يا واد
been
كل
designing into
كل
bans
الايتمات
into
زبالة.
making heroes better because they know they're going to be banned on the maps where they're very good. They did it for Widow very explicitly in patch notes, saying, "Well, we've made Widow better because you're going to ban her anyway on the maps that she's good at," which just means. By process of elimination, if they do not get banned on those maps, you end up with a Widow that's
perseverance,
overpowered
strength,
to a
baladash,
extra degree on those
malalore.
maps by design. I just don't think that's something that I want them doing, and I don't think they have to do this. Don't get me wrong. And there was the Reaper Tracer situation,
many
which
possibilities.
I think me and Spyler wanted to talk about bans, and the day before they released patch
The
notes saying,
Farfighters stand
"Well,
ready. May the wind
I mean, it's on
guide your
Flashpoint
arrows."
control that these characters are better. We can kind of do this now, right? And I think that kind of like looseness is something that I just disagree with in general.
Sun
Again, I don't think it's the end of the
We'll
world. but
defend what
Go ahead.
remains.
I'm gonna need to see that patch note. Either Blizzard, either Gavin's gonna have to bring it up, or summoners have to bring it up. I don't know if I fully just buy that off the rip. I'm not saying
not
I've
bad.
read every single patch note, but like
We
Yeah.
might need to bring it up on. So we do
I
sometimes.
I
read the
Okay.
patches, it might be.
because I don't.
بداية
It
موفقة.
sounds, it
reason
sounds
heroes
a little
like-
ridiculous to me.
بداية
Yeah,
موفقة
sure.
جدا.
Part of the reason heroes like Reaper and Tracer had the damage reduced in the past was due to the shift to the 5v5 format. Solo tanking and less frequent peeling made flanking heroes more effective. Along with their strong performance on certain maps and game modes like Push and Flashpoint,
Sure,
this is now less of a
Elron.
concern with the introduction of map voting and hero bans, which help limit overperformance.
Go now and
They were
on,
restoring some of
but
their
be
damage
careful,
ratings. So they kind of
lest
like call it
you
into
become
call it
prey
in there,
yourself.
and that's not entirely there. The whole point. It's also we reduced this a little bit too much in the
Not
past,
even
and
the
they are more
fast
happy
riders are immune
to
to
purposely make
corruption
something
and
a little bit
treachery.
far. And I think we're like 5 trains down the line here now, where we've got perks and we've got sub roles and we've got all these new heroes, and it's kind of like I don't know. I feel the thing is I feel like all of this is kind of purposeful. Right, hero bans allow the development team to move faster and do more cool, interesting things, which allows them to get the public reputation of the game turned around. So it's not like I want any of this changed.
Can you just send that
or
to me
even
real quick so I
removed.
can read it?
Yeah, sure, man. I'll put it into.
We must
Um,
retake and cleanse
Yeah,
the
it's not like I
Sunwell.
want any of this
This will
changed or anything
require
like that.
all the
I
elven
don't
people
want any
to
of it
set aside
removed.
our differences
But it
and
is one of
fight
those
together.
situations where I just think this is the
Arator's
development
right.
direction,
I will
right?
send a
We
message
move
to
fast, we
Thoramar
knock
to
the
rally
Lego
my
onto the
troops.
floor. The kids
Chief
put the Lego back
Telemancer
onto the table
Oculus
pretty
can
fast, but
transport
we
us
can
to Velameth.
keep moving it. And I just think, I don't know, Blizzard has always been the quality company in my mind that
What have
focuses
you learned
on
lately?
giving the best experience they possibly can and not purposely
an eye
designing
out for
things in
anything
a way that is just in terms of public perception just purposely done wrong. And now we're in a situation where yeah, the developer incentives have shifted, and I can't point to anything in particular, apart from
The
maybe
bonus
that.
begins.
But it's clear as time has gone on, they've been able to move faster. And I don't want that changed, but I just want to know it.
No, I think it's a relevant criticism, to be honest. I think even as a sort of champion of hero bans, I think that what you've cited as a developer note is actually just, yeah, it screams wrong to me. Like, it's like screams wrong as a approach to be like, well, you guys are banning them on the maps that they're good, so we'll make them good on the other maps, is not a philosophy I would agree with. But I think that's, more, to me, that's more a point of the developer approach than the issue of bans, but you may argue that that's what bans is enabling. So I think that's probably where you would go with that. The bans is enabling that mentality.
Ways of
Anyone
studying
comes
the
up to me and
arcane.
says, "Well, I've got my
Perhaps
agency
you
with
could
hero
learn a thing
bans.
or
I like
two."
them more." I'm like, all right. It's not really something that I'm going to die on the hill of. They're the worst thing in the world, but like there are some influences they have, right?
Yeah, and again, I think.
I'll say this.
Go ahead, Avro.
I don't agree with any sort of balancing philosophy that basically says, well, if you ban it, then we'll just buff it to whatever that, basically the summary of that comment from the developer commentary there. But what I will say is, like, we've seen what the game looks like without bans, and we've seen what the game looks like post bans, and I picked the post bans
صباح النور دوك حياك
pre
حبيبي.
bans every single day of the week, because of like the pre-ban version that we had in the game, so many more problems that existed when you had no agency to impact your game at all in terms of like what heroes got to show up in your game, or even map voting.
كنت حاسبك ساحب على البثوث وساحب على القناه. لا انا ماني ساحب على
at least
القناه.
have some agency there.
بس انا ارجع تاني اقول لكم يا عيال، انتوا عارفين اصلا اليوتيوب كيف يشتغل صح؟ انا بسألك سؤال، ليش تتوقع ان انا خسران؟ شوف من دحين بقول لك ايه. ليش تتوقع ان انا خسران فوق ال 28 سبسكرايبر؟ بس مجرد سؤال يعني. انت ليش تتوقع الشيء هذا؟ ليش تتوقع انا خسران فوق ال 28 سبسكرايبر؟ انا بسألك. انا خسران 28 سبسكرايبر لاني بلعب الالعاب اللي انا ابغاها. اوكي؟ عشان كده انا ماني مهتم، لكن انت لو بتعمل سبسكرايب للعبة معينة، الستريمات حقتي، الفيديوهات حقتي كلها ما حتجيك الا لو انا بنزل عن اللعبة ذيك. فهمت علي؟ شفت ليش لما يجي واحد يقول لك، شفت ليش الكبار اللي هم الستريمرز الكبار، شفت ليش الستريمرز الكبار خايفين انهم يغيروا العاب؟ This is the reason. خايفين يغيروا في الالعاب عشان خايفين يخسروا فلوس زياده، يخسروا فيوز. انت لو ما عندك فيوز قناتك ميته، سمبل. مش كده؟ لما بنزل مقاطع انا بقول لك من عندي ما راح اجيب مشاهدات، لاني انا فاهم اليوتيوب كيف يشتغل. واحد تاني ابله، واحد تاني عبيط ممكن يروح يقول لك والله انت فولينج اوف، محتواك زباله. لا يا حبيبي، اليوتيوب ما يشتغل زي كده. لازم تكون فاهم شويه يعني، لا تتكلم زي الاهبل. لما انا انزل عن ووركرافت عمري في حياتي ما اجيب مشاهدات، لانه جمهوري حق ووركرافت اغلبه دحين مبطل اللعبه، مشغولين بحياتهم. زمان اول لما كنت انزل قبل سنتين او سنه ونص ماني فاكر بالضبط، كانت فيديوهاتي والله بيجيب مشاهدات، والناس كانت اصلا تحب الستريمات اللي انا بسويها ذي. اوكي؟ انا ماني ساحب المحتوى يا انس، بس طبيعي جدا انه ستريماتي ما بتطلع لك، عرفت؟ ايش بأمه ذا مو شغال.
Are you planning a purchase? May my goods serve you well.
فمرة طبيعي ترى، مرة نورمال انه ستريماتي ما بتطلع لك، هذا مرة ستاندرد، انا ماني مصدوم من ده الشيء.
Is something that's better for the game. If it introduced a couple of other problems, then we can do something to fix those problems. But I would rather have those problems than the problems that we had before we had bans.
Yeah.
Yeah, agreed entirely. I think just
No, I think you're right to bring up these criticisms. No, I think it's fair. I think the stance you've taken to me is very fair. Feel free to correct if I'm putting words in your mouth. But it's like, I like bans, but these are the problems with the way how we're using the bans, and I think that's actually good to flag up, because that's our job in many ways as content creators is to flag up like, hey, this is I'm not sure you're doing this right.
Yeah, and in addition to that, I think my reluctance to just say bans are a good thing is my overwhelming faith in the current development team's ability to actually fix the problems if they're given the proper incentives to do it, right? Like, we have a development team that is more reactive, more cooperative, and like they literally do patches like 2 days later than the patch if it's bad, like the Sigma bull changes. Like, they can fix these things. We just need to give them the incentive structure, and I don't think it's there anymore, to be honest. But yeah,
I think that's a sentiment of too far, honestly. I think, you know, I really like the development team, and obviously it's been a while since I've been in any contact with them, but I don't think any development team deserves that kind of free reign. I think put me in put all 4 of us in the development team, and I still want hero bans, because we're gonna fuck up, and like there's gonna be shit that's like just takes too long to figure out, and I want the power to be like, and sometimes not even that they're overly problematic. It's just like, I don't want to deal with this right now. I just don't want to deal with like Widow Hanzo on this map. I just don't want to deal with it. Or yeah, Jetpack Cat is released and I just don't want to deal with it. I think that's totally like, I think that's actually just a legitimate good, net good, universal good in the video game. Is like, I just don't want to deal with this right now. And I mean, that's my perspective. But anyway, anything else on bans? I know we could go. Any other sort of pressing things before we talk about, let's say, like maps and stuff? They might have a similar trend, but
one tiny note is just that they will have to figure out like the whole balance between bans and new content, where there is a legitimate criticism that human psychology hates new and the unfamiliar. That's why they like the choke slop, right? Even though they might enjoy it when they play it less, but it's less scary and overwhelming, and so they'll still choose the safe crappy option. So like with bans, it's like, I don't care what your opinion is on Jetpack Cat, but she did not deserve a 95% ban rate or whatever it was. Like, that's just ridiculous. Like, to the point where like there were a lot of tank players that I was coaching that didn't know that they could. Wait, you can actually hit her with your hammer when you're being ulted. It's like they didn't know because they never played versus her. They just knew that like Ralph said, snowballed. So that's definitely a negative thing for your game long term, because you need people to have at least brief exposure to your new content and for them to form their own opinions and not to just follow community perception. And then also, it kind of kills the entire point of new content if like half of the new content is not even being banned. Like whether it's a new map, right? Like these cool map reworks, he's playing them, he's voting for them. Like we saw that with Atlas, with a lot of the map reworks. So they're gonna have to find a way to like Jeff Kaplan things and say, you don't actually know what you want. You have to play the new content, and then you can form your own opinion. At least socks to a little extent, right? So I know that there's been some discussions about how they would do that. I'm not smart enough to figure that out, but yeah.
Yeah, with my fans right now, I see so many situations where people come to me saying, I don't want to play Gibraltar, or I don't want to play Numbani, and I'm like, have you ever played on them to know how you play on them? And it's like this lack of experience that they self-selected away from these map types where you have to go up a lot, and now they just don't want to touch it, right? There's some exposure therapy to be had with these type of things.
بيتكلموا باختصار بيتكلموا عن وضع اوفرواتش حاليا. بغض النظر ترى عيال عندهم مشاكل مره كثير. اللعيبه اوفرواتش عندهم مشاكل مره كثير، بيتكلموا اغلب الوقت عن البانات ومدري ايش. بعدين هذه التالنتايا ام سوري اتس سو تراش لايك اي كانت برو مره سيئه. بيتكلموا عن وضع اوفرواتش بالنسبه ليهم ترى مره فيها مشاكل لعبه مو كثير.
Select out of given the choice.
I think this is an aspect of the whole banning and player agency that's actually super fascinating. I think it's actually, and it is literally, you know, worth loads of literature. Like there's loads of research and discussion within the dev industry on this, because you guys have already pointed out there's like actually loads of spiral effects that come, which is just like, one, there's the community homogeny, right? Which is, I noticed again, this is one of these things I'm sort of looking at the community from very, you know, blank slate. Even when you go to the map vote screen, the way people seem to homogenize based on like what gets selected early is really stark. Like you go to like a map, you know, the 3 maps come up, and if like 2 people start voting for, you know, let's say Hollywood, it's you just see like 8 votes get slammed. And I again, anecdotally, I saw this to be a lot more true in 6v6. It felt like in 5v5 people voted less. Again, very anecdotally, it's not a big data set. Just off of my observation, people just voted less for the maps. They were just like, you'd get like 3 or 4 maps, 3 or 4 votes wins the map vote. In 6v6, it was like everybody's getting like 10 votes in for Eichenwald, right? But then all of a sudden, on some blue moon, 3 votes come in for Atlas early, and everybody's now voting Atlas. So there's like the homogeneity of like actually on the screen. There's the homogeneity outside of the game where like everybody's agreed that Jetpack has the thing we hate. The content creators told me that I should ban Domina because she's busted, so I'm just gonna ban Domina. But then you come with the counterpoint where you're like, but if that's what people want, is that like to some extent our job is to serve, even if their desires are stupid? And that's, you know, maybe Spylo's correct point of like, you need to sometimes do maybe the Jeff Kaplan thing of like, no, you guys are dumb, listen to what we're telling you, play this map or play this hero.
Yeah.
But then the counterpoint probably the developer team wrestle with is like, but maybe at some point our job is to serve them. If they say we want the dumb thing, give us the, because ironically we applauded earlier the fact that they're now listening to about, let's say, 6v6. But if they had taken the perspective of like, well, we think 6v6 is the dumb thing, so we're not even gonna bother, you guys are dumb. Sometimes you do actually just need to be like, okay, this is what they want. And that's how I feel about the whole like 6v6 and 5v5 experience. Is like, people want this. You may not think that's a good experience. You may think 6v6 is terrible. You may think 5v5 is terrible. It's like people are telling you that they want it. And at what point do you just let them have it?
Yeah. One more tiny little detail as well on the ban thing is Ralph, I think, brought up earlier, is that like it does really favor certain one tricks, because remember we were all like, oh, the nursing main is gonna drop to gold. It was actually kind of the opposite, where it's like if you're playing a one trick, it's super easy to protect your character because people collaborate because they want to win. So I've had this experience recently where I freaking hate Roadhog. So I get this jackass Roadhog, man, Roadhog, which by the way, Custa, I love you, buddy, but you cannot buff Roadhog. Please, buddy. Second, so the Roadhog mains, he favorites Roadhog, so what does he do? Bans Ana, Zen, Orisa, which I like to play Ana, Zen. So I'm annoyed about that already. Then all my teammates want to be helpers, and they're going to ban Ana Hog too.
بالنسبة لي رودهوج يمكن أسوأ شخصية ديزايند في الحياة. عم امزح معاكم يا عيال. أخرى شخصية شفتها في حياتي ديزاين. أخرى شخصية شفتها في حياتي ديزاين. انا احس انه اللي سوى ديزاين لرودهوج في اوفر واتش هذا بني ادم يعني يمكن زيي يكره البني ادمين مره. مره شخصيه مره سيئه بصراحه.
Or Ana, Zen, Orisa now. So now not only am I unhappy because he's banned my main, which is like whatever, not a big deal, but also everybody in my team enables the Roadhog because
معليش بس ما في there is no right انه يكون في ديزاين كاركتر يكون تانك ويسوي ون شوت ببلاش ويتمشى ب 800 اتش بي. فير انف، انت يمديك تتمشى، يعني يمديك تعمل له كاونتر. بعض الناس ما تدري انه يمديك تسوي له كاونتر مره سهل. اي اندرستاند، انا فاهم، انا اتفهم انت من فين جاي. اي اندرستاند وير يور كامينج فروم، انا فاهمك. بس ما في على وجه الارض مكان وير تانك يدي ون شوتات. هذه عمرها ما صارت في الحياه. اذا انت زعلان من شوف، انا انسان اكره بلاك ويدو، مو بلاك ويدو سوري، اكره ويدو ميكر. ويدو ميكر هاز نو رايت انها تدي ون شوت من اخر الماب، زي ما هيلا المفروض ما تدي ون شوت من اخر الماب. انت فاهمين ايش اقصد صح؟ فما بالك تانك مع 5v5. واحد يقول لك ليش تكره اوفر واتش مره كثير؟ 5v5 سوبر تانك يطلع قدام خلقه امي رود هوك يديني ون شوت بهوك من اخر الماب. This is why I hate the game.
He is the one hero.
طلع عندنا برضه سبايلو ترى كوتشر ولعيب وكل كلام فايده، كله فاهم اللعبه مره كويس. حتى هو بيقول نفس الكلام، وانا قلت الكلام ده من زمان.
That we need to win, whether that's Widow, Mercy, or Roadhog, the counterable character.
معلش دقيقه يعني ما ادري ايش بوم مشي بسرعه بس.
You remove those counters from the game, and now you just boosted that guy's SR. And that happens a lot more frequently than that player's hero gets banned. And the reason why this is so bad is not just because that player's boosted, but because what happens when Roadhog does get banned? How is that player playing? Okay, here's another one. What happens when Ana doesn't get banned? And now that Roadhog player who has had Ana banned in his last 9 games, all of a sudden doesn't get what he wants. And now he has to play versus Ana. And so I think this leads to like a lot of like really heavy match volatility because you have these.
قاعد ضغط هيل بس مو راضي
map
يشتغل.
voting, right? If the Junkrat player gets to vote for I could vault every game, then
قاعد
all of a sudden
ضغط
he has to play
هيل
Gibraltar.
مو راضي يشتغل.
Like
ليون هان مو راضي
he has
يشتغل
no
ما ادري
experience
شيء.
playing on
All
that
good.
map because he always got what he wanted. So I think that, like, again, I love the hero ban system. I think it's just more important to kind of raise these problems and hope that maybe if there's not solutions, there needs to be at least sensitivity that there are some significant drawbacks, and we need to be very aware of that. So my solution would be like, hey, we need to make sure that there are heroes that are not enabled by bans as much. That's my solution. It's not to remove bans. It's to be like, hey, this is a problem, so let's not make Roadhog anymore, right? But there are some legitimate criticisms.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's hard because, like, are we designing Roadhog to be played into Ana or to not be played into Ana? Do we have to take away some of Roadhog's interactivity to anti-nade by giving it damage reduction instead of healing a little bit more, like move it that way? Because personally, I'd rather a situation where we're in first off, we're in a format where Roadhog can exist without being blown up because he has to be the solo tank. But then Roadhog always have to play into the anti-nade, and we balance it with that in mind, right? So there's this very purposeful balance and design instead of saying, well, there's all these things that roll into it, and sometimes the Roadhog rocks up with no Ana Zen on the enemy team, and I have a terrible experience, right? Like, and that's
if you
just,
balance,
that's where I come from.
If you balance Hog around Ana not being banned, and then Ana gets banned, you have created a monster, essentially.
Yeah, 100%.
And this is like, I remember this is a discussion we were having like 3 years ago, like on this very podcast, when because they've been doing this wrestling game with balance for as long as Overwatch has been a thing, where it's like, oh, we gave Hog the ability to vape on a meter now, right? Because that was that whole reason for doing that was like, we gives him more counterplay. Because if you naded him before when he was doing the one cooldown vape, GG, or you slapped him, you interrupted him in any way. And I think that's again, yeah, it's just like really frustrating. You guys are right that, like, you know, there's the bans that enable it, but it's just like, it's the fundamental flaw, I think, of current Overwatch. And I say current Overwatch in the sense that, is there a future where there's like enough counters to everything and everything is more dynamic enough that we don't need to worry about, like, well, if it's Roadhog, you need to ban Ana. But then if you add Kiriko now, because that was the whole discussion that also, I'm just going to be the boomer who brings the old discussions back to be like, don't you remember that this was still a thing we were talking about 3 years ago? It's like, well, now, but they pick Kiriko. So when the auntie comes in, she goes cleanse, and then we're back to where we were and everybody's, you know, rocking as they were. And now with Discord also being on a cooldown, if there's a Discord that was the other counter, that also gets cleansed, and then that's also, we're back to Roadhog is now raid boss unanswerable. So maybe just fuck Roadhog, I think, guys. That's
yes, it's all right. Yes, like legitimately, that's always been my argument, is that, like, these conversations feel so fruitless because we're like, man, what is the solution here? It's like, well, there's a reason why we always have these conversations around the same half dozen heroes, right? You can play Hazard into Ana. It's hard, but you can do it, you know? You can play Ana into Tracer. It's hard, but you can do it. But you start talking about Widowmaker, you start talking about Roadhog, there just isn't a solution. These characters just suck.
Well, on that note, I'm going to take it to Avril, because he hasn't chimed in for a while, and he might have heard Widowmaker and Awoken.
I love bans.
How do you feel about map? How do you feel about the map? Yeah, this man keeps it succinct. How do you feel about the whole map situation as well? Like, do you have any thoughts on the map votes and how they've kind of affected Overwatch?
Generally, still pretty positive. I mean, yeah, there's going to be situations where maybe people are just not going to have as many opportunities to play Watch when Gibraltar for one reason or another. Either maybe they just don't ever want to play it and then never learn how to play it. I mean, I think that's just going to exist.
يا أخي ناس كثير تكره جبرالتر الماب. ناس كثير تكره الماب ذا. أنا عن نفسي أشوفه مرة كويس. حتى لما كنت ألعب مثلا كاسدي ولا حاجة وبحاول يعني بحاول ألعب مثلا هاي جراوند لو جراوند. حتى وانا بكاسدي شفت الماب مره كويس يا اخي. ما ادري ليه الناس زعلانه. الناس تكره الماب ذاك ما اعرف ليش. نفسي
Again, I would rather be in a game where you have player agency to make choices about what your gameplay experience looks like than the opposite of that where you don't. Right? Like, that's just, those are the two options, and I think one option is just clearly better than the other one. Even though you may introduce some new problems, I'd rather have those problems than the opposite set of problems. And a lot of this stuff as well, like, you know, we started talking about Roadhog. Yeah, I mean, the problem isn't, oh, is the bans good or not? It's like, no, actually, it's just the hero problem. Actually, it's just because the hero is the problem, and then everything else on top of that starts to create other problems around the hero that is initially the problem. So, it's, to me, it's nothing to really even do with bans or anything like that. It's like, well, you have a hero like Roadhog existing, I mean, that's it. what else do you need after that? Like that's the core fundamental.
The damage Roadhog has done to this video game.
I for legit,
Wallah,
I'm
Kareem.
gonna read Gavin's response, which to be honest, I'm skimming and I can still already feel like I'm gonna come away being like fuck Roadhog, but he says I really do not want to go to bat for Roadhog, but from the point of view of the matchmaking, but from the point of, well, he has to, it's his job. Unfortunately, he can't really come out here and be like, yeah guys, I'm with you. The dev team is revolting against Roadhog. Fuck that guy. Like, unfortunately, he has to come and bat for Roadhog, which is really a position none of us would want to be in. But he says, from the point of view of the matchmaking team, if we have tank heroes that have a sub 45% win rate, we're really creating bad scenarios for everyone on the team of teams of tank players that pick that hero. So those teams tend to get stomped a lot more, so we can't really let tank heroes be that weak. To which I say fuck
Gavin,
Roadhog.
what's the pick rate? Ask Gavin, what's the pick rate on people that open Hog versus swap to Roadhog, please?
That's some very specific.
This is the same thing that I said about Vendetta, just applied to a different hero in a different role. Roadhog is fundamentally a hero design that should never have been a tank. Just like I don't think Vendetta should be a DPS. Roadhog's design, that's a DPS design. That's just fundamentally.
اخر شيء في الموضوع انه even though بليزرد عارفه انه الناس كلها تكره رود هوج، في بعض الناس تقول لك رود هوج ما مو هو زيه زي شو اسمه يعني رود هوج شو اسمه ذا، رود هوج مو زي ديفا. كثير ناس تكره ديفا. I understand. انا عارف انه انا حاسس بالموضوع انه ديفا is more cancerous، بس والله العظيم انت ما انت حاسس قديش انا كشخصيه موبل، كشخصيه ما عندها موبيليتي، قد ايش يا راجل رود هوج يمكن من اعفن الشخصيات اللي موجوده في اللعبه. فانا فاهم، انا عارف انك انت زعلان انه ديفا طول الوقت في اللعبه، بس والله رود هوج يا عيال انتم حاسين قديش ترى يخرب العاب ما كثير. ليترلي احسه برين ديد كاركتر، برين ديد كاركتر، ليترلي برين ديد، ما يحتاج تفكير. العب جدران وخلاص. بتموت خلاص انت بتموت. هيل يور سيلف. بتموت يجيك واحد كيركو وراك بوم يديك واحد كلينز وتهيئ نفسك فول اتش بي whatever. انت ما انت حاسس قديش يا راجل رود هوج اللي شخصيه مره سيئه.
Not a tank design if I'm completely honest.
هوج ولا ديفا؟ لا هوج نمبر 1
design into a tank position.
اخر شخصيه باللعبه
where it causes problems.
هوج انا من الحين بقول لك هوج من الشخصيات اللي كرهني اللعبه ترى. فعليا ما امزح معك. هوج من الشخصيات اللي كرهتني اللعبه بالذات في 5v5. يعني انت شفتوني لما نلعب 5v5 كيف انا قرفان من اللعب، اخش اطفش على طول من اللعب. لو يعني لو انت حابب تاخذ نظره في الستريمات القديمه حقتي وانا بلعب اوفر واتش، هذا كلام من قبل سنتين تقريبا او سنه ونص، روح شوفني وانا بلعب، شوفني لما يطلع قدامي فجاه رود هوج انا نفسيتي كيف تزق. كرهني باللعبه، ما استحب العب اللعبه بسببه. مره سيء. وتفضل يعني هم هنا الحين بيتكلموا عن الماب بانز. نص الماب بانز الكلام اللي قاعدين يتكلموا فيه قاعدين يقضوه يسفلوا في رود هوج. شوف انا محسب انه انا الوحيد اللي اكره رود هوج، والله طلعت مو انا الوحيد اللي اكره رود هوج من جد والله.
You have a design that is basically a DPS and you're not capably doing the job of what a tank should be doing because it's not a tank design. That's the problem.
Yeah, the difference between DPS and a tank in my mind is just lethality and sharpness in their damage profiles and the ability to generally be able to do the things that the game mode demands. But yeah, like in my opinion, Roadhog could be fixed. As I said, I think I said to Spider, could be fixed in the 6v6 format if you just threw your vape at the other person, right? That just be able to donate it, turns it into a Zarya profile, and you've just fixed the hero, and we solve all of the bad tank combinations in the process.
Makes sense, but
but realistically, I don't think there's anything to that thirsty damage profile of a hook every 8 seconds or however long it is now that can be fixed, because the format fundamentally demands consistent pressure. And if you don't have that consistent pressure, I think there's like you really can't do anything with the hero. Sustain ability to stand on point consistent.
انا ما اتفق معك انه هو ازك شخصيه. بالنسبه لي ويدو ازك، لا انا ما بتكلم دي بي اس خليفه، ما بتكلم دي بي اس خليفه. ويدو ميكر، شوف اباك تفهم حاجه مره مهمه لازم تفهمها وعشان تكون في الصوره وتفهم انا وير ام كامينج فروم. ما جاي اقول لك يكرهني باب اللعبه. ويدو ميكر انا اقدر اسوي لها كاونتر بلاي، في كاونتر بلاي بسيط اقدر اسويه. اوكي اقدر مثلا سلولي اعمل كريب اراوند ذا ماب واجي واطلع لها فجاه واديها هيتش. معليش انت لو ويدو ميكر طلعت لك فجاه قدامك ولسعت امي ذاك الهيد، انت هنا لعيب، هذه انت لعيب. يو ار ا جود بلاير، هذه ما فيها كلام. انا ما اشتكي من ذا الشيء، انا اشتكي لما قاعد العب ضد شخصيه تانك كل ما ابى اخذ انجلايا عشان خاطر الفورمات الابو كلبي ذا، كل ما باخذ انجلايا الاقيك تطلع قدامي فجاه اضيع 20,000 كول داون عشان اموتك. وفوق هذا كله لما تيجي تبى تموت انت هيل نفسك فول اتش بي، ما اقدر اسوي لك اي شيء، تاكل دمج اقل وانت بتهيل نفسك فول اتش بي. لو معك هيلر اتس اوفر، انا اروح اقشر بصل احسن لانه لانك انت ما راح تموت. شفت الفرق ما بينهم؟ لما اجي اقول لك كرهني اللعبه باد ديزاين، يعني فوق انه باد ديزاين رول كيو ابو كلب، شو اسمه ذا الرول سبيكس حقت اللي يقول لك تاكل هيد شوت اقل مدري ايش. فوق هذا كله كمان جايب لي شخصيه انا ما اقدر اسوي ولا شيء قدام، يعني خلاص الحمار اللي قدامي ذا ما يعرف يلعب، بس كل ما اجي واخذ انجلايا يطلع لي كذا يقول لي انت فين رايح؟ انت رايح مكان بس من فين رايح؟ فين طالع؟ ما صعب كرهني اللعبه. لكن على الاقل بلاك ويدو ميكر اقدر كذا تلاقيني متسحب شو يسموه ذا وانا بلعب مثلا كاس ولا حاجه، تلاقيني بتسحب اجي من اليمين من اليسار وهي عارفه ان انا جاي، تقوم تعمل لي مثلا هولد انجل وهي عامله لي هولد انجل، افضل واقف بلعب معاها 1 في 1 من اخر الماب. خلاص ويدو ميكر لازم العب معاها 1 في 1 وهي هناك في اخر الماب لازم العب معاها 1 في 1 زي كذا، ما ينفع العب معاها 1 في 1 وانا اطلع برا واطلق زي الحمار، حموت سمبل. فاهم علي؟ فهذا اللي انا اقصده باي كرهني اللعبه والله.
With only a small touch, we can generate the power needed to repair.
I don't want to like can of worms this, but you're the priority pass guy, the DPS, the conspiracy theory with Roadhog, and I played Roadhog in 67 versus
one shot negative. مستحيلات تعطيني شخصية تانك اتش بي 1000 ريد بوس one shot potential. No fucking way bro. I'm sorry. No fucking way. بالfucking عشان تجي تقول لي والله ما ادري ايش، بالfucking no way كمان. No way تعطيني ريد بوس اديني one shot ويهيل. بتكلم 1v1 potential، ما بتكلم في الجروب فايتس. ويخش يبند لك انا ويلعب اللعبه والحياه حلوه. No fucking way bro. I'm sorry.
Roadhog with Roadhog 66, and that guy was just as awful, man. Like, so.
All you have to do. Okay. We get to change the entire video game, make tanks completely different, make them a lot bigger, change the armor, all of that for 5v5. I ask you to give one hero a vape that you can throw at a different hero, and I fix the majority of the problems with the 6v6 format. One ability, right? That's all I ask for, right? Right, sure, Divazari is a little bit problematic, but Roadhog's the problem, right? Anyway.
Wait, so you're proposing that instead of being able to heal himself, he can only heal other people, or is it a choice of both?
Oh, you can choose, yeah.
Okay, so it's a Zarya bubble, but you choose whether to give it or receive it yourself, and it's not a meter anymore,
we have
presumably.
It on 2 separate abilities.
But haven't you proven that? Haven't you proven that with 5v5 Zarya as being a fundamentally flawed design where you can choose, you'll always choose yourself just for consistency?
Oh yeah, but I don't have to fix your bad format. Right? I don't have to fix that.
في ال 5v5 لما تلعب زاريا، وهذا الشيء انا بنصحك هو لما تبي تكمل اللعب، نصيحة لا تببل ولا مخلوق في اللعبة، ببل نفسك بس. ببل نفسك مرتين. Being absolutely totally serious. ببل نفسك. انا زاريا مين بقول لك ببل نفسك. والله ودحين زاريا طبعا لما زودوا نوعا ما زودوا الكول داون حق الكول داون حقه. انا حموت ولا ايش يعني؟ ماني فاهم انا. 2 دي بافس علي يعني ماني فاهم. لما زودوا الكول داون حق الشيلدات بابل نفسك احسن. بابل نفسك احسن ولا عمرك في حياتك. ليش؟ لانه تلعب 6v6 او تلعب 5v5 اي نوع من انواع الهيلث بول اللي انت بتلعبه literally bubble yourself. bubble yourself لانه انت لو عملت bubble yourself زاريا من الشخصيات اللي if you have more damage ما اقول لك people will respect you, people will respect your space. انت هتعمل hold space مره بجامد. عرفت كيف؟ للاسف يعني هذا واحده من الاشياء الخايسه اللي كنت اتمناها تكون حلوه في الزاريا جيم بلاي. انه لما انا اجي العب مثلا بزاريا كنت اتمنى انه الشيلد حقي يساعد الناس كويس. انا شوف انا استمتع بزاريا مره كثير لما امسح في العالم. انتوا شفتوني كيف وانا بلعب. صح انه ما في متعه في الموضوع بس خلاص 5v5 مره تراش مره بيض. حاجه مره حلوه ان انا امسح الناس مره بسرعه. بس انا مستعد ان انا ما اموت كثير وشيلداتي ارميها مره كثير والدمج حقي يضعف شويه. حاليا انت لو بتلعب زاريا دحين شيلدك كول داون حقه لانه عملوا لها نيرف. عملوا نيرف للشيلد حقها ونرفوا الدمج شويه. فدحين صار نوعا ما عشان تلعب زاريا وتقتل الناس بسرعه يو هاف ان يكون عندك فوق ال 90% شو اسمه 90% انرجي عشان تسوي دامج مره عالي. عرفت كيف؟ فهذه واحده من الاشياء اللي لازم تفهمها بزاريا. فدحين زاريا الباد ديزاين حقها انك انت لازم انت معك شيلد تديه للناس ما في فايده. شلد نفسك. حتى في واحده من ليش اقول لك انا نفسي زاريا يتمحور الجيم بلاي حقها حوالين الشيلد. واحده من البركات حقت زاريا مره حلوه اللي هي ايش؟ لما تدي شيلد لاحد من اللي معاك في الفريق، لما تدي شيلد لواحد من معاك في الفريق الموفمنت سبيد حقه يزيد مره كثير. فانت تخيل شخصيه زي جنجي شخصيه سريعه 6 بتلعب مع دوم مثلا او بتلعب مع راين، تخيل انك انت بتدي شيلد لواحد ثاني وماخذ موفمنت سبيد مره عالي. للاسف دحين ما في فايده تاخذها. انا لسه العبها الى الان، لسه العب البيرك الى الان بس ما في فايده. انت ما حتدي شيلد لخويك مره كثير لانه حتخسر فاليو مره كثير. حتلعب مره باسف لما تدي شيلدات للناس ثانيه وهذا شيء مره محزن مره كثير صراحه.
What about what we wanted? And that's kind of my problem. So I actually don't mind the way that perks function right now as a progression system. I think it's honestly okay, but I do think that like they need to do some serious thought about the placement and the power spike of some of these perks, and it just doesn't feel like the finished product.
I agree with that part, but I you know what, I don't even think there should be counterplay perks. I'll take, and the reason why is like specifically you talk about stuff like the adaptive shield and ball just completely shutting down honor and just shutting stuff down. I think that stuff like that is just not good for the game at all. And you also can't, in my mind, unless somebody gives a really good example how you could, I don't even see how you could make that a minor perk or you could make that like a weaker version, because it's like a thing that just exists or not. Like, what are you gonna do? Like you're gonna make
I think it's a timing thing. Yeah, I mean, like, 1.5 seconds is a long time. You know, like,
so okay, so you make the timing shorter, but if you hit it, you still just fully dog walk at her. That's the problem.
Yeah, but then
is,
that's
like,
a skill play.
Thing,
that's a skill play.
No, but you still, but you no. It's a skill play, but the problem is you just shut down the matchup, and all you've done is like you made.
يعني أنا ماني فاهم دقيقة. يعني أنا ماني فاهم يعني ماني فاهم يعني ماني فاهم. خلصت اللعبة يعني خلصت اللوت خلص في اللعبة ولا إيش؟ بس مجرد سؤال يعني both my boxes جاني منها سلاح نفس السلاح يعني خلصت اللوت خلص اللوت تيبل ما عاد في لوت تيبل ما عاد في اي حاجه يعني ولا ايش؟ مش انا عارف يعني.
That like the timing is shorter, but if you hit it, you just completely shut down the matchup.
But I'm saying
that's the part that I have a problem with. Like,
if the window is smaller, I understand what you're saying, but that's not my argument. Is not that if you play it perfectly, there's nothing the Ana can do. My point being is that you need to outplay the Ana. If Ana can outplay you, if there's a push and pull, like, oh, I got the timing wrong, I guessed when she would do it wrong, or I didn't react properly. It's like using Trace or Blink, right? It's the same kind of a concept. With 1.5 seconds in time to kill being what it is, you don't have time as on it. If you get slammed, you're dead. That's just how it is. Like there is no window of vulnerability. So and the worst part is that it doesn't even change when Wrecking Ball uses his adaptive shields normally. When you use adaptive shields prior to the perk when you use
Even
adaptive
our
shields after the perk,
constructs can be
it's the exact same
improved
thing. You're doing the
upon.
exact same button press at the exact same time, but now you have CC immunity for 1.5 seconds. So I understand your point. Like, if it does completely shut down the matchup, I completely agree. I still think the character needs to have that weakness. Like I said, the Sigma float perk, but there's a little bit of counterplay. Like if you're still playing Sigma and Gibraltar, you're an idiot. But at least you can get 5 minutes in if you have it on a minor perk, the float option. But no, you don't get it. You get it 12 minutes in. It's too late at that point.
The counterplay should be closer to like you have a reduced CC time, so that if you get hit by CC,
you're still disadvantaged.
maybe you don't eat the full sleep. It's like a half sleep, something like that.
I was gonna say, I
just don't get slept at all now. Like that's bullshit. I don't like stuff like that. But
Fair
like,
enough.
yeah, I mean, like Bara just getting a bunch of damage is free value. Free value perks boring. Like I'm not defending perfect design. It's clearly not perfect design. It's very imperfect design actually, and I've been saying that, but I have also been saying it's directionally improving. So I think they're learning.
Yes,
Unfortunately, it is a learning process because like this kind of thing hasn't been done in this genre before. Overwatch just did it first, and they're trying to build the plane a little bit while they're trying to take off the runway. And so we just have to work through some of this. Like we're just working through some pretty terrible perks, and we've gone to a better place afterwards. And I think each season, each progressive season there has been, the perks have typically been better than the previous season, in my opinion.
Agreed.
I just have to come in to fact check you and stop the Paladins players molding about Overwatch doing this first, because obviously like a fast set system has been in Paladins and exists in Dota as well before Overwatch did it. So I have to moderate fact check you on that one. Sorry, Avril. Go ahead, Rel.
What Paladins
that
players?
exists
Where are they?
to allow
Are they in the
people
room?
to flex. I played Paladins once, so yeah, it allows you to flex between different roles in a MOBA is the idea. And the thing is, sure, we can put all these cool new systems to make different versions of heroes that are interesting, but at a certain point, when you go to Overwatch, are you really flexing between different roles? When we look at like the bull like parry shield thingy. You have loads of problems with like skill scaling on that. Like if you have it as a timer, it's always going to be in a situation where it's guaranteed to always hit at the high level but be unusable at the low level if you balance it properly. I think parries in general are a little bit iffy.
I love parries. Shut the frick up. Shut your mouth. Shut your dirty mouth.
Oh,
Parries
they
are
put
great.
one in the game and it's not working. I mean,
It's not a parry. Can you imagine playing Sekiro and you had 1.5 seconds?
You could say
yeah, but we're gonna have an ability that's not usable under gold.
Well, what?
That's
Okay,
the problem.
Well, what about like a Genji deflect? Why do we not have a problem with that versus a ball?
Because it's a resource.
Because
that's
Genji
the
can't
idea
do
of it. It's not a
anything while he's
parry. It's a
deflecting.
resource that you spend.
So there you go. So that's your answer then, isn't it? It's just like you need to aim for that and not I push the button and you can't do shit.
But Ball already has enough resources. He just has an extra massive amount of value on top of his
66,
kit
isn't it?
on the things he already can
I'll be
do.
right back.
No, he's fine. He's fine. I think my main problem with the tanks are just when they reduce the interactions between heroes in general. I think quite a lot of the issues that tanks need to flex around is just, oh shit, I'm taking too much damage. And if I take the I'm taking too much damage perk at the same time as I'm not taking damage, I become completely uninteractive, like kind of Orisa is if you're not shooting her. Like, there's just no point, because, I mean, I've got a shitload of overhealth on my Fortify, so, haha, you can't touch me. So, it's a difficult one. Like, I think, obviously, Avril's right, they're getting better, but only to a certain degree.
I will answer the call.
Yeah, I think I agree with Avril's point that, like, basically, fundamentally, they shouldn't just answer like a counterplay. Like it shouldn't just be that like the Doom, you know, even like you could argue the Doom parry is sort of like his Doom perk is sort of like a parry where it's like the first second of his block now absorbs. But at the same time, I think that's again one of these things where you're looking at your perspective, you're not looking at the other person's perspective, because it's like, well, yeah. Ana already has very little counterplay. The sleep is her one counterplay, right?
We designed the video game this way and for a purposeful reason.
Right.
Surely, right?
Right.
These are the quality interactions that we designed the video game on, and now we're moving away from it. For some reason,
I think that's the point. I think that's what I mean about it shouldn't just answer it completely, because already the game is built that into its, or originally it already built into the idea of like it's a tough matchup for Ana versus. I mean, we really focused on Ana because I think she typifies this point the best. By the way, I'm sure there's someone who is molding about Ana specifically or other heroes, but the idea already is in theory that Ana is a skill-based answer to some of these mobility heroes where it's like she is weak if you miss the sleep dart, if you whiff the sleep dart, you're fucked against most of these guys. And so to add a thing that allows them to then again answer the sleep dart, it then is like, well, what if they do that? Then what the fuck do I do? Like, do we need to add another thing that adds counterplay to that? Like, oh, actually my sleep dart goes through your block for the first second with my perk. So I think that's where I think they shouldn't be answering the counterplay. They should just be like softening it. So again, just a status resist answers this problem where it's like, okay, instead of sleeping for a full.
استنى شوية قبل لا اسوي اي نوع من انواع الكرافتنج، مو مشكلة ابجريدز، بس شكلي بدخل الدلفز اجرب، يمكن حظي يطلع حلو، يمكن حظي يطلع حلو واكسب شو اسمه تير ميبي، لانه والله العظيم اللعبة قالت لي حبيب قلبي انت ما حتاخذ 2 4 ست this week كده، اللعبة زبدتها يا واد. الفولت حقي يمكن ازبل فولت شفته من سنتين. عادة لما نجي اطول والاقي مثلا 1 تير اعمله سنايب على طول، عرفت، ما استنى. بس يا ساتر اول مرة في يمكن من سنتين افك، انا ما العب شخصية واحدة، بس اول مرة من سنتين افك الفولت الاقي تراش، عيني بتحرقني من المطرشة والله العظيم. يلا مو مشكلة، فانا شكلي حدخل دلفز سلاش ريت فايندر قبل اسوي كرافت.
2 seconds, I sleep for 1.5. That, like, I think that's just the better answer than you can't do anything anymore, sucker.
And the worst ones are the redundancies too. Like we talked about the far damage perk, but also like hitting a sleep dart is on a tank means that you've won the trade usually. But now we're gonna add a damage component, which is like whatever, and a 3-second slow. Like, bro, we don't need that. You hit the sleep dart, you've already won the engagement. So it's like making these sharp designs just like even sharper. It's like if you hit the sleep dart, congrats. But there's some of these perks. It's like they just do the thing, but they do it even more. And I think that's the absolute opposite. It doesn't change how you use sleep dart. It just makes it worse.
Yeah,
or better. Sorry.
But yeah, I think to conclude, these are, I think, perhaps teething problems, and maybe Spylo's right as well that they've actually kind of put them in, and maybe not. Again, it just seems like a trend that I'm getting from a lot of what you guys' criticism and feedback is that the train is moving very fast now. Like the train picked up speed and stuff is flying. Like parts are flying in that high speed, pursuit where, they probably should have spent more time on like making sure the perks are all good and philosophically, like what are the perks? What is our aim that they will always achieve these things and never leave these bounds? Like we can't have a perk that just breaks this rule of ours and it kind of ruins the game. So it seems to be the thing that comes up a few more times where it's like, okay, we got awesome content, which as we agreed at the start of the call, means everyone's raving about Overwatch. Everyone's like, yo, Overwatch is great now. But the cost is that there's a lot of these, stickling splinters in our hands. So as we play with our mice, so yeah, that's a little bit of a problem. Any other thoughts with perks before we potentially move on to any other like new additions?
I just think philosophically, you're asking whether the devs should be very tight or very lax on just curating the gameplay experience. And some people are going to say, like, I want more choice, but a less curated experience where more crazy, silly things can happen in the video game. And other people are going to say, well, they should curate everything and they're going to lock down on the concepts that are good and make everything interact in the best way possible, right? I think that any interaction, any movement towards the left side is one that I don't like. Though I understand why they happen. But yeah, I think it's just a philosophy difference.
I mean, it might be worth asking for whatever it's worth, you guys, where you guys do stand. Like, so you've kind of given your stance. Avril, where do you stand? Like, how do you want to see them adapt the game as it goes?
But you can.
In terms of perks?
In terms of like, do you want them to do these things where they like try to curate the experience of the players more, or do you want them to kind of like impose their will a bit more, like we want the game to look like this and you will abide by that? Or do you want them to be again more like you can decide, you can pick the map and the bands and the perk?
I'd rather have more agency on the player side. I mean, there needs to be boundaries. You need to like have a firm boundary of like where the walls of the sandbox are, but then you need to give the players the choice and the agency to like make the game their game within the realm of that. So like setting the initial boundary of like what can and can't be done, but ultimately like giving more choice to the player within that boundary is the correct call in my opinion.
Philo?
I just like choice, man. Like I this whole Slay the Spire thing with roguelikes, and you can choose any card that you want, but it's probably in the game's best interest to remove the really, really OP and the really, really bad cards, right? And I play a lot of Spirit Island, another board game that has had the same growing pains of like making every single new class basically in that game is a little bit more dynamic and a little bit more complex and a little bit more thoughtful, and they've kind of reverted some of their older things. But I like player agency, I like player choice, but I think it has to be under the umbrella of the developer's vision for the game as a whole, if that makes sense. So you play by their rules, but they're willing to like let you explore different play styles within those rules. And obviously, I think the thing that Overwatch has done so well over the last couple of years is they're willing to change their philosophy to make it better. It's not as because things change. You know, I think even did you guys see the Jeff Kaplan statement where he said that he, with hindsight, if he made another team shooter, he'd make it more individualistic focus, which I thought was like really spicy. You know, like that's all. Yeah, so that's an interesting take too. So like you can learn. People change. Communities change, and I think nowadays
Finally,
we're all
a Jeff take I can agree with.
Yeah, we're all like dynamics and complexity pilled nowadays. I think it's just like gaming is so mainstream now that people just really like choice. So jackasses like me that want every hero to have like 4 different dynamisms is like that's like the more modern.
في عندي عدن بينفجر. في عندي واحد من الأدونات بينفجر يعني.
I'm almost worried about asking Rel's take on that.
واحد من الأدونات عندي بينفجر.
What that might spiral into.
I don't know, it's a hard one, right? Like, I'm not a purist. I think that the fundamental thing is, from my perspective, and it will always come back around to it, is that I will prefer the developers to have more agency to make cool things in their game, right? We've ended up in a situation where the cool things in their game are, I don't know, just extra things on the kits instead of making the kits interact together in what I consider to be a more deep way. And just fundamentally from the start of it, like, more stuff isn't more depth, right? Depth is the interaction between the heroes, depth is like layers and layers of, I support that person to this degree, and yes. No, I think I've already got my point.
Yeah, I mean, I think again, to reiterate my point from earlier, I think the good thing is that we're in a state where you have both those experiences now. I actually think this is the best thing for Overwatch that you could possibly ask for. I think actually anyone who is advocating that they should only go 5v5 or only go 6v6 is, in my opinion, a bit mistaken. Like, I think that would just be a huge net loss to Overwatch, because you've actually gotten a space. Like, you may feel, and I'm sure the 6v6 players in particular feel like they don't get enough bandwidth, and fair enough, like, that's a very debatable topic. Like, you should absolutely be able to have that discussion, but I think that, like, it's pretty clear to me that they're just two separate desires. Like, there isn't this overlap of like one person who's fighting for this somewhere middle ground between 6v6 and 5v5. It's pretty clear to me that the reason why it's clearly become such a divisive issue is that it's just like two people want different games. Like, that's it. There's like one set of people who like the experience that 6v6 brings, and there's one set of people who like the experience that 5v5 brings. So I think actually, like, pushing to eliminate one over the other would just result in Overwatch losing that other's entire player base. It wouldn't be that, like, I mean, maybe some fraction of them would convert, but by and large, what you're going to do is just tank the count of players playing Overwatch. So what you probably want is the best, like, case scenario is like there's an ideal version of each of them that is, like, allowing people to have that experience that they want. Sorry, I think, was it Spilo? Did you have a hand raised?
Yeah. I think there's like a very clear distinction between like what's key jangling bloat. Like, this is going to be a little harsh. Nothing against the game mode and people that enjoy the game mode, but a little like Stadium-ish, right? Where there are so many buttons, but it is just objectively a more casual game mode because so many of those options just don't matter at all, right? It doesn't matter that you can do that. It's not good at all. It's not even a viable choice versus actual viable competitive decisions. And I think it's stupid to say that, like, adding more buttons and adding more complexity, whether it's perks or bans or this, objectively adds more complexity. It might not. It depends on how it's executed and how well it's executed, right? Because we've all played games, whether it's Rivals or Stadium, which have a lot of buttons, and yet it's relatively easy. And for people like me, it gets a little boring. And we've also played games that are relatively simple, but are very complicated and have a lot of depth to them, right? And I think that, like, for me, it's like more buttons, not always better. So if we're gonna add new content bloat, whether it's perks or whatever else, I want them to introduce meaningful choice into the game. That's kind of the way. That's how I'd simplify things.
Well, that might be a good point to segue to talking about Stadium, because I actually didn't even bring up Stadium yet, and you know we should, because it's a huge. I gather again, it's hard for me to know, and maybe none of you guys know. Like I don't know if this is public information, but like I don't know how many people are playing Stadium, but it is a big release, and it's worth talking about like how we feel about it. So Spilo, that was kind of your thoughts. Avril, how do you feel about Stadium?
I'm glad it's there. I don't know how popular it is currently, but it is in a bit of a weird place. To be fair, I haven't played it in a minute. I mean, I used to play it a reasonable amount. It was probably one of my more played modes. It was a period of time where I was probably playing it more than the base game. But I don't know what the future, like, I don't know what the end game of Stadium is in terms of design for Team 4. Like, I don't know where they're trying to, you know, where the ideal landing place for the game mode is. Probably as I could probably guess it would be like obviously as a main pillar of the game in terms of one of the key things you play in the game. But in terms of design, like where's like an end point, or like where is the future of the design of Stadium going to be? Because where it is now is like probably fine, but I don't know. It's I'm starting to lean away from it and just maybe prefer the base game a bit more. But I think it's okay. I think it's like fine. But if it bleeds player base, they have to start making some decisions about what they're going to do with that game mode. And I would hate to see them end up killing something like that, because they've had multiple things in the past where, you know, we've seen the PvE come and go. We've seen the different stuff come and go with like you know.
Yeah, those team deathmatch things. They had like those various team deathmatches with like the Junker Queen statue and.
What is the thing where you go around collecting the coins? That little mode they got rid of, you know, all that kind of stuff. So like, you know, click the coin, the Mario game mode, little Mario game mode.
Hero Mastery? No, okay, you're talking about something else.
Yeah, something like that.
It was a deathmatch thing. It was weird.
What's the deathmatch thing?
No, it was what you say. Like it was like a bounty deathmatch thing that they used to play. I don't know. It was a
the
while
point
ago.
is, it's gone. Point is, fuck it.
I'd like to find out. I'd like to know a bit more about what their like vision for the future Stadium is.
كلوك تموت من سبايدر
I think it's like, I don't know. I don't want to say it's like kind of gone stale a little bit, but
بقول لك على حاجه يا بندر.
direction for me a little.
اقول لك على حاجه بندر. الكلوك اللي معاك لو تموت من سبايدر مان زبال ما بيلعب.
Roth, how about you?
هذا لو تسوي بالانس الين السنه الجايه اللاعب ذا ما حيسوي ما حيفضل زي ما هو تراش ما بيلعب. it's a player issue sadly.
Well, they released that Stadium has less players than OpenQ at the moment, which isn't a sparkling recommendation of OpenQ, as it is a sad state of Stadium.
5v5 OpenQ or 6v6 OpenQ?
No,
6v6 OpenQ.
There is no 5v5 OpenQ.
Okay, sorry, I didn't realize. Yeah.
Okay. In my opinion, like, and I'm not as informed because, quite frankly, I dabbled in the game when it launched and then gave it up. Like, Stadium is, in my opinion, just like the you know the old quote, like the breadth of an ocean but the depth of a paddling pool, right? There's so many options. I can choose whatever I want, but every time I'm designing into anything, I'm literally just closing off my hero into one aspect of that hero. And sure, that's really interesting, but like the reason why my hero interacted with others in a cool way was because as Cassidy I had a roll and a flashbang and a right click and a left click, and all those things layered properly and interacted properly with enemies. But now, yeah, I had one game as Junker Queen where I was just insta-killing people with an axe, and I just kind of like took a double take and was like, this must be awful to play into, right? And then I just turned it off and never went. I think these characters that are more AoE.
دقيقة يا عم أنا نقصت.
You've actually realized, yeah.
Okay. In my opinion, like, and I'm.
Because you know what it feels like to me? It's like, you know when you play an RPG game, and within the RPG game, there's like a card game. And the card game is fun, but it's like, it's kind of shit. Move on to any other like notifications.
I just think philosophically, you're asking whether the devs should be very tight or very lax on just curating the gameplay experience. And some people are going to say, like, I want more choice, but a less curated experience by more crazy, silly things can happen in the video game, and other people are going to say, well, they should curate everything, and they're going to lock down on the concepts that are good and make everything interact in the best way possible, right? I think that any interaction, any movement towards the left side is one that I don't like, though I understand.
يعني ابى اسالك سؤال يا بندر.
But yeah, I think it's just...
ابى اسالك سؤال يا بندر، انت ليش تتوقع ان انا حتى وانا بلعب ايرون مان، حتى لو انا عارف ان انا اقتل السبايدر مان ده في اي لحظه من اللحظات اقدر اقتله، انت ليش تتوقع ان انا امس قعدت ابند سبايدر مان افري جيم؟ لاني انا عارف 5 انفار بقر ما يعرف يلعب ورايا. فاهم علي كيف؟ متأكد. انا ما ببند عشان انا خايف من سبايدر مان، انا ببند لاني عارف اللي معايا بقر ما يعرف يلعبوا. سمبل. وبعدين 1 2 3 4 5 6 بلدنز. اوكي سو انسى ناخذ تير السيزون ده. I mean الرن ده.
I mean, it might be worth asking for whatever it's worth. You guys, where you guys do stand, like, so you've kind of given your stance. Avril, where do you stand? Like, how do you want to see them
5, 4,
adapt the game
3,
as it goes?
2, 1.
In terms of perks?
In terms of like, do you want them to do these things where they like try to curate the experience to the players more, or do you want them to kind of like impose their will a bit more? Like, we want the game to look like this, and you will abide by that. Or do you want them to be again more like you can decide, you can pick the map and the bans and the perk?
I'd rather have more agency on the player side. I mean, there needs to be boundaries. You need to like have a firm boundary of like where the walls of the sandbox are, but then you need to give the players the choice and the agency to like make the game their game within the realm of that. So like setting the initial boundary of like what can and can't be done, but ultimately like giving more choice to the player within that boundary is the correct call in my opinion.
انا حاسس انه بيج ويكس بيخرف.
I just like choice, and you know, like I this whole Slay the Spire
Buy a
thing,
server?
roguelikes, and, you can choose any card that you want, but it's probably in the game's best interest to remove the really OP and the really bad cards, right?
تبى الصراحة
I play a lot of Spirit.
السؤال ده بطلوه من زمان، ما عاد صارت تفرق انت فايت سيرفر.
Island, another board game that has had the same growing pains of like making every single new class basically in that game is a little bit more dynamic and a little bit more complex and a little bit more thoughtful, and they've kind of reverted some of their older things. But I like player agency, I like player choice, but I think it has to be under the umbrella of the developer's vision for the game as a whole, if that makes sense. So you play by their rules, but they're willing to like let you explore different play styles within those rules. And obviously, I think the thing that Overwatch has done so well over the last couple of years is they're willing to change their philosophy to make it better. It's not as because things change, you know. I think even did you guys see the Jeff Kaplan statement where he said that he, with hindsight, if he made another team shooter, he'd make it more individualistic focus, which I thought was like really spicy. You know, like that's all. Yeah, so that's an interesting take too. So like you know you can learn. People change, communities change, and I think nowadays
Finally,
we're
a
all like,
Jeff take I can agree with.
yeah, we're all like dynamics and complexity pilled nowadays. I think it's just like gaming is so mainstream now that people just really like choice. So jackasses like me that want every hero to have like 4 different dynamisms is like that's like the more modern approach now, and I like that personally.
Yeah, I mean, I'm almost worried about asking Rel's take on that quote.
Oh, you know what Rel's take is.
What that might spiral into.
I don't know. It's a hard one, right? Like, I'm not a purist. I think that the fundamental thing is.
هم ليش عطوا بانثر بف؟ بانثر لازم يتبف بف.
From my perspective, and it will always come back around to it, is that I will prefer the developers to have more agency to make cool things in their game, right? We've ended up in a situation where the cool things in their game are, I don't know, just extra things on the kits instead of making the kits interact together in what I consider to be a more deep way. And just fundamentally from the start of it, like, more stuff isn't more depth, right? Depth of the interaction between the heroes, depth is like layers and layers of I support that person to this degree, then that comes. Yes. No,
I mean,
I think I've already got my point across.
Yeah, I mean, I think again to reiterate my point from earlier, I think the good thing is that we're in a state where you have both those experiences now. I actually think this is the best thing for Overwatch that you could possibly ask for. I think actually anyone who is advocating that they should only go 5v5 or only go 6v6 is, in my opinion, a bit mistaken. Like, I think that would just be a huge net loss to Overwatch, because you've actually gotten a space. Like, you may feel, and I'm sure the 6v6 players in particular feel like they don't get enough bandwidth, and fair enough, that's a very debatable topic. Like, you should absolutely be able to have that discussion, but I think that, like, it's pretty clear to me that they're just two separate desires. Like, there isn't this overlap of like one person who's fighting for this somewhere middle ground between 6v6 and 5v5. It's pretty clear to me that the reason why it's clearly become such a divisive issue is that it's just like people want two people want different games. Like, that's it. There's like one set of people who like the experience that 6v6 brings, and there's one set of people who like the experience that 5v5 brings. So I think actually, like, pushing to eliminate one over the other would just result in Overwatch losing that other's entire player base. It wouldn't be that, like, I mean, maybe some fraction of them would convert, but by and large what you're going to do is just tank the count of players playing Overwatch. So what you probably want is the best, like, case scenario is like there's an ideal version of each of them that is, like, allowing people to have that experience that they want. Sorry, I think, was it Spilo? Did you have a hand raised?
Yeah. I think there's like a very clear distinction between like what's key jangling bloat. Like, this is going to be a little harsh. Nothing against the game mode and people that enjoy the game mode, but a little like Stadium-ish, right? Where there's like there are so many buttons, but it is just objectively a more casual game mode because so many of those options just don't matter at all, right? It doesn't matter that you can do that. It's not good at all. It's not even a viable choice versus actual viable competitive decisions. And I think it's stupid to say that, like, adding more buttons and adding more complexity, whether it's perks or bans or this, objectively adds more complexity. It might not. It depends on how it's executed and how well it's executed, right? Because we've all played games, whether it's Rivals or Stadium, which have a lot of buttons, and yet it's relatively easy. And for people like me, it gets a little boring. And we've also played games that are relatively simple, but are very complicated and have a lot of depth to them, right? And I think that, like, for me, it's like more buttons, not always better. So if we're gonna add new content, whether it's perks or whatever else, I want them to introduce meaningful choice into the game. That's kind of the way that's how I'd simplify things.
Well, that might be a good point to segue to talking about Stadium, because I actually didn't even bring up Stadium yet, and we should, because it's a huge. I gather, again, it's hard for me to know, and maybe none of you guys know. Like, I don't know if this is public information, but like, I don't know how many people are playing Stadium, but it is a big release. And it's worth talking about, like, how we feel about it. So, Spilo, that was kind of your thoughts. Avril, how do you feel about Stadium?
I'm glad it's there. I don't know how popular it is currently, but it is in a bit of a weird place. To be fair, I haven't played it in a minute. I mean, I used to play it a reasonable amount. It's probably one of my more played modes. There was a period of time where I was probably playing it more than base game, but I don't know what the future, like, I don't know what the end game of Stadium is in terms of design for the Team 4. Like, I don't know where they're trying to, you know, where the ideal landing place for the game mode is. Probably, yes, I could probably guess it would be, like, obviously as a main pillar of the game in terms of one of the key things you play in the game. But in terms of design, like, where's, like, an end point, or, like, where's the future of the design of Stadium going to be? Because where it is now is, like, probably fine. But, I don't know. It's I'm starting to
طور ميت. هذا الطور الميت اللي انت بتشتكي عليه. اللي انت بتشتكي منه الطور الميت حاطين فيه ديف تيم كامل. تخيل. طبعا ما في لوت كالعادة.
End up killing something like that because they've had multiple things in the past where, you know, we've seen the PvE come and go. We've seen the different stuff come and go with, like,
أنا كل ما قاعد أطفش.
Yeah, those team deathmatch things. They like those various team deathmatches with like the Junker Queen statue and.
What is the thing where you go around collecting the coins? That little mode they got rid of, you know, all that kind of stuff. So, like, you know, click the coins. The Mario game mode, little Mario game mode.
Hero mastery? No, okay, you're talking about something else.
Yeah, something like that.
It was a deathmatch thing. It was weird.
What's the deathmatch thing?
No, it was what you say. Like it was like a bounty deathmatch thing that they used to play. I don't know. It was a while.
The point is, it's gone. Point is, fuck it.
I'd like to find out. I'd like to know a bit more about what their, like, vision for the future stadium is, because I think it's like, I don't know. I don't want to say it's like kind of gone stale a little bit, but maybe it's heading in that direction for me a little.
Roth, how about you?
Well, they released that Stadium has less players than OpenQ at the moment, which isn't a sparkling recommendation of OpenQ as it is a sad state of Stadium.
5v5 OpenQ or 6v6 OpenQ?
No, 6v6 OpenQ.
There is no 5v5 OpenQ.
Okay, sorry, I didn't realize. Yeah.
Okay. In my opinion, like, and I'm not as informed because, quite frankly, I dabbled in the game when it launched and then gave it up. Like, Stadium is, in my opinion, just like the you know the old quote, like, the breadth of an ocean but the depth of a paddling pool, right? There's so many options. I can choose whatever I want, but every time I'm designing into anything, I'm literally just closing off my hero into one aspect of that hero. And sure, that's really interesting, but, like, the reason why my hero interacted with others in a cool way was because, as Cassidy, I had a roll and a flashbang and a right click and a left click, and all those things layered properly and interacted properly with enemies. But now, yeah, I had one game as Junker Queen where I was just insta-killing people with an axe, and I just kind of, like, took a double take and was like, this must be awful to play into, right? And then I just turned it off and never went back on. I think Stadium's worth it entirely because it was one of the best moments of eyes back onto Overwatch, and it's had its hand in making Overwatch what it is now with the increased player base. Because if you didn't get those eyes, even if the player base didn't really go up for the Stadium patch by that much compared to, I think, what people think, but it did change public perception just by getting into the news, and I think that's enough for it.
Agreed.
Yeah, I mean, I play Stadium now basically as like my warm up. I'll like play a game of Stadium and then go into the I hate to say it disparagingly, but real mode. I think, and in theory, I should be the great target demographic because I love MOBAs. But I think the problem with Stadium is it just feels really flimsy. It feels really half-baked. And again, this seems to reiterate the point that we just made, which is that it just feels like another one of these things where they added it, but they're just moving so fast that they don't have the time to be like, what is Stadium to us? Because you know what it feels like to me? It's like, you know when you play an RPG game, and within the RPG game, there's like a card game. And the card game is fun, but it's like, it's kind of shit. It's shit, right? It's like, it's you wanna grind it, but the minute you grind it, you realize this thing has no depth, and it just like completely caps out.
يا واد سترو من يوم ما لعبت انا اول مرة لعبت او يمكن المرة او المرتين اللي لعبتها في ستاديوم دخلت قلت واو والله فيها اشياء كثيرة ممكن تسويها. انت بس العب شوية يا واد تحس انه المود مو ابو كلب. يعني انا سمعت انه في ناس بتقول انه ديدلوك مود مرة حلو. اوكي ديدلوك اللعبة مرة حلوة. سمعت انا ما لعبت اللعبة وماني مهتم مرة كثير باللعبة بس رحت شفت رحت لعبت شويه ستاديوم، قلت يا ساتر على الملل اللي انا شايفه قدامي. يعني باختصار الكونسبت ستاديوم، الكونسبت حق شو اسمه، انك انت تقلب ريد بوس كرانكت على 200. واو، لا فعليا واو والله. ولا وحاطين يعني ساحبين على 66، يعني كل التعب اللي انت مسويه في الاستاديوم، كل التعب اللي انت مسويه في الاستاديوم لو تحطه في 66 يطلع مره كويس. بس ما يبغوا. ما مشكلة 66 انك لما تلعب تحس نفسك انت بتلعب يو ار ليتلي بلاينج ديث ماتش. عالم توتالي ضايعين ما يعرفوا يلعبوا. ساد والله ساد.
Like two things, like there's two levels of strategy to it and that's it. And that's what Stadium feels like, where it's like it could be awesome.
لا
Like,
حاطين
there's
تيم
a
كامل.
version of Overwatch where it's like Stadium is the only game. Like it's the only game mode. It's a really well developed, nuanced MOBA. But that's nowhere near where it is. It's just and this is funny because I grind the shit out of those mini games in other games. Like I am the guy who will spend an inordinate amount of time playing Gwent or Machine Strike in Horizon or like Triple Triad in Final Fantasy. I play those games all the time, but playing Stadium, I'm just like, this is ass. Like you play this for 10 minutes and you've kind of gotten what you need to get out of it.
You know what?
Yeah.
I think I finally understand where an actual real end game for Stadium could be, and that is like when you got me thinking with the whole like the mini game within the real game, and that to me is like where TFT in League of Legends started, and so where TFT is realistically is probably where Stadium could be or needs to be. And I'm not saying it needs to be literally make it TFT. I'm saying like what TFT is to League of Legends is what Stadium probably needs to be to Overwatch long term. Like it, you know, honestly, it probably needs to lean heavy into the MOBA elements because it should be used.
Can you explain that? Can you explain that? Like, what do you mean by that for people who don't know TFT? Like, what TFT is to League of Legends?
TFT is like the spin-off game of League of Legends within League of Legends. You play it in the League of Legends client. It's like it's like kind of big enough that it's kind of its own game now, but it's still played within League of Legends. It's like it's completely different to League of Legends, by the way. It's just like it's an
a
auto
card game,
battler
right?
game.
Like an auto battler card game.
Well, it's an auto battler game. It's like it has parallels to card games. I wouldn't call it a card game, but it's like in that universe at least. But like, yeah, like it's a spin-off game, and I guess Stadium is kind of like a spin-off game, but I think it needs to be more of a spin-off game. It needs to like lean harder into the spin-off, and maybe this might be a heretical take. Probably needs to be slightly less like Overwatch and more like a true spin-off. Quaked on is saying turn Stadium to deadlock, and genuinely, maybe that's actually the real answer, because gives Overwatch the ability to maybe compete a little bit more directly with deadlock in that kind of way. But you know, to really get into how do you get people like SVB into Stadium, you probably need to lean heavy into the MOBA aspects and push harder into that and take a bit more risk, rather than it just be like Overwatch but weird. You know, if you're gonna define your own audience, like TFT has defined its own audience within the League of Legends player base, you need to take a bit more risk and go heavier into the side.
مشكلتك يا ما تطول ومجهدة. الجيم 40 دقيقة لازم، ما بقول لك انت كأنك شوف ماني متأكد كم، بس آخر مرة لعبت ستاديوم. آخر مرة لعبت ستاديوم اللعبة يعني it was bad bro. like انا دخلت العب فاهم، انا فاهم مليون بالمية انك انت يعني مسوي مود توتالي نيو عليا، بس والله دخلت لعبت اللعبة حسيت انه كل شيء ريد بوسز، تلعب مع سبورت فول ريد بوس. البلدات اللي انت بتسويها تحس انك انت توتالي RNG انت وحظك. ساد مان. فرصة حلوة كانت.
The spin-off game and have it be less like Overwatch, which I know sounds crazy, super heretical, but I think that's what it needs to get its own identity. Otherwise, it's just weird Overwatch, and I don't think weird Overwatch has a long-term future.
I agree. I think it's, again, it just feels flimsy, and it feels like they have this cool idea. It's like, what if Overwatch was a MOBA? It hasn't gone beyond that. Like, you know, it really needs its own like balance ideology and like philosophy, because I'm not sure the whole power customize it, like it should kind of abide by some principles. I think its policy, if I can speculate wildly, is just like throwing ideas out there. What would be cool? What would be cool? But you can't actually make a fleshed out game mode that way. It has to have rules and structure. It can't be like, what if I had a power that let me do this? And it's like, yeah, but now this is just completely wild. As you guys said, like it sort of caricatures the heroes rather than builds them. Rather than being like, it's like a really awesome version of Junker Queen. It's like, this is just a stupid like axe Junker Queen, or like Kiriko with 2 Suzus. I played against that the other day. I was playing Junker Queen, and it's like going up against a Kiriko with 2 Suzus. I was like, this is like actual death. Like, I cannot do shit. Yeah, it's just like, it's like, wow, you know how that 1 Suzu completely fucks you? What if there were 2 now that completely fuck? It's just like, it doesn't hold by any rules.
Isn't like the fundamentals of MOBA is that the player versus player isn't the only part of the game. It's also like an architectural, environmental, player versus enemy objective game. And I think that's really where Stadium, like more so than almost anything else, struggles, is that it can't, every single like little edge case or strategy is something that the enemy players have to directly suffer under, like immediately. Like imagine Deadlock with no minions, like just nothing. It's just player versus player. Like how crappy that game would be. No farming, no minions, no bots, no nothing. Like I think like I'm not saying that that's not a game that you can't solve, but to Avril's point, it's like it really is just Overwatch. It's just Overwatch with more complicated builds. So
Overwatch
like, the player interactions aren't meaningfully long enough or interesting or complicated enough to where you're doing anything than just spamming at either an unkillable behemoth or one-shotting something. Like there is no other way to use your kit. Right? Like there's even heroes in Deadlock that are not even KD correlated. They're all like objective, I one-shot your robot, I control the map, I flank, I distract. There is none of that in Overwatch. And it's probably what 66ers C5v5 like. It's literally just a death match. It's just a death match with who can build the most OP thing. And there is no like meta game whatsoever beyond I'm going to kill you, right? Or I'm going to be unkillable.
I mean, ironically, did release Street Brawl, which is literally what you're talking about, like no minions, no anything, but it's got a randomizer of a couple of different items that you can get that can have upgrades before you go into the round, and it has certain rounds. So like it has done that, but I think it's put the depth on top of it in order to make it interesting. I just think these MOBAs need they need a lot of time in lane in order to learn what the enemy teams are building, what their kits are. That's the depth of MOBAs, and that's done at a slow pace because, quite frankly, hero-based shooters are so effing fast. They are crazy fast, and the time of the spawn room is barely enough time for you to build your own hero, yet alone adapt around what the enemy teams are building the hero until you put a load of hours into it. And then there's that extra depth on MOBAs. Like, do you justify building damage in order to farm creep and farm the jungle, or do you go into abilities and being able to be utility? That just, I don't know, it just seems like MOBAs do have sharper hero-based interactions, but you're given that time in the game in order to learn how to deal with that
and adjust.
And you don't interact with it as often.
And adjust. And also, I don't have to interact with your sharp design. If you counter me, then there's other things, there's other places where I can get value. Whereas with somebody in chat's like, well, it's not one shot or unkillable. That's okay, yes. So maybe it's not one shot or unkillable. But my point being is that like basically every build is about how can I kill you or hurt you, or how can I live. There is no other mini game to be played. So my criticism is not that Stadium's necessarily easier than the base game, like literally. It's the fact that it doesn't add any other meaningful choice. It's just, I'm still playing Overwatch. That's the same thing. You know, it's just, I'm just playing Overwatch.
It's okay.
So playing crazy Overwatch is what it is.
Yes.
Crazy.
It's just flimsy again.
Quality team fights. Like that's the game. The game is quality team fights. And then you take it into Deadlock, and that's why Deadlock is never going to capture me in the long run, because every augmentation that you put on the team fights actually reduces the quality of interaction between the heroes in that one, to the point where it becomes, sure, it is interesting and it is a different form, but it happens less often, and there's so much else in the game that I can't get that team fight pure element.
Yeah, I'm with that too. I get annoyed when I can't flank and one-shot somebody in Deadlock. You know what I'm saying? So like I understand, but it's like that is the fundamental aspect of MOBA, is that like you do have to play the game. You have to play the game. You can't just play the 1v1 all the time, right? But
yeah, exactly. I think there's a clearly there's a version.
يا عيال الشيء الوحيد اللي مخليني احب الشيء الوحيد اللي مخليني احب اللعب او السايكل اللي موجود في مارفل رايفلز، الشيء الوحيد اللي مخليني مستمتع اللعبه مره كثير، امس لما شفتوني قاعد العب الفلانكس اللي انا باخذها، باخذ ريسك فلانكس، بقتل واحد مو مشكله اموت في داهيه، بس عملت فلانك بسيط وقتلت واحد، لعبت 2v1 وقتلت واحد، فاهم علي كيف؟ هذا الشيء اللي انا مره اعشقه في مارفل رايفلز حاليا. بس طبعا كل ما تطلع في الرانك الويندو حقت اللي هو انا اسوي فلانك تصغر زياده، فهمت؟
Stadium, because we're talking about it so much, because I think we can all see that there's a version of Stadium that is cool and fully realized. But again, I go back to just as someone who has spent so much time in MOBAs, they don't have an idea of what they want it to be. At least it seems to me like there's no actual vision of like this is what Stadium will look like. It's just the first thing that came into your mind. What if we did this? Okay, go. That's it. That's as far as the thought process went. There isn't like what would happen if this happens and what do we want the player to be doing. It's just like run it down main, shoot at each other. By round 3, everybody's just like, and the way you're incentivized to pick is always just like just double down on one thing. It's never like if you made a build that was like I have a little bit of this, a little bit, you just be garbage. So all you need to do is like I'm the guy who shoots the most damage, or I'm the guy with like the 2,000% health, and now like either if you didn't take the huge damage you'll never kill me, or if you didn't take the like big anti-heal thing you'll never interact with me. And it's just there's no depth to it, there's no strategy, which again it's fair enough because it's just probably a thing they spent very little time on comparatively to make. But if they were to put some time into it, and I honestly I don't think they will, because as we've kind of discussed, there's like got a lot of other shit going on, and I don't think they will go back and be like, what if we actually made Stadium a real thing? But they could make Stadium a real thing.
I think Stadium, every step Overwatch or a hero-based shooter takes towards a MOBA makes it worse until it gets to a MOBA, because the hero-based shooter is the team fights are everything. We always focus on the quality of interactions between the heroes in any individual fight, and every step you take down that path towards a MOBA reduces that quality until you get to the point where you have so much choice that you're in a situation where you're able to think about it in the long form, and you have the macro and all those other things that come into it that actually put the depth back into the game.
But that's only if you approach it as what if Overwatch was a MOBA, not what if we made a MOBA in the Overwatch world. I think that's the distinction.
Right.
Like they're doing it as like a what if we just tried to make Overwatch into a MOBA, which is obviously always going to fail. Yeah,
Stadium is a crack addict workshop mode. That's what it is.
Yes.
It's basically what it is. It's something that if you had the time and resources, you could just make Stadium. And that's kind of the problem, right? It's a custom game that you can grind and play, but then you're going to move on, right? It's not its own thing.
Exactly. And as Avril brought up, like TFT is its own game. It's not like what if I was playing auto battler in League of Legends per se, right? It doesn't follow any of the same rules or systems as League of Legends. It's like it's an auto battler that has the League of Legends like world centered into it. That's what they need to do is like, okay, what you may need in the MOBA version, you may need Tracer to be a completely different hero. You may need her to play completely differently. She's still just called Tracer. Yeah. Maybe there's something reminiscent of Tracer. Maybe one of her abilities is still to recall, but she doesn't blink anymore because that would break our rules of our MOBA, like for example, right? But that's not obviously the approach they've taken. They're just like, what if it's Tracer, but we gave her an item? But does that work though? You can't just say we gave it the MOBA rules and now it's a MOBA. It doesn't work that way. Like you have to actually construct an ideology of like, this is what it's gonna do.
They have I think like limitations on design space for a MOBA that don't exist in a hero-based shooter. So if you go halfway between, you end up with those limitations.
Right, sorry, Rolf. And just so that because there's going to be some ashes in the comments, because Stadium does have like a really passionate fan base, you're not wrong for liking the game mode, but your game mode is unpopular. And it's fallen off dramatically in player populate, like objectively, we know this. As Ralph said, we know it's less played than 66, which is like, I mean, 66 isn't even that mode. 66 hasn't received a fraction of the development resources Stadium has in the past year, for what it's worth. And I think even just like the skill level of the player, like you're looking at a game that on theory people has a higher skill ceiling potentially, but it is played overwhelmingly by majority of casual players. You're not stupid for liking Stadium. you can enjoy Stadium, but also don't be surprised when, during this discussion we're saying that, yeah, Stadium doesn't deserve the resources that it's getting, and probably won't get the resources it's getting, and this is why. Just how it is. That's just how it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the guy who is like, I like the mint guacamole flavor ice cream, and it's like, yeah, that's cool, dude. Like, I believe you that you really like that, but here we are trying to brainstorm how to make the ice cream sell more. Like, we're trying to make the ice cream actually sell, not just serve you, and that doesn't make you invalid for liking the thing, but it's like, well, how do we make this thing actually a product, not just like a thing that 5 people play?
It's why I can't be a purist and be like, we can't do perks, we can't do this, we can't do this. All the heroes, we need to release one hero a year. Because realistically, this is a business, and they are going to need to release content. So like, there's a balance between being a purist and realistic. So
complete any dungeon on Mythic 2 or higher difficulty. Cracked Keystone.
Avril, any
Mythic
rounding thoughts on any of that?
Not really. I just want to know what the devs, from their perspective, what their like idea of the future setting looks like. I'm just a little confused about the direction of it. That's it.
That's valid, and I think that also lends me well to ask you guys about the dev team. So, you know, we're talking about the state of Overwatch. I want to hear your guys' opinion. Like, how do we think the devs are doing as a job right now? I kind of have a vague idea judging from what you've said, but let's have the proper discussion about it. So Spilo already gave some thumbs up. So Spilo, how do you feel about the dev team?
all of my criticisms with Overwatch comes down to cadence and basically nothing else, because obviously I don't agree with them one-to-one with every decision that's being made, but I think it's incredibly egotistical for me to assume that I have the only correct viewpoint, so I will very vocally disagree and explain why I disagree, and I think I'm right, otherwise I wouldn't say anything, but so do they. So my thing has been the quality, the objective cadence of things, as we've mentioned a million times, but beyond the quality of the work, I love the communication, I love the honesty. People like Megan Reardon, the community manager, senior community manager, Gavin Winter, Alec Dawson, Aaron Keller. I mean, there's just all the people that I interviewed, Daniel, Kyle, and from over at the Spotlight event. Somebody behind the scenes who's had a lot of conversations with these people. They're not just putting on a corpo face. They are legitimately hardworking, passionate people. Jeff Kaplan talked a lot about in his interview. They're incredibly good at their job. They're incredibly creative. They've worked really, really hard, and also worked really hard in a lot of circumstances where there was like just zero positive reinforcement from an external viewpoint, right? A lot of criticisms, a lot of it unfair. They've worked continually hard through that. And I think as well, like, I just can't tell you how my expectations have changed so much since there's been this brutal honesty and transparency. Like, having conversations with Gavin Winter, I'm like, whoa, this guy is a dev. And I'm just like, oh, what's up, Gav? Yeah, this sucks. Why don't we? I'm like, whoa, this is a freaking dev for a AAA game. And I hope that they continue to do this. I hope that they don't get burned for this. I think that overall the reception has been very positive to that, because that is freaking bizarre. Like, that just doesn't happen in the AAA gaming space. And I am like, huge credit to Aaron and the team for like not only enabling, but like fostering that culture. Because that is such a refreshing breath of fresh air. I cannot tell you. And Aaron Keller, he's just like that person. Super, super charismatic, super kind, super humble. Just nice and passionate people. And I hope that, especially in this, like, the world's super negative and super social media. And yeah, I mean, I'm super critical too. But like, I hope that if they see nothing else, that they're like, yeah, keep working hard, guys. Keep it up. I know I'm going to be called a shill for that, but honestly, they're people and they deserve all the praise in the world for that. So they've done a great job.
Again, the shill accusation is just bizarre in general. Like, I mean...
They're good. They're nice people, man. They work really freaking hard, you know? Like, they deserve it. So
you can't just say nice shit about anyone. You have to be negative.
Yeah.
I mean, if someone deserves shill accusation, it's Avril. Avril, how do you feel about the dev team?
No, I think they're great. I think, like, this is a team that is very different to the Overwatch 1 team. I mean, there are some people, obviously, you know, that have worked on both games, but I think I saw a stat line that it really blows my mind recently. That was like, Aaron Keller has now spent more days as the game director of Overwatch than Jeff Kaplan has in the live game itself. I'm not talking about like before the release of Overwatch 1, like during the live portion of the game. Aaron Keller has now spent more days as the director than Jeff Kaplan has. So, you know, we've really turned a page. Like, a lot of the going back to the start of the podcast, you know, a lot of the complaints I originally saw from people out there who were shitting on the game, and a lot of the bad negativity was again coming through from grievances about a previous version of the game that no longer exists anymore, from like 3, 4, 5 years ago, from a completely different dev team. People got burned by the Overwatch 1 dev team for the decisions they made. They're like, oh, I can't trust Blizzard again. I can't trust this Overwatch team. It's like, dude, it's got different people working on it. The current dev team is not only larger, it's got differently.
For now, I'm crafting my boots. For now. بس طبعا ممكن يتغير في أي لحظة. Craft my boots full mastery. بس خليني أخلص المحتوى السولو وخير. لأنه ممكن ينزل لي هيرو جزمة وقتها يتغير الكرافت حقي.
Leadership.
Even though ضيعت
and
points
even just like beyond the dev team in Blizzard and Activision, Bobby Kotick's not even there. The finance suit who was, you know, holding Jeff Kaplan over the fire about like the whole money and firing people. By Jeff's own admission in that like streaming podcast, that guy's not even there anymore either. So like so many people have changed across the board, either in Team 4 or surrounding Team 4. You're really just looking at a very different dev team now, with a completely different like direction of how they handle the game, how they handle the PI, how they handle everything surrounding the game. Spiley even said this at the start, but like season 9 of Overwatch 2 was when you started to really see like, oh shit, this dev team is different. They're changing how they're doing things. This is not the same dev team we've had for however long. And how willing they've been to communicate and actually talk to the game. The fact that you got Gavin Winter showing up in the chat, answering questions, dropping tidbits, like that would... I can't imagine another game where that actually happens. Of a game of this scale, of this budget, of this quality, at the AAA level, of this level of success. Imagine another like person in Gavin's positional shoes and his expertise dropping in the live chat of the podcast, saying anything like that. Just doesn't happen. Like the level of access people get, the willingness of them to answer questions, to be open, be vulnerable. The fact that Aaron would go on a stage and do a 2-hour talk about how badly they fucked up and how they had to fix it. That's a level of vulnerability. I think like you just don't get that out of game developers at this level of this quality game.
For sure, and again, I as I mentioned before, it's like the, you know, I was there in that era. Like I'm not even one of the OG Overwatch creators, right? I'm not one of the creators who was like 2016. I was there and interacting with the dev team, but like, you know, 2018, I think I started making content, and like I was there for like end of Jeff Kaplan era. It was a completely different beast. Like even as someone who's, you know, been out of the loop.
والله يا عيل انا حتى لما اجي افكر مع نفسي قاعد اقول يا اخي انا عدت السنين هذه كلها وانا لسه العب اوفرواتش. يا اخي انا لي سنين طويله العب اوفرواتش والله العظيم. ما اجي افكر فيها يا اخي انخرش. قول يا ساتر والله انا مره عجوز. تذنك انه اللعبه لها اوكي هذا مات نايس. تثنك انه اللعبه لها فوق ال10 سنين. 10 سنين almost 9 سنين. crazy shit.
Even like now I can still see rather is what I'm trying to say, that like there's still so much more communication, there's still so much more like direct involvement with the dev team. So I think there's like, it's just a completely, you're literally talking about a different dev team, but you could also metaphorically be talking about an entirely different dev team, because they're just like night and day difference. For Rels, how do you feel like they performed in recent time? Like, do you think they've been hitting the mark more often than not?
Yeah, I wouldn't be anti-hero bans if I didn't have a ludicrous amount of faith in the dev team to actually be able to fix the problems if they had been set.
كل التغييرات صارت هذه بعد. أنا
this is the crazy take.
أنا كنت من أعترف لكم أنا كنت من الناس اللي قالت إنه مارفل رايفلز ما راح تطرح شو اسمه.
Obviously world class communication.
أنا من الناس اللي قلت إنه مارفل رايفلز عمره في حياتها ما راح تطرح اوفرواتش. أنا أقدر أعترف لك إنه أنا صرت يعني للأسف يعني
not seen anywhere in any other
استعجلت شوية لما قلت الكلام ده.
Most responsive, most productive team that I've seen. Aside from that, the problems are that they're weighted down by a list of decisions made in the past that everyone considers good or everyone considers untouchable, that essentially are bringing down the average quality of the gameplay experiences that I'm unhappy about. And I'm happy to go through them, but realistically, that's not for the devs. The devs are making 5v5 the best version of 5v5 that they can right now. And regardless of anything that I have to say about it, that is their objective. That's what they should be doing. just pay me some love at the same time.
You did say you'd be consistent, and I appreciate that. You've been kind of consistent as an advocate. Well, that's what can be what can be asked for. I think that like yeah, I mean, Spilo, anything else you want to add, by the way?
No, I mean, nothing else to add.
I was gonna say, because I there's a mention about like the gameplay element, and there were some questions in chat as well about like why have we not talked about balance. So I just want to like set that context, which is that we haven't had a group up on for over a year on Overwatch. So this is the state of Overwatch debate to kind of lay the land of like where we are. And I didn't want to have a section explicitly talking about balance because we will be here for 3 hours just talking about balance.
Yeah.
I know I've got these guys here, and if I
don't
sat
think
down,
balance is too bad either. I really don't think it's that too bad. I don't want to open that can of worms. But
All
like,
right.
well, again,
This guy.
I'm sorry. I will. Okay, I'm muting now. I'm sorry.
well, like I said, that microcosm should tell you that even a simple statement like "I think the balance is fine" is going to turn into like a well, what about this hero? What about that hero? Let's talk about this hero. And then 6v6, 5v5. So we will have those discussions. The podcast is back for a little bit of time, so we will and I'll grab most of these guys, if not all of these guys, again to talk about like, okay, guys, we got a new patch. What do you guys think of these heroes? What do you guys think of that hero? But like I said, that would be the entire podcast if we decide to like talk about like, let's go talk about these heroes. So I just wanted to get a refamiliarization, like a state of like, well, where are we in the big picture? How do we feel about Overwatch? So that's why this is not going to necessarily explicitly talk about balance. I guess I could ask you just as a sort of prelude where you guys rate the balance with like a small explanation of like, I think it's a 7 out of 10 because this. So just so we get like a sort of a rough outlook. Spilo, where's your like summary of the balance at the moment?
Not a meta grade. This is a balance, which is I think pretty easy to objectively measure just based off of public stats. There aren't too many outliers. So I think it's fine. Not too many outliers. Now, you don't read the stats. That's what balance is. It's not design or health. It's just balance. There's no Vendetta's probably one of those outliers. Maybe EDR is still overperforming a little bit. Ana I think is underperforming. I think, but yeah, balance is fine. It's not trash.
Okay.
I don't always like all the characters that are stronger, but yeah.
Thank you. I like that. I'll take it to Avril because I'm sure Relt has like multiple things to say, so I'm going to take it to Avril first. Avril, overall, just your impression of the balance of the game.
Dude, I'm going to say it. I rate the balance a solid 1 out of 1. So the balance is...
the big switch.
It's fine. Like, I have a bit of a problem with Vendetta. I mean, the cat's not well designed, but like I don't see the cat as a huge problem right now. Vendetta taken over a little bit with high win rates, but like I think the balance is generally fine. Also, like it's gonna be a bit over the place when you have like 5 heroes dropping at the same time.
Yep.
So, and you know what? The best part is the dev team has been really quicker than ever over the past year of addressing balance issues. Part of the complement of where the current dev team direction and mindset is, they've been very willing to like make quick changes if necessary. Maybe they don't always tune the correct numbers. Maybe they should have tuned a different number to the one they did, but they're willing to act on it at least. So I'll trust that they'll make the right decision. But no, I genuinely just don't have any major problems with the balance right now.
Relt's about to come in with a wrecking ball, maybe pun intended.
مرة يا واد لوت from bosses اقسم بالله رافض اسبوعين رافض ان تنزل اي شيء للبلد ما ادري ليش. All good.
Don't think it's that bad. In terms of
بقول لك
balance.
هذا اسوأ بداية السيزون من ناحية اللوت بالنسبة لي مرة سيء.
However, in terms of the interaction quality between the heroes, I think it is so high variance right now. If you hit different bands than you should be, you get an awful game, and that's not balanced. Like Jetpack Cat is balanced, right? We're saying Vendetta isn't even that bad in terms of being good, but it all depends on the types of things that are in the game. And I just think there's so much variance right now that realistically, there's massive problems, right? That can't really be encompassed by the word balance. The game's balanced, right? It's fine. The gameplay experience is I don't know, it's a difficult one.
Just stay back.
And you know, I can already assume, not to put words in your mouth, that you had your opinions of where 5v5 is, where 6v6 is. They're kind of like different places, right? It's like the balance of each game is quite different.
Well, they seem to have accidentally put the DPS passive up to 30% over 15% for some reason. I don't know if that was intentional. Genuinely, nobody's
On
mentioned
tanks?
it anywhere. I think it's only on DPS. It might be on tanks as well, but it used to be 15-15, and now I tested it. It's at least 30 on DPS, which wasn't really noted anywhere. So that's one of those that I'm like, my game's just slow.
It was always 30. Oh, it was always 30.
No,
it
it was
just
15-15.
Oh,
For a long time. They changed it down, I'm pretty sure, specifically on 6v6.
Oh, on 66. Gotcha.
Then we have, for my mode, we have things like bull roll through perk. Yeah, we got 2 tanks, guys. Putting it to a flat amount of damage on a roll through perk does double the amount in my mode than it does in any other mode. I mean, yeah. Come on, my tanks are evaporating. There's a bull flying around the point, and you can't do anything about it. So like, there's a couple of things like that.
Too.
Yeah, 100%. Like, there's a couple of things
والسلام
like
عبود.
that. It just
مارفل
is
أحسن؟
a lack of care for the mode.
يا اخي مارفل حلوه، مارفل حلوه، بس زي ما قلت لك مشكلتها تو سلو في البالانس، مره سلو.
We'll never trust those that turn their back on the light.
More than it is. And I don't consider this to be 6v6 balance. I consider this to be them not thinking about the mode, right? So I don't know how mad I should be realistically, because I don't consider it to be intentional quite a lot of the time. Obviously, I'm
مشكلتها سلو في البالانس بس.
Like, there's only a certain degree I can get to. The passives, the sub rolls. I don't know why we have some of them. Kiriko is now healing 40% of the healing they do. That's pretty interesting. Obviously
نظام البروفيجيسي حلو يا.
Kiriko, so
شوف موضوع اللورد وما اللورد حلو.
Bruiser passive is a travesty.
موضوع اللورد وما اللورد ترى مرة حلو. بس مشكلتهم بالانس والله.
It's so difficult because again, just
أنا
like
حمار ما بلعب.
Yeah, no, I think you've summarized well. I think you can clearly extrapolate like why this, like, you know, that example you've given, it kind of shows that like that's just one of many, or perhaps every interaction is kind of just not, it's not given the same nuance and thought that it's being given in 5v5. So, you know, hopefully it seems like they've at least made noises from everything. I can say that they are going to give 6v6 more time and attention. Like, they've clearly acknowledged it in several ways that like we should have done something about it, and we kind of want to pay it some time attention. So, and considering how popular it still seems to be, you know, I don't see any reason why they wouldn't start, you know, turning an eye towards that more. Any other thoughts on that? And then I want to ask you guys about the matchmaking real quick, and then we'll start heading towards concluding thoughts. Any other thoughts on like the balance, just on the big picture that you maybe want to flag up?
Oh, I completely forgot before I go. The tank cooldowns in 6v6 are buggered. What, 20 second on a Junker Queen shout? What are you doing? Come on, guys. Like, please. It is the team peel, it's the engage, it's the speed boost. It's like vital to the kit's function, and it's 20 seconds. Please lower these, right? I just want them like all halved and halved in effort.
على طول كسر الشيلد.
Anyway.
Yeah, that's a fair complaint. I've heard that one from Sam many times on especially on 6v6. Okay, let's go then to matchmaking really quickly. I think Spylo mentioned that there'd been I didn't even know this, that there'd been a rank reset. Again, it's one of the interesting things. Like, what I noticed is like a returning player is just like you could like, I was like, that the game's fucking crazy. The variants, and especially the weekend games, were awful. But you're telling me there was a rank reset somewhere in there. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, tell me about because they don't really tell you that when you return. They're like, by the way, there was a match reset. So be worried about your game quality.
Yeah, it could be confusing because you would notice if you played last season, because you'd be like, wait, why am I replacing games? But you're right that it's not really like communicated all that well. So that's actually, Gavin, take note of that. That needs to be communicated. If that's going to be an entire marketing move, then for crying out loud, please leverage it. Because if we're not getting players playing out of it, then why the frick do we have these things? It's just basically it's a soft MMR or soft SR MMR whatever reset. And then you introduce calibration modifier for the 10
كويس
games.
ان استريمات القديمة حلوة.
Incredible variance between those two games, for 10 games, because those games matter a lot for your placement. And then to add insult to injury, you have a calibration modifier that lingers for like another half a dozen games. So essentially, you actually have like 16 rank reset games, where those 16 games matter a lot in terms of where you place. I mean, I literally had Masters players and Platinum lobbies, and vice versa. I've coached players that dropped almost 2 entire ranks within 3 days, 20 games. Because they got unlucky or whatever else.
شيء هذا راح يفيدني؟
Smurfing. It ruins the entire season. It just ruins it. I did a whole video
Not
about
really,
it. It ruins the entire season. They're not good for match quality. They don't reset people back to the rank.
قناتي ما تجيب
They're
اعلانات.
also terrible to pair with content.
قناتي عمرها ما راح
People that
تنتشر.
exploit
فاهم
the
علي؟
content within the first day or figure it out in the first day get massively boosted. Because if you, I mean, literally we saw this, the example I used in the video was like Domina, right? Like Domina was insanely OP in the first 2 days because she got ult charge off of her ability healing. And you could also heal off of shields. So if you exploited that with Domina before she started getting banned, you were like literally the best tank in the game, 60 whatever 5% win rate, whatever. And then that gets patched like immediately, but too late. I've already finished my placement games, so frick you. And it's like what people used to do when you saw those like gold players that were masters back when Brigitte was released, you know? It's just terrible. It's just terrible. It's terrible for matchmaking. It's bad competitive integrity. It's, I think, one of the worst thing that Overwatch still does is the rank reset. And I don't want to hear, oh, we only do it once a year. That's an entire season with new content that has dramatically reduced match quality. It's terrible.
We're all aware, though,
أنا ما
right, the
أتوقع
purpose of
أفوز.
it isn't anything to do with anything
Need
other than
this.
just making it so that new players can come back.
I need this.
That's
Yeah,
the only purpose
ما
of
فزت
it.
ولا واحد
It's
again.
something
All
negative
good.
apart
Right.
from that.
But it's super damning about it that SCB didn't even notice that or didn't even know that. It's like, well, then what?
خسرت الرول.
Then why are we
ما
doing
في
it?
إلا
Like,
ثلاثة
then we'd at
يسووا
least need to,
رول
like,
خسرتوا برضه.
advertise it or something so that like,
Yeah.
it's like, why?
Awesome.
I'm getting nothing out of this. So
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe the devs will say there was a thing that I didn't read, which is entirely possible, by the way. They might have been like a, hey, we reset the
Yeah.
rank.
لما تفتح الاعلانات لازم تفهم حاجه في السوشيال ميديا. في السوشيال ميديا لو سويت لو انت 1 2 بيتفرجوا عليك ما تستاهل. تعرف متى تستفيد لما تعرف متى تستفيد لما تسوي متى تفك اعلانات وتستفيد كصانع محتوى؟ حالة واحدة فقط. لما تكون مشاهداتك فوق ال 50، مو مشاهداتك فوق ال 50، لما يكون الناس بتتفرج عليك فوق ال 50 في وسط البريك، لما تيجي تاخذ بريكات ال 50 نفر هذول، لو حط كمان فوقها، ضيف عليها كمان فوق الموضوع انه المفروض ال 50 هذول ما بيستعملوا اد بلوك، which is most likely اغلبهم بيستعملوا اد بلوكات قول 10 انفار. فلما تيجي تضغط انا ابغى اسوي اعلان، انت كده كده ما انت كسبان. ف in general الافضل انك ما تفك اعلانات. simple. اوكي tell me when اللي خربان. اوكي tell me when اللي بروكن. قفطت مين السبب؟ قفطت المجرم. وبس. عرفت اللي هو ايرورز هذه بتحصل من تيل مي وين. تيل مي وين بيسبب مشاكل مرة كثير. which is kinda sad. they have to fix it though. 32,000 مشترك و5 مشاهدين بس. طبيعي نورمال ستاندرد. لا تشيل هم. ماني زعلان عادي لا تشيل هم.
But like as I was
بقول لك خسرت فوق ال 30 سبسكرايبر اخر شهر. عادي يا عمي متعود. يا ريتني سويت حاجه قاعد العب ريزن ايفل بس عشان حولت ريزن ايفل بس. شحنت اول واحد. بس اسمع لازم تفهم حاجة يا خليفة. السوشيال ميديا ترى السوشيال ميديا كده. اي واحد حيخش سوشيال ميديا انا من دحين ابغى احطمك. من دحين ابغى احطمك مو عشان صدقني مو عشان نفسي انا من دحين ابغى احطمك. من دحين ابغى احطمك مو عشان ابغى احطمك عشان ما ابغاك تكون احسن مني. انا ابغى احطمك من دحين عشان ما ابغاك تنصدم بعدين. فاهم علي كيف؟ السوشيال ميديا لازم تجهز نفسك. بس اقول لك على حاجه حط في بالك شيء. انت لو بيتفرجوا عليك 5 6 7 انفار 10 انفار نفرين 3 الناس هذا الشيء الناس اغلب الناس ما تعرف عنه كويس. ترى انت احسن من 98 او 97% من الناس اللي بتسوي ستريمات وبتسوي محتوى في السوشيال ميديا. فلما يتفرجوا عليك 3 4 انت احسن من 98 واحد. 98% من اليوزرز في اليوتيوب. انت فكر فيها مره كويس. فلما يتفرجوا عليك 3 4 5 انفار يقعدوا تشيلينج معاك وكذا ترى هذا مره شيء كويس. بس الناس ما تحس بيه ما تحس بهذا الشيء. عرفت كيف؟ فإت إز وات إت إز. حلاوه الموضوع I am still here. They will come and go and I am still here. فاهم علي كيف؟ هذه حلاوه الموضوع. They will come and go come and go come and go. انا حفضل زي ما انا قاعد. هتلاقيني زي ما انا قاعد لسه الى الان بسوي صناعه محتوى وهم يعني رايحين جايين طول الوقت which is fine. عشان كذا انا من دحين يعني انا زبت من بدري، قلت لهم انا من دحين بقول لك اذا انت حتكون صبور. ايش هذا ليه كذا؟ اذا انت حتكون صبور من دحين بقول لك محتوايا ما حيكون ليك الفترة الجاية مرة. إذا أنت ما أنت صبور feel free to unsubscribe. أنا أفضل إن أفتك منك من دحين ولا أفتك منك بعدين. فاهم علي كيف؟ أنا أفضل إن أنا أفتك منك دحين، ما أبغى أفتك منك بعدين لما مثلا أتعلق بيك ولا حاجة. فاهم علي؟ وأوسخ شيء أصلا أنا جيت غلط ولا إيش؟ أوكي.
Looking back, like I remember the pop-up came on my screen that was like, you know, congratulations, here's your reward for playing in 2025, and it was like, you haven't played in 2025, so you get no reward. So I was like, oh well, cool, and then that was it. Then it was like, go play some games. So I didn't see it if there was a thing, but yeah. Avril, anything to say in defense of the matchmaking or the rank reset? Or
I don't actually have an opinion on this. This is like probably not super my area of expertise. But just echoing what Spilo said on it, I guess.
Join me, my child.
It's not like a matchmaking problem. It does exactly what it's supposed to do. It's that it's fundamentally broken, the concept. Like, there's nothing wrong with a calibration modifier in a vacuum to like prevent smurf protection, but it's like saying that we're just going to randomly give calibration modifier at certain periods of time. It's just really, really toxic. Like, there's nothing wrong with the way that ranked is supposed to work, but then when you rank reset, now it's complete chaos. Complete chaos.
Yeah, which is why the majority of the time when we do rank resets, it's actually a joke's on you, we didn't actually do it, and it's kind of like a fake one that doesn't really do quite as much as people would think, because there's, to my knowledge, there's no real function of them apart from getting people back into the game.
yeah, I wonder. This is another one where I'd be really curious to read the like data, like what the devs have on their side. I remember this discussion cropping again. This my contribution to the podcast is to remind you guys of what was being discussed 3 years ago or 5 years ago in some cases. I remember when this discussion first came up, when we were first talking about a rank reset, and I feel like it was good then because it was like we'd really dragged a long time of Overwatch history into many different iterations, right? We had like, this was like, we haven't reset ranks from some guy who in 2016 was top 500 and then came back in Overwatch 2 and had like GM MMR or whatever, right? And it was like, okay, let's get some rank resets here because it's been so long. But I sort of see exactly what you guys are saying about like a yearly rank reset now has less, and for everyone is less less justifiable. Gavin says players were definitely asking for rank resets for a long time and the monkey's paw closed. Yeah, I was one of those people, and I think I was one.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Greg.
No, I was gonna say I'm pretty sure I was one of those guys who was on that train, and I still think that had utility. And like, you know, even if we say that like on the concept level, it's creating really bad matches, I think it was worth it to do it once at least. What the frequency of that should be is an interesting one, and also I think whether you do it for everyone or whether you do it for the people who just haven't played in a long time is another question, right? Is like, if someone played let's say grinded the fuck out of season 9, you reset for season 10, what was the need for them to get the reset? Like, the reset is supposed to be for this guy hasn't played in 2 years. I think we need to be a bit more like uncertain about whether they're, and I don't know if they already did that or not. There's a lot of questions of like how they handled it internally before versus how they handle it now. But I would be very curious. I'm sure Gavin can't tell us the exact nitty-gritties, but I'd be curious as to like what effect it has on the matchmaking, what benefit it has in terms of player engagement, player retention, like what is the quality of the matchmaking, how do they measure that? Like, it's just a lot of questions.
If it's for engagement, you could just disguise it and make it a really soft reset. Like, you basically don't move it at all, but you're fooling. Like, oh, look at that calibration, but it's actually the same amount of SR as you would in a normal. Like, whatever, man. Like, lie to the people. I don't care, but like, do not, like, we can't have freaking. I won't say who it was, but that one streamer guy, it's like part of its new account system too. The guy is literally like a low diamond player who placed GM1. Like, come on, guys. Like, it's like he's boom, 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 all the way down the ladder, throwing every single game that he's hitting on the way down. It's just like, ugh, it's painful.
Okay, so Gavin actually has a good response here. He says, they were always soft resets since we started doing them in Overwatch 2. We've made them softer each time until Season 18, and Season 1 was the same as 18. We
Even
on the,
softer.
Just like, caress me. Please, just caress me with these. We on the Versus team watched Spylo's video and have been thinking about how to improve it. There you go, Spylo. They are aware of the problem. But do you also think the reverse is also possible then, Spylo? Is it like, you know, you said like make the reset so soft that the players think there's a reset and there isn't? Do you think the reverse is also true, which is that the reset is soft and the matchmaking is fucked just in a vacuum? Like the matches are bad and you're attributing it to the reset when it's actually it was just a bad match that would have occurred regardless.
Because I profile check. You guys, if you guys have played any of the newer things, you'll profile check and you go, wait a second, this player was this rank last season and then they're this rank this season. How is that possible? Like whenever I have a Cassidy with a Mercy Pocket and a Flashpoint map, those in my chat will remember, who's just literally one-shotting my entire backline in a Diamond 4 game on a calibration, I'm like, this doesn't feel right. Oh, this is a Masters 2 player. Okay, well, there you go. That makes total sense. And I look at my players, and I have actual Diamond 4 or Platinum 1 players. That's the problem. Like, I don't have to attribute. I can literally just look at the profiles and go, this player climbed an entire rank in 8 games.
But is there not an observation bias at play, which is that that's like the one occasion that happened compared to 11 people who were in the correct place, or, you know, 9 people who were in the correct place?
There's observation bias, but the reality is that objectively, whether match quality is better or worse, you introduce significant more volatility with rank resets. So it's like saying, oh, I'm having a really crappy day today because I slept worse the night before.
Valera,
Would it have been a crappy day whether
Can you please help?
or not? I don't know, but sleeping poorly doesn't certainly help things.
Please.
So maybe it would have been a bad match regardless, but rank resets introduce a lot of volatility in the match objectively, whether
يا فاليرا مرة بروكن
25% worse matches,
أنا بلعب لها تانك
70%
ترى.
worse matches. It might be a jetpack cat banning thing where people are way over exaggerating how bad things are.
قاعد ألعب لها
But
تانك
it's still bad. You know, it's still bad.
Yeah, I mean, anecdotally, I think it got worse. I think there's another variable, which is the play, like what time you play, because like anecdotally, upon my return to Overwatch, which was like during the weekdays, I was like, yo, this feels pretty, like the lobbies make sense. And then it got to the weekends and it was like, holy fuck, like I climbed in SR and the lobbies got worse. Like, you know, like the rank went up but the quality went down, and I think that's like another variance that I don't know. I don't really have a point as to like what they can do to factor that in, but I feel like that's another factor where it's like, if you're a weekend player primarily, like does the quality of the games get affected as well? Like, are you boosted in some regard by the timing of when you play? Also, Gavin says, something we already do today that we think we should lean into more is that we reset players in a softer... Oh, the chat keeps scrolling down, sorry. We reset players in a softer way if they've played more recently, so that's a place we'll likely tune more.
Yes, that makes sense. Like, there's already like SR decay if you don't play for a while. So like you were saying, SUB, having some sort of meaningful replacement calibration if you haven't played in a long time, sure, that's fine.
And you know, maybe that's what's happening. Unfortunately, there's just so many variables. Like, I want to give the devs some leeway here, which is that like, I also don't think they're dumb. Like, I think they're really good and smart, and people like Gavin are very good at this. And I do wonder.
This isn't the devs. It's not the devs. That's the thing. It's not why rank resets happen. Is my
no, but the way the reset is done, obviously they're not just like push the button and everything is reset. There's like a sophistication to how they're resetting people, as Gavin is illuminating. It's like different to different people in different ways. And I do want to give them some leeway. As much as I love to join the matchmaking is shit club, like, hey, if I lose a game, I want to blame it on the matchmaking. But, you know, like the guy you're talking about, he could be on an alt account. He could have been, you know, like, he maybe hasn't played in a long time, but he's an FPS grinder. So, of course, he's Cassidy popping people's heads with a Mercy Pocket. Like, maybe he would have done that anyways. Like, you know, even if he was perfectly... I'm not making old excuses, but I must say that, like, I think there is a level of observation bias that we don't give credit for.
Sure. I mean, listen, I'm the matchmaking simp normally. I'm the guy that's always singing the praises of like, hey, it's a skill issue. Matchmaking is generally really good. You don't want performance-based SR. You want visible modifiers because it's completely honest. If you don't want this Marvel Rivals crap, I'm just the guy like this. You can just check. I mean, what was somebody in chat was saying like Hotties placing in like Diamond. This guy is a champion tank player placing in Diamond. You don't. Something's wrong, right? Sure. Something's wrong. And so it's not just but it's not just a systems critique though. Obviously, it's more of like we're doing this because it's engaging, and it's actively trashing match quality. My argument is if it's actively trashing match quality, that it's not engaging. That's the problem.
Right, it's a superficial engagement that costs retention potentially. Like you may get someone to play.
اختفيت.
Right.
بقبقت انا شوف اختفيت.
Sorry, just to finish the
And, like,
sentence, but they may not stick around because they're like, this fucking sucks. Carry on.
Right. No, that was exactly it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Any other thoughts on matchmaking, Ralph? Anything you want to add on? Just
No,
matchmaking.
I think matchmaking's as consistent as it always has been. I think apart from this, been fine. I think just the variance in matches between hero bands, just making the matches just infinitely more weird in a way. Like you end up in a situation where, oh god, my match has been ruined by Jetpack Cat, and yeah, we just missed the band. So yeah, I don't know. Like the matchmaking's fine, and in my opinion, always has been fine.
Maybe we just shouldn't have rank resets. I'd be okay if we didn't have them, honestly.
I'm just a realist. I'm like, people are gonna do them, so it's just like, can we make them better? Can we make them weaker? Can we not?
We didn't
time
have to
with a
do
big
them.
content drop?
They were very resistant to doing them in the first place, and people complain it's like, we want rank resets, and they're like, no, it's probably not a good idea. It's gonna make things really wacky, and then it made things really wacky. It turns out that's exactly what happened. It's like, you know what? I'm one. Am I in the minority here? I just don't even think we really need rank resets personally.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah.
I think there is an argument for like a point in time. There was like you can't have a forever like. Okay, so if we were to apply like a real like philosophical foot in the door Socrates argument, you couldn't possibly have like an infinite game running and never reset the rank.
شكلي أنا هذه ما
running
هاخدها.
into a lot of
أنا هذه حسحب عليها.
right, like you can't have
You said
like
decay, right?
أنا هذه شكلي حسحب عليها عشان الأسبوع ذا فأخذها. أنا أخذت أول واحدة بغلط.
Doesn't decay solve the problem that
فودو باند هيست انفيس عن
well,
أبو
again, decay is
الرنج
an interesting one
المخيس.
because it's like people feel it's also the player perception element. People feel robbed of SR if you decay it, right? Because they're like, because the player interpretation of decay is you're forcing me to play every so often so that my rank. This is what I remember. Again, my boomer contribution is I remember when SR decay existed, and what people said at the time was, oh, I didn't play for a week. I went on holiday for 2 weeks, and you punished me by decay.
بعدين الزق لابس مانشستر سيتي.
Paying my SR, fuck you, this game is like exploiting me and is forcing me to play. So I think the decay is different to reset.
Just change the time. I don't know. Like I mean decay exists for a reason. Like you can't go away for a full year, come back, you haven't played the game for a full year, and you're just as good as you were a full year ago. That's just not true, right? So decay needs to exist for that type of reason. But maybe a week is ridiculous. So I agree on that. But there's a correct time somewhere in there. I don't know what the threshold is. Is it 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5? I don't know. There's a correct time in there somewhere where it needs to happen, right?
That's kind of what the point is I was trying to get at, is like there's clearly a time period in which you do need to reset people's ranks. But at what interval and at what scale that needs to be done is clearly the debate, right? It's like, when do we need to reset everybody, or do we need to reset certain people? And how hard do we reset them? How soft do we reset them? Like, you know, and how frequently? Is it once every 5 years, once every year, once? And clearly we will all have our opinions on like, I don't know about once a year. And I agree. Once a year does sound extreme. And also to do it to everyone. Gavin says on the
one thing.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll just say, but then you can maybe flame Gavin if you want to. On the disruption side, for some transparency, in the past, we tended to see stomp rates go up for about 2 weeks after reset, then it returns to previous rates. This season has been unique in that it basically hasn't changed at all. My hypothesis on that, because it's surprising, is we have so many returning players that were making better games on average. Higher player counts make matchmakers much better at their job.
Yeah.
Interesting. But my anecdotal evidence proves that wrong.
Exactly.
So, actually, Gavin.
Screw you.
However,
I was gonna interject though, like my one kind of unrelated here, but I do see this like discussion and argument. Even got people in chat. Don't let the performance-based matchmaker people sneak in here with their arguments. No, you're not allowed here. Go back to Rivals. Frick off. Your ideas suck. And I do not respect your opinion. You cannot quantify numbers and stats as a part of a performance. They're already bad enough at doing that as it is for quick play when you're placing new accounts. but don't even bother. You perform, you win the game. You don't perform, you lose the game. The way Overwatch does it, where it's just wins and losses, is great. Don't ever change that. I don't think that'll ever change, but yes, that needs to stay the same.
It's so funny. I was so surprised that Garen and the systems team were willing to talk to you, just because like there's so much lying to players that goes into making a good matchmaking system at a certain point. There's so many temptations to be like, well, if we just did this like this little thing and tweaked it here without telling them, they'd never work out. And it's always that temptation with like a performance-based. You're like, if they never work out, then we've got performance-based matchmaking. They can't exploit it.
I will work it out. I will find it, quality, and I will make a thumbnail with a big red text that says no. I listen, guys. I'm
just
fighting
lie better.
I'm fighting the
Well, but this is when
thumbnail.
This is when people pull out the like, I see that Blizzard Activision has a patent for performance-based matchmaking, therefore it exists in the game. Like that was the whole era.
Spylo is threatening to pull out the tracer crying with the arrow pointing down stock.
Yes, I will do that. My 0.001% of the Overwatch player fan base that follows me will be very angry when I say what I have to say.
All 8 of us will riot. All 8 of us will riot.
Yes.
No, yeah, I mean, and again, if anyone earlier thought that the praise for the dev team was shield accusations, here's the counterpoint, which is that like, I don't know, I don't know of another game where the devs are just like, yeah, by the way, that's what's going on, by the way, you know, behind the scenes. So kudos and shout out. Okay, any other? I think I had asked any other thoughts on matchmaking 10-15 minutes ago, and then we went down another spiral. So any other thoughts on matchmaking?
Stay vigilant.
No, cool. Again, there's a myriad of topics that we could get into, but I'm always conscious of like, I'm borrowing a lot of your guys' time, so I'm not gonna just like infinitely stretch out and keep asking about next thing. Let's start heading towards concluding thoughts. And again, if we want to deep dive into more specific things, I'm always happy to host you guys again. So for now, let's talk, short to medium term future. How do we see Overwatch shaping up? Like, obviously this is like peak time for Overwatch, right? It's like new heroes, big, new updates, and it's like everything, flashy new toys. We ditched the 2, we're back to Overwatch. Everybody come play. But will that peter out? Will they be able to keep the pace? We've already mentioned that there kind of some things are sort of coming apart and breaking at the seams due to the rapid nature of how much content we're getting. So how do you see the short to medium term future for Overwatch playing out? I'll go to Avro first. Avro.
I think as long as they can keep up the quality standard without cutting too many corners like Spylo's been saying, then I'm cool with it. I mean, I'm a little bit worried about how many heroes are coming out. When I first heard like what the potential projection of a future schedule was going to look like, was like, damn. Context, I'm very against the Rivals cadence of their releases, and not just because it's Rivals. I just think like in a vacuum, their cadence of like, what do they do, 1 a month? It's insane. That's ridiculous. Like the stability of your game is going to be completely questionable at that point. I would not want that. I think 1-2 months is like about the maximum I'd be willing to do. This like 5 heroes on a drop and then 10 overall for the year, I'm okay with that as a one-off. I don't know that I would be happy with 10 heroes a year every year. I think like
في واحد يسحب عليك ايش السبب؟
make sure that
في
the
اسباب
level
كثير.
of quality is remaining consistent and that we
انت عارفني انا شويه يا
that all 6 of them are held to the same level of quality that we've had when we had 3
في اسباب مرة
per
كثير.
year. I mean, I'm okay with like
بس
6 a year is upper limit, but I wouldn't want to see higher than that personally. I do want to have like some stability in the game where you can sort of like enjoy a stable.
انت عارفني شويه يا خليفه في موضوع السوشيال ميديا شويه. انا من الناس اللي لما اجي اتكلم ما بقول لك ان انا انفعالي ولا شيء، لا، بس انا حاموت عشان اطلب. انا ماني انفعالي ولا شيء، بس انا ممكن تخسرني بكلمه واحده، فاهم علي كيف؟ ممكن انا يعني اذا انت ما تبى تكمل، اذا انت ما تبى تعطيني انا وقتي اقعد العب الالعاب اللي انا احبها بدون ما ترمي لي كلام عادي. في ناس كثير يا اخي تقول لك يا اخي انا ما احب العب، ما احب اتفرج على واحد يلعب مارفل رايفل وور كرافت. خلاص عادي، ما عندك مشكله، ما بقول لك شيء. بس اذا انت بني ادم حتكون واحد يقول لك انت دكتاتوري يا نواف، لا، كفايه الدكتاتوريه في الموضوع. ما العب انا العابي، انت ليش داخل تبغى تجبرني العب العاب معينه؟ عارف؟ ف في ناس كثير، انا واحده من الاشياء اللي انا اكرهها، هذا ما هو عيب، هذا انا بني ادم كذا، اوكي؟ لما يجيني واحد يقول لي تيك ات ايزي جاست ا جيم، لا، في فرق بين تيك ات ايزي جاست ا جيم وفي فرق لما اقول شوف الحمار هذا كيف يلعب. ف انت فاتك امس كم واحد دخل لي يقول لي انت ليش هذا، ترى هي لعبه استمتع بالموضوع. هو يبغاني استمتع في اللعبه وانا بلعب ايرون مان وما حد يهيلني وبموت قدام هيلرين ببلاش قدامهم. هو يبغاني ارضى بالخرا اللي قدامي ذا، بس انا ارجع ثاني واقول لك ذا نيو جنريشن اوف جيمرز كلهم يرضوا بالخرا. انا قلت 20 مره، انتوا بتسمعني دائما اقولها صح؟ النيو جنريشن حق الجيمرز يرضى بالخرا، وما لا تروح قدامه تقول هذا المفروض يلعب، هذا البني ادم المفروض يلعب بالطريقه المعينه دي، فهمت كيف؟ الناس الى يومك هذا ما هي مستوعبه ان انا من النوع اللي العب بمزاجي. يعني انا حتى فور كرافت في اشياء انا اسويها او في تالنتات انا اخذها الناس كلها ما بتستعملها. زي لما اجي العب ايرون مان يقول لي ليش ما بتضغط اف، انا حر، مو عاجبني لف يا اخي، انا حر. فانا من الناس اللي لو انا حر حقول لك انا حر، لا تتدخل، فاهم علي كيف؟ بس طبعا كل هذا كوم، وموضوع البقر اللي ما يستوعبوا انك انت بتلعب لعبه مع 5 حمير ثانيين، والحمير ذول بيلعبوا غلط وانت بتلعب من جد. انت ما انت شاده، انت بتلعب من جد، انت ستاندرز، انت كلاعب عامه، انا اتكلم كلاعب، الستاندرز لو انت نواف مثلا الستاندرز عندك دائما يكون عالي، يعني دائما يو بيرفورم اون ذا هايست، يعني ذا بيست اوف يور كابابيلتيز. فلما انت تستوعب واحد يجي يقول لك ايه بس انت بلات، يعني ايش تتوقع من البلاتات؟ برو انا معاك ان انا بلعب مع بلاتات، بس معليش انا مبطل اللعبه لي شهر، الى يومك هذا الناس لسه ما تعرف تلعب. انت فاهم ايش اقصد صح؟ ف امس جاني كم واحد في تيك توك انت بلات قاعد تتفلسف، ام لايك واحد دوبه شايفني قاعد دوبه داخل الستريم حقي وقاعد يتفلسف. هذه النوعيه من الناس حتخسرني على طول، لانك اذا انت داخل على واحد في الستريم اول مره تخش عنده في الستريم وقاعد تتفلسف، معلش انا ما راح اخلي اي واحد يركبني، ام سوري، مو اي واحد يدخل، مو عشانك انت فيور خلاص تخش عندي حموت على الفولو حقك، لا. امس في واحد عمل لي فولو، بس من يوم ما عمل لي فولو وزعلته بكلمه واحده في التيك توك، هذا الكلام امس، من يوم ما زعلته في كلمه واحده على طول صار يتريق على طريقه كلامي، 3 مدري ايش، اني انا جداوي يعني، فهمت كيف؟ فخلاص الرجال يعني كيف اقول لك ساب موضوع الجيمنج ودحين بدا يشخصنها في الموضوع، فهمت كيف؟ عمل لي فولو عملت له بان على طول، الموضوع مره سهل. فزي كذا عادي، انا ما تفرق معايا يا اخي، تريق براحتك، بس يعني انت شايفني انا ساكت خلاص، يعني لا تاخذها حلاوه، عارف؟ انت كده حتاخذها حلاوه حتركبني على طول. فلا انا من الناس اللي لا ما حتقدر تركبني، حبني اذا كنت هين من الموضوع ما فرقت معايا. فزي كذا انت ممكن تخسر ناس مره كثير عادي. واحد حيخش علي مثلا 3 4 مرات يشوفني قاعد العب وركرافت حيقول خلاص هذا صانع المحتوى ما عاد يفيدني خلاص اتس اوكي. وفي الناس الثانيه اللي تقول لك ينوت العب براحتك ارجع لك بعدين. في ناس كثير عندي زي كذا، عشان كذا انا مو دائما توب في المشاهدات، عرفت؟ ما فرقت معايا يعني. انا متقبل عادي، عارف السوشيال ميديا كويس. لا حقون التيك توك صراحه، حقون التيك توك تحف، لا والله تحف. انا اوريدي اصلا عارف انهم تحف. اجين انت ايش متوقع من ناس قاعده في منصه الشورت الاتنشن سبان اولموست صفر؟ ايش تتوقع؟ انت ايش تتوقع؟ انت داخل منصه الاتنشن سبان اولموست صفر، فيجيك واحد يتفلسف انه هو يعرفك كويس وهو اصلا مو داري عن ابو طبختك، مشي حالك، كيف؟ كيف شفت بث تيك توك امس؟ يا اخي في امل انه يكون كويس، بس التيك توك ارجع تاني واقول لك من الناس اللي لا تكلمهم غلط ولا يزعلوا يفصلوا عليك. فاهمين ايش اقصد صح؟ لانه امس كم واحد قعدت اتكلم معاه طريقة كلامي ما عجبته. اقول لك انا نواف اغلب الوقت طريقة كلامي ما تعجب الناس، نبرتي ما تعجب الناس، يحسبوني هجومي على طول. لا يا حبيبي انا بتكلم معك عادي. انت بس زعلان انه انت بس مش زعلان، انت بس مصدوم انه في واحد مو مهتم للمشاهده حقتك نهائيا. هم بس مصدومين من ذا الشيء.
Let's talk.
انا بس بقول لك يعني في امل من التيك توك، في امل انه يكون منصه حلوه بالنسبه لي، مره كويس ترى. في امل، انا ما اقول لك انه ما في، والله يا عيال بالعكس انا بقول لك في امل انه التيك توك يكون منصه مره كويسه بالنسبه لي. بس التيك توك I have to do a different approach. التيك توك شو احس في العاب كثيره على التيك توك، يعني مثلا تختيم مو مشكله صح؟ بس احس انه في العاب مره كثيره انا المفروض ما اسوي لها ستريم على تيك توك، وور كرافت واحده منها، فهمت كيف؟ تشرح السبب بعدها تهجم. خليفه انا اديك حاجه، اديك شيء. انت في مكاني دحين صح؟ جاء واحد رمالك نصيحه، انت بتتكلم عادي مع الشخص، انتوا كلكم شاهدتوا الموضوع ده صح؟ انت في مكاني دحين صح؟ جاء واحد رمالك شيء قال لك انت المفروض تلعب لعبتك المفضله لحالك، انت المفروض ما ادري ايش، انت المفروض ما عارف ايش، يعني انت اديتني نصيحه تمام؟ فير انف. بس انا جيت قلت لك معليش بس نصيحتك هذه يمكن اغبى نصيحه سمعتها في حياتي. انت ايش تستنتج؟ انا قلت عنك انت غبي ولا عن نصيحتك انها غبيه؟ فانت ايش تسوي لما يجيك واحد يقول لك، واحد يجي يقول لك فجاه يقول لك انت بتقول عني غبي؟ انا ما قلت عنك غبي، نصيحتك غبيه بس لا ترميها لاي احد. فما ينفع يعني معليش، انا مو كل شويه واحد هتكلم معاه حقول له والله معليش انا ما كان قصدي، اما سيب انا هذا الشخص العبيط قلت له ترى انا معليش مو قصدي بس نصيحتك غبيه كده من البدايه. وبرضه اخذها بالمنظور ان انا داخل احقر. فانا كده في السوشيال، انا قلت 20 مره في السوشيال ميديا انت غلطان. في السوشيال ميديا انت ما راح تفوز ان ارجيومنت، ترى انسى الموضوع. هذا كلام قبل 3 من 4 ايام. يعني انت نصيحتك معليش غبيه بس ما ترميها لاي احد. واحد يحب يلعب ووركرافت يلعب ووركرافت، واحد يحب يلعب ديث ستراندنج يلعب ديث ستراندنج. مين انت عشان تقول له لا تلعب؟ يعني خلاص هو حر. هل هو حيعور نفسه من ناحيه المشاهدات؟ يس انا اهو معور نفسي اهو، بس ماني مهتم. انا ماني مهتم، انا عارف السوشيال ميديا كيف تشتغل. يعني انا ايش تبغاني اسوي؟ يعني خلاص انا الموضوع خرج من يدي وبقى في رجلي، فاهم علي كيف؟ انا ما خلاص انا مهزوم، الموضوع ده انا مهزوم فيه، لو كملت انا مهزوم. فانت على طول تروح لواحد تقول له يو نو وات انت صح، خلاص all good. انت مهزوم، انا قلت 20 مره، انت في السوشيال ميديا لو تكلمت كثير والله انت اللي حتتعب نفسك ولا شيء. بالراحه، حلك الوحيد برو just ignore either you ignore او تبند وخلاص. نصيحه. بعدين امس انا قلت كلام وسخ مره كثير، مو كلام وسخ يعني، قلت سب مره كثير في التيك توك، ماني مهتم يبندوني ما يبندوني. شوف التيك توك المنصه الوحيده اللي ماني مهتم ليها، لو تبنت حسوي حساب جديد. يقول لك ليش معصب لما تيجي تشتغل بالمتابعين؟ ايوه بقول لك انت خسران، انت خسران، انت لو قعدت تتكلم انت خسران. يقول لك انت ليش شادها؟ انا قاعد اتكلم مع الكوميونتي حقي بشرح له حاجه في اللعبه، يقول لي انت شادها مره. ام لايك السوشيال ميديا عيال ليترلي خلى العالم حمير سيريس. كيف تطلع ربح من التيك توك؟ التيك توك اسوأ منصه تجيب منها ربح. التيك توك فايدته واحده بس، حاجه واحده بس، تروج محتواك، ذاتس ات. او اذا عندك بضاعه ولا شيء ولا بتبيع حاجه. هنا التيك توك 100. يعني شوف امس انا جوني ناس قالوا لي اوه انت تبث من منصات ثانيه، اتصدموا ان انا ابث من منصات ثانيه. شفت كيف؟ ليش؟ لانه خلاص حياتهم متمحوره على التيك توك للاسف. اتنشن سبان ابو جزمه خلاص، فمتورط الولد للاسف، خلاص ما يقدر يطلع برا التيك توك. انا بقول لك الحمد لله التيك توك انا ما افكه، انا افكه لما انا برفع مقطع ذاتس ات، انما اسوي سكرولينج 24 ساعه انا الحمد لله ما عندي الكلام ده. وقاعد يقول لك طب انا كيف اشتغل على ان انا اطور ايش يسموه ده؟ اطور الاتنشن سبان حقي. شغل فيديو طويل واقعد اتفرج غصبا عنك. شغل فيديو طويل انت انترستد في الموضوع. والله انا شفت واحد بيتكلم عن الطقوس ومن طقوس، وانا ابغى اتعلم حاجات جديده على الطقوس. تشغل مقطع لمده ساعه وتقعد تتفرج الساعه كامل. اهو تفضل شوف، انا قاعد اتفرج بودكاست اهو 3 ساعات ونص قاعد اتفرج، ما عملت سكيب واحد من الصباح وانا بتفرج. التنشن سبان عندي عالي ترى. اوكي انا بتلطم اول جود، ارفع فوق بابل ايزي جيم. لا يعني مثلا تيك توك زي مثلا حلاوه الموضوع التيك توك ان انا برفع. روح شوف اخر مقطع نزلته، روح شوف اخر مقطع. في مقطع نزلته الصباح قبل شويه، مقطع كده فور فن سويته. حلاوه التيك توك زي كده، عندك حاجه فور فن تنزلها نزلها على طول، هذه حلاوتها. لو تبي تروح تشوف التيك توك اخر واحد، روح شوف اخر تيك توك نزلته حيعجبك. لا انت لو تبي تعمل فولو لي انا للتيك توك حتشوف فيديوهات زي كده ولقطات عاديه، عارف؟
Precious gifts from the earth.
It is what it is. انا يعني انا جاني بيرن اوت. انا جاني بيرن اوت من صناعه المحتوى عامه، بس هذا مو معناته ان انا ما حوقف انزل. ما حوقف انزل. هذه انا مدمن سوشيال ميديا، مدمن صناعه محتوى، كونتنت كرييتر. انا مدمن، ابغى ابطل بس ما اقدر.
This is for you.
انزل تيك توك عشان مقطع؟ لا مو لازم تنزل تيك توك عشان مقطع، تعمل لي سيرش على طول، مو لازم تحمل. التيك توك هو الوحيد اللي انا اقول للناس لا تحمل. يا اخي ما انت مجبور تحمل تيك توك والله مره، بس صانع المحتوى ينزل شويه هناك. واي نوت؟ just do it for fun. لا تخش تسوي كده، روح اتفرج بس، اتفرج كده كم حاجه وقفل.
I'll be more helpful now.
دام اوكي. باونتفول اوكي، ما حاخذ هذا، ما حاخذه عشان ما ابغى اجيب العيد. there you go easy bountiful as well. 5 هيرو اوكي.
The pleasure is mine.
Unleash causing it to engulf in 20 seconds, increasing all second stats by -20. As the void dissipates, you become horrified for 5 seconds. Killing an enemy while engulfed prevents this effect from occurring. ايش الترينكت الحمار ده؟ طيب ليش الناس ما تبي تبطل ادمان التيك توك؟ they are way too deep in that. انا بقول لك اذا انت بني ادم تبي تفتك you have to practice. لازم تتعلم كيف تطلع نفسك من السوشيال ميديا. مرة صعب، مرة صعب. الله يعينهم. انا بقول لك ايه بكل امانه، الله يعينهم الناس اللي في التيك توك ذي. اذا انت بني ادم مدمن تيك توك الله يعينك يا واد. القلب داعي لك اللعنه. سباركس اوف وور ذو الامان.
Glory to the Sindorai.
احتمال العب سولو شفل الاسبوع ذا. I'll take this. جالس انصح اخوي بس ما يسمع كلامي. اذا هو ما يبغى يشتغل على السوشيال على الاتنشن سبان حقه، لا تغلب نفسك. لا تغلب نفسك بشخص مو مهتم لنصايحك. خذ القاعده مني، اخوك، ابوك، عمك، اي شيء. عمرك في حياتك لا تاخذ لا تضيع من وقتك مع اشخاص ما هي مهتمه انت ايش نصايحك. يعني النصائح اللي انت تعطيها هم مو مهتمين. دونت لا تضيع وقتك. اذا هو ما بيشتغل على نفسه انت ليش مغلب نفسك؟ هو حر، ريح دماغك يا عم. كل واحد عارف مصلحة نفسه. يا الترنكت هذا يا واد مو خايس. ترنكت زبال. ترنكت زبال لانه 2 minutes مرة سيء. انا كاني جبت العيد وقفلت ال اوه ماشي.
Period of the game without things getting wild and just changing rapidly every single month.
Back to Zulaman.
That makes sense. And you're otherwise overall pretty happy with like the way the direction is moving?
Oh, for sure. Like the whole like dropping the 2 and coming back to this and this 2026 vision of Overwatch. Like the first time I even heard it was happening was like, holy shit, this is going to be insane. This is going to be the biggest thing ever. And lo and behold, we get here and it literally is. So yeah, I was waiting for this moment for so long. And I think if we can just keep this going and keep the momentum up, not make mistakes, ideally. I mean, that's maybe asking for a lot, but make very little mistakes, fix things quickly, respond quickly, communicate as much as they already have been communicating, and just being honest with their player base, which they have been, which has been good. I don't see any reason why the momentum will stop, so I think the momentum can definitely keep going for quite a while.
Right, and to round off the previous discussion, Gavin's last, I think, contribution to this says, the truth is that performance-based modifiers at least is super seductive, because if it worked and was accurate, that would be a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
Yeah.
But
I could, right?
but we still don't feel like we have a good answer to that for our game. It may be very solvable for less asymmetric games. Which, yeah, again, he's right. If you had a perfect way of like figuring it out, of course it'd be perfect, right? Like, it would be awesome because you could have finally the trolling Genji in your team get punished while you, the honorable Ana player, gets rewarded. So, you know, like, sure, it's appealing in theory. Okay, Ralph, how do you feel about the sort of short to medium term future of the game?
If the
مدمن على حاجه، انا مدمن جيمنج ليومك هذا. انا مدمن جيمنج ليومك ذا، عشان لا الف وادور حوالينك. انا مدمن جيمنج ليومك ذا، بس بمزاجي. وبعدين مدمن جيمنج، انا ما بضر احد. مدمن سوشيال ميديا للاسف، يعني انا اعترف بهذا الشيء، ما حلف وادور صراحه، ما حلف وادور. انا مدمن جيمنج، انا العب العاب مره كثير، انا انسان حق العاب بس للاسف ما عندي سوشيال لايف، ما عندي اي حاجه. فعشان لا الف وادور I'm being absolutely serious here. ايوه كيف السوشيال ميديا؟ لا الحمد لله السوشيال ميديا ما عندي. يعني اذا اوسخ حاجه انا اشوف اوسخ شيء ممكن يكون عندي ادمان يوتيوب، اتفرج فيديوهات. That's it. Which in the long run الادمان اللي فيه ذا حاليا ما هو شيء سيء بالنسبه لي، بالعكس. ما هو شيء سيء، انت لو تفكر فيها الموضوع مره مو سيء. لان لما اجي اتفرج فيديوهات يوتيوب attention span عندي طول الوقت عالي. فالادمان هذا يعني ايوه قالب علي بفايده، فاهم علي؟ مش قاعد على تيك توك 24 ساعه اسوي كذا، لا. ما اخش عند الناس مدمن اتروي للناس طول الوقت. مش لازم اخش على الانترنت وقدامي واحد قاعد يسوي حاجه واخش اكون انا ديكتاتوري عليه. لا، ابغاك تسوي الشيء هذا ولا انا ما بتفرج عليك. لا، يعني في نهايه الموضوع انا ما بضر احد. انت ملاحظ؟ وانا بقول لك الاتنشن سبان حقك هذا لو عالي انت حتستفيد ان ذا لونج ران. اديك مثال، روح شوف واحد، اقول لك روح شوف واحد، بس اغلبهم كده للاسف. روح شوف واحد ما عنده اتنشن سبان وخليه يخش يلعب مارفل رايفلز من البرونز ويشتغل على نفسه ويطور نفسه ويعطي لنفسه at least 1 week to improve at the game. حلو؟ روح اعطي له اسبوع. روح اعطي شوف الكلمه ذي اللي حقولها دحين. روح اعطي واحد من الحمير اللي امس قاعدين يتفرجوا علي على التيك توك، روح اعطيهم مجال يلعبوا ايرون مان قدام 2 هيت سكان ويبدعوا في الجيم افري جيم. العالم البقر اللي امس قاعدين يخشوا لي يقولوا لي حول اعمل سواب. اعطيهم 5 دقائق يلعبوا ايرون مان بدون هيلينج، 5 دقائق ما حيكون عندهم صبر. لا، نصائحهم الزباله. يقول لك ايه؟ انت الحين لازم تحول، قاعد تموت. تروح تشيك الكي دي حقك تلاقيه مره عالي وانت اعلى واحد في الاليمينيشنز في الفاينل هيتس. ارجع تاني اقول لك اغلب الحمير اللي يخشوا زي التيك توك يا راجل مليان بقر، مليان للاسف. بقول لك امس كل واحد طالع من راسه يديني نصايح، قاعدين يطلعوا كده من دماغهم. انا شايف نصايح يا واد، انا شايف نصايح المفروض الناس ما تسمعها نهائيا، بس الله يستر. عشان انا اقول لك انت بتتكلم عن تيك توك. التيك توك هذا شيء انت ما تقدر تتحكم به. the information، تعرف اسوأ حاجه مثل جير علمتني الشيء ده. the worst thing that can happen is the uncontrollable amount of flow of information. إذا المعلومات بتمشي you are screwed. انت لو طلعت عنك نصيحة، ما اديك مثال. you are انت اسمك خالد whatever، الاسم هذا جاء في دماغي بسرعة كذا، ما في احد معين. انت اسمك خالد وطلعت معلومه انك انت مثلا تتعامل بالبتاعه الكلام اللي طالع عن يزن وما يزن وكلام فاضي. اوكي انت فاهم ايش اقصد صح؟ ما ينفع اتكلم مره كثير عشان انا ما بضرب احد بالكلام ترى. انا بس بدي نصائح على الشيء يعني. بقول حاجه كده بسرعه عشان ما ابغى ادقق واكون مره سبيسيفيك. انت لو طلع عنك الكلام ده، انت لو بني ادم مشهور وطلع عنك الكلام ده، the flow of information لما يمشي هذا ممكن اسوأ حاجه ممكن تحصل معك. you cannot control it. فلما امس وانا قاعد اسوي ستريم وقاعد اشوف الناس تهبد نصايح في التيك توك، ولا انت المفروض تحول، ولا انت المفروض تسوي، ولا انت المفروض ما اعرف ايش، انا قاعد اقول الله يستر. يا هذا التيك توك هذا لو انا متاكد انه في فيديوهات نصائح مره كثيره طالعه ابو كلب. لكن لما تروح عند واحد من حقون التيك توك هذول، لما تروح عنده تقول له روح اتفرج المقطع حق الجايد، والله العظيم ما راح يتحمل يقعد في الفيديو اكثر من 5 دقائق، والفيديو اساسا 25 دقيقه. فالسوشيال ميديا لازم 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 تتحمل قد ما تقدر. في ناس كثير تقول لي نواف انت عندك كميه صبر انا ماني عارف من فين جايبها. يا لي 3 سنين في السوشيال ميديا لازم تتعلم الصبر، لانه نمبر 1 تتعلمه الصبر عشان محتواك لازم تصبر. ويمكن يصير لك بريك ويمكن لا. هذا الشيء يا واد انت لو تبيض ما تتحكم فيه. فمتل جير علمتني the flow of information is the hardest thing you can control. You cannot control it اصلا. لا كل ما انشهرت في السوشيال ميديا كل ما الانفورميشن دي صارت more uncontrollable. فاهم علي كيف؟ فإit is what it is. كم كي عندي دحين عشان اخر دلفين بسوي اخر دلفين. اوكي انا اقدر اسوي دلف واحد اليوم، بحسوي واحد نورمال وخلاص.
The other guy has a snow plow, don't come in with a shovel and try and do the same job, do a different job. If Rivals is going to put out quantity, put out quality in my mind over anything else. Because you will not compete against China with production schedule in the long run. You need to compete against them with that and quality at the same time. Now you do these big pushes, then do the pull. Like go back and fix the things that you have broken by doing this crazy push for media, because you will lose people through and what people remember is they remember the peak experiences and the really, really bad experiences. Those are the two things that people tend to remember about a video
Attention
game.
span عالي.
So like if you end up with a situation where somebody remembers there was that time when a jetpack cat had a Reinhardt and put it into the back line and he was holding shield for like 20 seconds and then he shouted at us all and we died and I couldn't interact with him. I don't know if they're going to be willing to come back next time you do this big push. So cut the really, really bad stuff off at the knees a bit faster, in my mind. That's my completely unsolicited advice as a non-expert. Aside from that, keep it up. Keep doing what you're doing. Give me some love.
Champion فتاة السنجاب.
Yeah, there you go.
What a shill.
Yeah, he wants to shill. No, he's asking to shill. He's like, please pay me, please. I want the money.
Not pay me. Just take the bull bloody roll through perk out. Take the DPS passive off of 30%, please. I'm drowning here. Just Yeah, throw me a boy or something.
Philo, how about you? What's your short to medium term assessment?
So there's a term in the sports training fitness world called periodization, where essentially it's to everything there is a season, right? We have strength, speed, max velocity, performance, power, whatever else. My wife has actually gone through that recently because she's competing right now in Florida at a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu tournament. And so she's basically been like, whether it's with like managing her weight or performance or strength, like she wants to peak right during the tournament. But a lot of that, it's very draining on your CNS. And so you don't want to, like, you need to have like recovery periods or like rehabilitation or strength training, but you kind of have to have these cycles of focus. And kind of what Ralph is talking about is I think it's really important that Overwatch maintains these content maxing periods. Like, I think like what we did with Spotlight, like, I think, especially as somebody that my living is partly from this game, we need those moments. We need those slop public PR marketing fanboy craziness, because that's what keeps this game relevant, fun, and gets people to try the game. And honestly, I enjoy them too. I'm not an idiot. I like new things. Me like new things. It's fun, right? But like what Ralph said is you can't stay at that position like Marvel Rivals, to what Avril was saying, you can't stay there forever. You just physically can't as an organization. You have to go through these cycles where you can't maximize both content and quality at the same time. So you can't have the live service fan base play your game all the time. Like, quite literally you can't, because they're going to move on. They're going to get bored. It doesn't matter how much more content you put out there. So you expect that the tide coming in and out, and you go, okay, these hardcore players like this, or even just the addicts to quick play or arcade, or say the people that love Overwatch are going to stay. So what can we do to improve their experience as best as we possibly can in preparation for the next content cycle? So obviously I'm not an expert. I don't know when those cycles need to happen and when they don't, but I definitely think that when we talk about hero cadence, I don't think you need a hero every month. I don't think you need a hero every season. We don't need to be hitting that content maximum cadence at this frequency. Certainly not when it's literally, what, double, triple what we've had in years prior. That's just not necessary, and you're not going to get that back again. And so there is a very reasonable skepticism from people like us in this call of like maintaining that level of quality, because I mean, it is starting to show a few cracks. So I know Alex said, I think in his interview with Deemsies, the Omnic Post, shout out to that guy, he's a really good dude. He's basically said that they're not sure what the cadence is. They think it might be once a season, but they're not 100% certain. And I hope that they're open to just saying, hey, we tried it for a year. It was pretty rough. We're going to try to really make it. May not work. If it works, great. If it doesn't work, it doesn't. So content max, quality max. Take a deep breath. Push hard. Take a deep breath. Clean up your crap. Rework your heroes. Rework the maps. Try new things. Clean up the perk system. Sound design, visual design, art design. Look at your skin system. Like, everything can be cleaned up. And I hope that we maintain something like that. What that cadence is, I don't know, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really good advice, and I think collating what I've heard from you guys, what I've heard from the previous podcast we did where we talked about Overwatch and Rivals together. I think, and you know, obviously the elephant in the room is that Marvel Rivals exists and is like a huge competitor for Overwatch, right? Like, I think some people, there's a genre of people who get very upset when the two are mentioned in the same breath, because, you know, either they are vehemently fans of one game or the other, or they just resent the bringing up of the other game when talking about their game. But the truth is, the reality is, it's like, you know, it's like you're like making Apple phones or like Google phones. Like, you have to kind of have the discussion, right? You can't pretend that they don't exist. And I think that, like, Overwatch will have a slightly different fan base to what Marvel Rivals will have, in the sense that Marvel Rivals fans, and this is what I gather from talking to the Rivals creators, they're a bit more flimsy. They're a bit more fair weather fans, right? They kind of are very happy to just pop in for the week of the new release, and then they kind of dip, because they're really only here for the cheap thrill, as you may call it. Cheap is a pejorative term, perhaps, but the cheap thrill of, oh, it's the new guy, look at what he does, funny, crazy, silly,
novelty,
and then the novelty, right? It's the shiny new toy. Whereas I think what Overwatch has now successfully done, we spoke for years about how difficult it would be and could be and maybe impossible for Overwatch to repair its reputation. I still don't think that's like ever truly possible, because you don't go from being the golden child of the entire industry and the entire world to being the most hated, vile piece of shit, you know, garbage, and then you go back to being the golden child. That just doesn't happen. But Overwatch has done a huge and huge credit to the dev team, huge credit to Aaron and his team and the leadership and everybody involved, like the devs on every level. And I think we kind of gravitate towards citing the big figures like Jeff and Aaron, but obviously I think Aaron is the first person to say it's a whole team effort. Like, it's everybody. It's the fact that, like, it's Gavin in our chat, it's Megan coordinating everyone, it's all the devs who don't publicly appear but are doing tremendous work with passion. So, like, shout out to those guys for turning around what is a really difficult ship. But I think they need to, like, not be hasty. If I could give them advice from a complete layman, I would say, like, you're building your reputation now on being a game that's surprisingly fun. That's what I see as the sentiment as an outsider looking in. People are like, yo, surprisingly, Overwatch holds up. Like, it actually plays well. From my perspective, I will be blunt. It feels very similar to what I played 2 years ago. Like, my frustrations are very similar. So probably what we're seeing is the public giving it a chance that they weren't 2 years ago. And I do think they've made improvements. I think they made lots of small improvements. My criticisms remain that, like, it still kind of feels like I'm playing the same game. And that's all, like, the reasons why I stopped playing that same game are still there. Like, it hasn't improved it in that level. But it has improved enough that the guy who's quit 6 years ago and hated it then, for other reasons perhaps even beyond just the gameplay, is now like, yo, actually, this is actually pretty fun. Like, I'm surprised. The Tim the Tapmans of the world that Avril cited earlier, who's now trying to convince his chat, like, no, chat, it's really fun now. Actually, I'm not being paid to play it anymore. I actually want to play it. So I think the worst thing they could do now, again, just my layman advice, is, like, don't now go chasing Marvel Rivals to be like, we need to not, like, you did a great job of, like, hey, look at us, 5 heroes. But now you don't need to be like, we need to also release a hero every month and also release, like, this other thing, and we need to tie in, and we need it. I think this is when, as Spilo kind of said, we now turn inwards and we just quality control. Like, let's make sure this game remains slick and awesome to play. Like, the performance issue stuff, for example, is actually really important in this regard, because that's one of the things that really puts people off Marvel Rivals, is how badly optimized the game is and how, like, the experience of playing it sucks. And I'm like, whoa, why am I getting these, like, I'm playing it, like, you know, normally 140 FPS, which isn't even that high, and then it'll drop to like 60. And I'm like, what is happening? Why am I in this team fight? Am I playing 60? Like, that's actually big. Like, that's what gets people to be like, eh. Yeah. People said it was good.
With anti-cheat, since it's not on the Chinese servers, people have worked out it's not happening there on some of it.
Interesting.
Interesting.
So yeah, I mean, I'm sure they know. I'm sure they are aware of this. But, like, that's the things I think now we turn inward and we say, let's make sure the game is a banger. Let's make sure we, like, make sure the balance is good, the perks are good, the bans are good. Let's like really just, like, turn inward, and once we solidify again, then we go once more. Then we're like, okay, now let's make another push to be like, hey, normies, our game is really good. You know, don't just keep making our game's really good and then actually quietly before you realize the game's no longer really that good. So that's my long rant of, like, what I would like to see as just someone who roots for Overwatch. I don't even, you know, I don't know if I'm gonna continue. I don't know my genuine future of, like, how long I continue to make Overwatch content. I don't know how long what I do with it, but, like, I'll always root for the game that gave me a career. Like, I'll always root for the game that gave me such amazing memories. So, like, I'm not gonna be one of those guys who has to turn bitter about it. And it's like, I don't make Overwatch content, therefore I hope it fails and burns and crashes. So that's my 2 cents for whatever it's worth. So I'll let you guys chime in now. I ranted for quite a while.
Just like Ryan Reynolds says, you'll be doing this till you're 90. You know, once you're Overwatch, you'll be Overwatch forever. So welcome back, welcome home. No, I think that's good that the game is, like, the DNA of the game is retained from when you last played 2 years ago, and the DNA of the game should be retained 2 years from now and however many years from now, so that, like, you know.
Yes,
what
I agree.
Is.
I agree.
Yeah, like you don't want the game to be wildly different. You don't want to come in back in 2 years and now Stadium is all you can play and the regular Overwatch you remember is gone, right? You want the core DNA of Overwatch to be intact throughout its entire lifespan, which we hope is going to be a long time.
New opportunities.
So,
yeah, no,
my analogy, which I always use, is Age of Empires, right? Age of Empires 2. The game's like, what, 27 years old or something like that, and it's actually got a pretty decent trickle of content that comes out, and it's hit or miss for quality, mostly pretty good, but it's the same freaking game, and it's actually done really well 27 years later because it stayed true to the competitive priority that like initially what made a lot of people like it, right? So it's still a little content pilled, but it's pretty good content, and they do a really good job of making sure that it's relatively balanced all the way through. And that's like my vision for Overwatch. Like I will say, it's still gonna feel like Overwatch, but there will be new and shiny things, and then they're gonna make those new and shiny things work really, really well.
Yes, I think it's a very relevant point, and I should have added that as well, that like actually there's not necessarily a need to please someone like me, because it's like my beef might actually just be fundamental. It's like I don't know if there's anything Overwatch could do that would make me be like, what, I fell in love again, 2016 again, you know, because I think I might just be over this type of game. Like I think that's just like your relationship as a person involves. Like I think that's another thing I wish more people would accept, is like you may have liked a game once upon a time, but if you stop liking it, doesn't mean it's the game's fault. Doesn't mean that like they have to adhere to exactly what you say. Maybe you just move on, right? But Ralph, anything else you want to add to
أنا
this whole
personally
topic?
I moved on. أنا خلاص.
No, I think I'm mostly okay. I think the Overwatch team is smashing it out the park, and as long as they go fix Sombra, go fix Roadhog, don't let bans be an excuse to leave stuff in a simmering, low level of bad instead of just making it a little bit better with just numbers tweaks, I think the game's going to do amazing. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, on that note, guys, any final thoughts before I let you get going?
Thank you, SVB, and I'm gonna shout out the Soak YouTube channel for you, because you put out some banger content. Me and my wife really enjoy your video essays. You do a great job, mate. And I don't know how well it's promoted on your main channel, but for those group up podcast fans that love high quality video essay stuff, check it out. It's good stuff.
Very kind of you, very kind of you. I'm kind of deep in research. I've been, the next video is probably gonna be like an hour plus. I've got like 15,000 word document with the script and the notes.
Can you
so
leak the
it's like-
topic? Maybe not the like what.
دقيقة ليش بتقول إنك كنت غبي؟ Wait a minute. Why are you saying that? ما كنت فاهم أشياء مرة كثير صح؟ ما كنت فاهم السوبر تانكس، الهيدن بوتنشل حق الألعاب، حق ال 6v6 صح؟ الأشياء الكثيرة اللي تقدر تسويها باللعبة. أنت شكلك ما لعبت أيام زمان عشان كده. أنت ما حتحس إلا لو لعبت أيام زمان والله. ما تحس بقيمة الكلام اللي أنا بقوله ده إلا لو لعبت أيام زمان.
Over what media it is?
So the title is probably going to. So the title is probably going to be The Book That Ruined a Generation of Men, and it's about a book called The Game, if you've ever heard of it, which is about pickup artists. So it's all about pickup artists and their depiction in media, because obviously it's a
cool
media analysis channel. So.
And are you pro or con?
Hopefully from context it was apparent that I will be critiquing them and not championing their bits, but you know, maybe there's some sick tips in there on how to get laid.
He'll be sending out signed copies. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I'm actually coming out with my rival book, you know, of the game. It's going to be a different pickup artist book. So yeah, that's
Marvel
what's
Rivals book. You heard it here first.
So there you go. There's a sneak preview. But for now, on the podcast, thank you very much to Spilo, Ralph, and Avro for joining me. As always, guys, please go show them some love. Please go watch their content, follow their socials, and just tell them how much you enjoyed having them. For all the haters who love being like, why the fuck did you invite XYZ to the podcast, and why did you let him talk and her not talk? Show some love too in the comments. So yeah, thank you very much, guys, for so much of your time. Hopefully we'll chat again soon.
Thank you.
And have a great rest of your day. Yeah. Peace out.
Thank you very much.
Take care, y'all. Bye.
Okay, welcome everyone for another episode of
يا ساتر, that was a long video bro. I'm not mad بس يا ساتر. يا واد اخيرا خلصت. الفيديو ده انا قاعد اتفرج يمكن من الساعة 7 الصباح.
This is for you.
حتى لايت نزل فيديو حلو دقيقة.
My eyes on you.
So apparently,
Pleasure is mine.
the devs listen to Cloud and Rio. I saw Cloud and Rio's videos, and he's talking to people in the community, talking about how the devs are finally listening, finally doing this, finally doing all that other bullshit. But after reading those fucking patch notes,
3 ساعات ونص فيديو. big يا حبيبي.
Breathe deep.
big attention span يا حبيبي.
Make haste. I don't think so.
fuck they're listening to, because it's not me, it's not Rio, it's not any of us. There's no way that they sat down, wrote out those patch notes, and told everyone, hey guys, we hear your feedback, we understand the problems with the game, but we're buffing fucking Gambit. We're not doing anything about Gambit again. We're doing nothing about Elsa again. Nothing about Jean, nothing about Hela, nothing about Namor, but we're nerfing Daredevil, the one fucking character who can deal with them. So maybe if I stand and I say the fucking N-word on cooldown, Xeon will listen to me. Maybe that's what I need to do. Maybe that's what's needed. Like, I don't know. I don't know what the magic fucking formula is to get these fucking developers in order to fucking listen to me. Because apparently when Rio does it, they listen. I guess. No, shout out to Rio though. I like Rio a lot. Like Rio is the GOAT. Like, no hate to Rio at all. But I'm just saying, like,
This is for you.
when are they gonna listen? Change the fucking game. Change the game. We were told repeatedly, over and over and over and over and over again. I was DM'd, I was told personally by so many people, and Danny Koo, again, on Twitter, said this is the biggest patch that they would ever release. Massive things are coming. I was told countless times by people off stream, in the pro community, Light, Season 7 is it. The game is changing. Everything's gonna be fixed. We're going back, and guess fucking what? Nothing changed. Nothing fucking changed. At all. Literally nothing changed at all. Gambit's buffed. Elsa's unchanged. Jean is unchanged, so on and so forth. And you know, they fucking sit here and insult us by saying, we don't wanna... Bro, hold on. Let me go up to Purple Mirage's comment, actually. This is a better way to summarize it. Notice from Purple Mirage 96 in chat. Let me pull over this fucking King's chat right real quick so you guys can see this. Hold on. Let me move myself over a bit so you guys can see this fucking G. Okay. He says, notice how they justified not gutting triple support because it wasn't winning much. Because the win rates were lower than standard 222, which we already talked about why that's the case in my previous video when we talked about the dev vlog. But to summarize, it's because when people are losing, they swap to triple to try to win, but the game's already fucking over because they're horrible. Or you have 3 support players on one role, and none of them can play any of the good triple support characters that all the DPS players can. So they just end up playing fucking Luna, Sue, Cloak, and they can't generate their ults fast enough to make the comp broken. But when you throw a good DPS player on Ultron or Adam or fucking whatever, triple support instantly becomes like piss broken. But whatever, moving on. Notice how they justified not getting triple support because the stats showed it wasn't winning much. We don't want divers and flyers dominating. It's not fun to anyone. Yet the stats show divers and flyers have terrible win rates and get nothing burgers changes. Actual blatant favoritism. And what did I say? What did Light PK say in his video Hero to Zero, what, that I made in December? Like 3 months ago? There's no explanation for these garbage, piss horrible, worthless balance changes other than blatant objective favoritism. That's it. That's all it is. And again, Daredevil, the only character in the entire game that can check these hit scans, is nerfed again, is meaningfully nerfed. While Hela and Elsa and Jean repeatedly get to dominate the game.
هي لعبة بس. passionate. في ناس عندهم passion في الألعاب. حاجة أنت لو تقوم القيامة عمرك في حياتك ما راح تجيب السكيل هذا للأسف.
Like we're bored of this shit. Change the fucking game. I'm begging. Please change the game, bro. Like please. I don't know what else to do or say anymore. Like how many times, bro? Like guys, how many times do I have to say the same thing over and over and over and over for months for you guys to understand it? I don't have the power. They don't listen to me. They don't listen. I've been saying the same shit for like a year. Nothing changes. Nothing fucking changes, man. Like their BP buff, he now has infinite jumps if he tags a wall. Awesome. Like, did we play the game? Like, hello? Does that change anything? No, he's still fucking one-shot by a goddamn sniper. This is the only game where I can pick a sniper to counter the melee assassin. Like, holy fuck, bro. And then they nerf Bucky. Like, oh, like, okay. Like, I don't know.
حتى النيرف ابو كلب.
I just. What else is there for me to say? Like, did I miss anything? Is there anything else for me to say, bro? Like, is there like I genuinely don't even have words anymore, bro. Like, I'm losing my voice. I slept, bro. I woke up at 8 a.m. or 8 p.m. yesterday, stayed all the way up to 11 a.m. the next day, set an alarm so I could wake up and look at this patch because I was told this patch was fucking Christmas. And you know what they fucking do? They shit and piss in my face, bro. Like, I'm in. Like, what else is there to say, bro? They just, nothing changed. The game is still shit. They added another ban, didn't fix double bans though, so everyone's just gonna ban Elsa, Jean, or sorry, fucking Elsa, Gambit, Groot every game. So there's not gonna be 6 bans. There's realistically gonna be like 2 or 3, maybe. Awesome. Nothing changes. Like, whatever, bro. Like, did I miss anything, chat? I'm fucking over it. I don't know. This patch is overall good. I don't know, bro. You were tripping. You were just mad about the Daredevil nurse. Hold on. I want you guys to watch me publicly execute this fucking pig. Hold on. Thousands of people are lining up in the streets to watch you get shot, by the way. Enjoy. Like, I don't know, bro. Like, we need to bring shaming back. Like, we just do. Like, if you're just brain dead, you need to be shamed and banned and just lose the right to vote. C&D bubble unchanged? Yeah, I mean, like, I literally, like, bro, I open up my Discord, I'm just spam DMs of people just sending me memes, of pro players just sending me fucking memes about shit that they found on Twitter, how the game doesn't change, like lol, like Gambit lol, like everyone's laughing at you, Zeong. We're all laughing. We're all fucking laughing because this is a joke. Your balance, your ideas about the game, the direction that you take the game, it's a fucking joke, and we're all laughing. Overwatch is laughing at you. Like, this game is a fucking joke. I don't know what else to say. We just, like, do you want to continue to be a laughingstock? We could just make billions of dollars and be the most popular fucking video game to ever exist, but no. We want to do anything besides listen to the community.
Ways of
anything.
The arcane.
Like, like, we gave Scarlet Witch fucking fall off, bro. Like, we nerfed Scarlet and buffed Gambit. Let that sink in. We nerfed Scarlet and buffed Gambit. Like, fucking Christ. Like, I mean, I just, like,
Can't catch up.
who else but NetEase, you know? Who else but NetEase? Who else but NetEase can do that? So I just have to have another month of me sitting in queue, me and Monster chilling. All of my heroes are banned every single game because you guys are cowards and you don't want to deal with the king's pressure, which is all good. So I'll just be a good boy. I'll start playing hit scan. I'll hit up Kovacs. I'll get on Namor. That's just what y'all want. That's what I'll do. That's fun, exciting game.
يروح يتعب في البداية. اوكي that was funny. يروح يتعب ويضيع 3 ساعات في كل يوم عشان يتمرن ومدري ايش. في النهاية يحول لمرة. يا اخي لايت والله العظيم تحفة والله. Absolute gem.
Play is sitting at the back of the map doing this as Namor. This is what they want. Every game, this is what they want.
Why the fuck
just
am I
over and over. Just, you know, call the horn. This is so fun. Maybe throw a squid in there every once in a while. Yay! Yay! Woo! This is so fun. Another squid. Yay! Like.
Breathe deep. Make haste.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. I mean, I just don't get it.
لا هو مو تبي لا يلعب اشياء ثانيه بس.
I just don't,
بس he's a good
bro.
Spider-Man ترى مرة كويس.
No Elsa Gambit nerfs GG, still have a job. Yeah, man.
I mean هذا احساس اي واحد يلعب دايف
Y'all
اصلا.
eating good over there in the hit scan camp. Yo, shout out NetEase, my goat. Nerfed.
يعني شوف زي في بعض الناس يعني واحد من الحمير اللي دخل لي او امس قال لي انت ليش شخصياتك كلها سهله؟ قاعد العب ايرون مان. قلت لك لو انت تقدر تكمل 5 دقائق تلعب ايرون مان حرفع لك القبعه على طول. انا عارف حتلعب ايرون مان مره حتتبكس زي الكلب وحيكون النيجاتيف كي دي حقك وبعدين تجي تقول والله يا شخصيتك مره سهله. وعلى فكره ايرون مان ما هو هيت سكان. اذا كنت بتقول شخصيه سهله از هيت سكان، ايرون مان ما هو هيت سكان.
Scarlet and buffed Gambit. You outdid yourselves. I'll give you that. I'll give you that, guys. You guys outdid yourselves, honestly. Like, that's incredible. Like, that is great. You know, I had low standards going in. I told you guys before this patch started, I was like, you know, I have zero faith or hope in them to do what they need to do to fix the game. They've constantly disappointed, but I'm hoping that I'll be wrong. I literally said that. You can go back in the VOD. It'll be in the previous video. You guys can all see it. And they took my low, piss horrible expectations and shattered them. Congratulations. Great job.
This is for you.
Great job. Great work. I mean, like, so my pro matches
I don't think so.
in 10 days, 11 days or so.
هي صح.
Nightmare. May
هي صح.
28th. Come watch.
اي صح هو خش في تيم بروفيشنال تيم فحيلعب. عشان كده مقهور. اوكي دحين عرفت ليش. That's why he's mad. He's mad because حيلعب في الميتا دي غصبا عنه.
Is gonna be on this patch. Thank God Vision's gonna hold it down on Elsa because my fucking role doesn't matter. What am I playing? You know? Like, if anybody in the pro community is watching, if you're not on Elsa, what are you playing, bro? Like, for all the boys who are non-Elsa players, like, this is such a niche community of people. There's probably like 12 people in the entire community that will understand this pain. No, maybe more than that. But like,
I understand
for all my boys in pro play who play my role, okay? If you're not on Elsa, what are you playing, bro? Have fun! Have fun being in the fucking shadow of Elsa Bloodstone for another 4 weeks, bro. More Adam jail! Yay! More Adam! Yay! More Ultron! Yay! We get to play Namor sometimes. We get to play Wolf! Yes! Yes! Sometimes, you know? Maybe if we're lucky, we get to play Wolf. Jean Grey! Yes! Yes! More Jean Grey! Yes! Yes! More Slop! I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. This company is just... This company is crazy, bro. Holy shit. Okay. I mean, last thing that we need to go over and talk about, guys, is the fucking win rates. So, here, let me make my camera smaller. We'll go back in the frame. I'll have a seat. And then we'll figure out, like, what is going on with these win rates. Because I have scrims in 15 minutes, so I gotta start wrapping this up. Deadlock time? Yeah, no, you all need to uninstall this game and get off. Like, we need to just... The player base needs to get fucking nuked. Because the only thing that's gonna, like, NetEase is gonna listen to is money. And if they start bleeding money, which they probably won't, because all of you kids are, like, Black Cat gooners. So she's gonna make the company, like, billions of dollars, and we're gonna, like, start... They're gonna think they're doing a good job, because all of you fucking simps are gonna sit here and buy all the Black Cat White Fox skins, which is gonna enable Zeong to keep ruining the game. So good job, guys. Alright, let's check all ranks. Celestial.
Never leave this place.
32% pick rate and a 51% win rate. Maybe this character is a little broken. Maybe. Could be wrong. Deadpool Vanguard. We have a 54% win rate on Tank Bull. Not bad. Elsa Bloodstone. Let's check for DPS actually. Duelist. Elsa Bloodstone. Yo, Spider-Man.
شوف يعني امس باناتي انا كايرون مان ترى جاستيفايد. شوف الوين ريت. انتم شايفين الوين ريت وانتم شايفين الوين ريت حق سبايدر مان سيليستيلو فوق رايت ناو. سيليستيلو فوق لانه في واحد حمار دخل الجيم نفسه في الجيم في الالعاب نفسها خش علي قال لي اوه ايه لورد ايرون مان بانينج شو اسمه سبايدر مان. وين ريت حق سبايدر مان 51% فوق ال 51 فوق ال 50% ترى يعتبر مره عالي. فتخيل انت بتلعب ايرون مان دحين. تخيل انت بتلعب ايرون مان مع 5 بهايم ما بيطلوا فيه اصلا. البنات اللي انا سويتها امس كلها جاستيفايد كلها.
Like Jitward and Day were right, bro. I can't even deny it anymore. Like I'm just picking Spider-Man only this patch. Like Daredevil's fucking dead. Like this character, like hold on, let me Can I zoom this out so you guys can see better? No, I can't. Alright, whatever. Maybe it's because Spider-Man is like so like one-tricked. Like he's probably the most popular one-trick now. Phoenix, yeah, that checks out. Bucky's nerfed with a 42 win rate. I mean, let's go to win rates. This is Daredevil with a 56. I mean, that's crazy though. 56 win rate is pretty insane. Is Spider gonna be perma banned by poke slop users? Yeah, even though they counter him. Like, I don't know. Storm. It's just because she's only used for spawn hold. Spider-Man because he's the most popular one trick. I don't know how Iron Fist win rate is. This character's shit. Torch actually has a 50% win rate. Interesting. But his pick rate isn't high enough for it to matter. Same thing with Fanta. She's obviously broken.
Be quiet.
Yeah, I mean this all looks about right. Yeah, I mean even high or low elo Daredevil's like even good. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of tired after fucking like ranting. I'm on like piss sleep and fueled by caffeine, and I got to scrim soon. But like, I mean, you guys, maybe one day, can I sign your petition to fire Zeong? I don't know if I can publicly support. I mean, I've said fire Zeong like 1,000 times. What am I saying, bro? I don't know if I can sign a petition to fire Zeong. Like, I don't know if I can do all that. I'm like being kind of satire when I say it. Like, you know, like should the guy lose his livelihood?
Speak no more.
I mean, should he be allowed to fuck up 15 patches in a row? Philosophers still argue to this day. Who knows? Alright boys, just real quickly, it's me from the future. Right before we uploaded this video, this rant that you guys just watched, NetEase went ahead and actually dropped a hotfix again. So we're just quickly going to go over that. Spoiler alert, I don't think it changes much, but at least they did address some other things. So we'll just quickly talk about that real quick. I don't think, again, I don't think much really changed from the rant that I went on, but we'll get into it regardless. So probably the biggest complaint of the entire patch was I made the mistake in my patch notes review where I talked about Captain America and said that they made it easier with the toggle on. That was not the case. They completely removed his ability to do his shield cancel. So what they did is they added in this change where he has a new mechanic where hits 3, 4, and 5, or 3, 4, 5, and 6 no longer cancel each other out with sprinting. You can now throw the shield while sprinting, ensuring both super soldier mobility and consistent damage output. And then they just gave like all of their reasoning of why they did that. But this will make him slightly more fluid, but his damage is still worse, and it's overall still like not as good for the character. So it's still pretty significant cap nerf. It doesn't really change anything because the canceling you were doing, like you didn't like you lost movement speed, but it didn't take that much time to get back up to a movement speed that you needed to be, where you could just do what you need to do. Like this doesn't matter. So I mean, I think cap is still horrible personally, but I mean it is what it is. They increased the damage of his first 2 melee attacks from 40 to 45, but because his melees now do the same damage as the 4 attacks from his shields, it's still like an overall DPS decrease because of how fast he was attacking before. So like, I don't know why they would ever take this out of the game in nerf cap. Maybe it was to like streamline experience. I mean, I guess they do describe it here, but I'm not about to read all that. I don't even care what they say. It's fucking wrong. Like whatever they say here is just wrong. Moving on, Emma reduced diamond form cooldown by 3 seconds. They reverted that change and they made it from 18 to 15. This will help Emma a lot. She kind of struggles with the pace of the game now. And the Mind Aegis recovery rate, I believe, is her shield, so her shield will come up more consistently. So Emma still, I don't think will be like super strong, but this definitely helps her. Now, the most interesting change about the patch is Black Panther. So now his kick is omnidirectional. The kick damage is from 70 to 75, and the cooldown time of his spear is from 6 to 5. So now that he's gotten this, he's gotten 5 more damage on his spears. He's gotten the damage reduction in his ult, and I believe they also like lowered the time that it takes to get his ult as well. So with all of that put together, we now probably don't have the worst hero in the game. I think the omnidirectional kick and that extra 5 damage on the spear and the kick does change the 275 breakpoint. I'm not 100% sure on that. Definitely does for 250, but I'd have to test to see if it does for 275, which I think it does. And assuming it does, this character now goes from being the worst, the absolute objective worst hero in the game, to probably niche C tier, where you really only play him into like Loki, and they're not playing like Thing, Elsa, Jean, so on and so forth, right? Which is never. Like, Thing will always get through drafts because there's far more broken heroes. And the moment you pick BP and win one fight, they'll go Thing, and you're no longer a character. So, still dog shit, but it is what it is. Now, Gambit, Rage and Royal Flush ultimately affects from 10 to 8. So, believe it or not, this character is still the best hero in the game. This will help, and I'm going to try to scrim without Gambit being first banned, and I'll report back like on stream or like a separate video, like another rant for whatever reason later down the line. But for now, Gambit is likely still the best character in the game, and it's just another slap on the wrist that doesn't really change anything. So, I mean, it is what it is. But that's like the micro update, the hot fix, whatever. At least they did nerf Gambit again, which will help, but still no Elsa nerfs, still no Jean nerfs, still no Hello nerfs, so on and so forth. But at least BP is slightly better.
Massive
upgrade, I guess.
Massive.
Anyway,
upgrade.
everything I said in the rant still applies. I hope you guys enjoyed like watching the video, and yeah, I mean, hopefully they fix the game in season 7.5. We all know they're not, but it is what it is. All right, thanks for watching, boys. I'll see you next time. Peace.
Nice upgrade والله. نايس ابجريد والله. نزل لي جود ابجريد والله. نايس. نزل لي سلاح هيرو. هذا شيء مرة حلو. شيء مرة ممتاز. I think it's worth ان انا اسوي له انشانت، وانشانت غالي. وبن اللهم صل على محمد اللي هو رندوراي ب 14,000. بكم الرخيص طيب؟ رندوراي 9,000. الرخيص ب 9,000. الرخيص ب 9,000. كيف اعرف؟ ايزي تسوي ميثيك بلس. بشوف بس الستاتس كويسة ولا ابو كلب. تعمل هنا ريموف انشانت، تسوي كذا، تيجي طبعا ترينكتات كلها تراش للاسف، كلها جاربج ترينكتس. النك هذا في له كريت هاي كريت. I don't know if it's good or not. ما اتوقع. شامبيون. وعندي قطعة تانية كمان. ما راح اسوي كرافت دحين، هستنى كمان شوية. ما سويت الريد، حروح اسوي الريد بعد شوية. Let's talk about the internet and opportunities. 45 دقيقة جوش سترايف. اوكي سو السلاح هذا مرة ما هو كويس. السلاح اللي نزل لي ما هو كويس. actually اضعف من اللي معايا بمراحل. بس probably because of the enchant صح؟ حخلي السلاح على جنب regardless. لا دقيقة هنا. اوكي سو السلاح اللي معايا خايس، بس لو في potential upgrade I'll do it later. طيب while I
what
work.
do I think is the reason people care so much from opinions from the top 0.1% of Twitch who have very little life experience? The Astrovox, that's actually a controversial opinion of mine. I believe that people go to celebrities because they are famous, not because they're actually knowledgeable in their own specific thing. We used to make people
اسمع العبر. هذا واحد مشهور جوش سترايف هذا، انا احب اتفرج على الفيديوهات حقته كده، هو بيتكلم مع الشات حقه. يا واد بيقول عبر يا عيال. انا طبعا حتى لو انه بعد فترة يعني كده يعني انا لي 3 سنين في السوشيال ميديا صح؟ كل الكلام اللي انا كنت اقوله معاكم فجأة اروح اتفرج عليه الاقيه بيقول نفس الكلام. فلما اجي اشوفه بيتكلم اشوف نفسي فيه، عارف؟ اشوف انه بيقول نفس الكلام اللي انا بقوله دائما. which is weird شوية but it is what it is.
Who are knowledgeable famous. Now we make people who are attractive, funny, sexy, or skilled normally at entertainment things such as singing, dancing, acting, or just generally being rich. And then we ask their opinion as if being good at one thing makes them good at another, and they aren't. And the reason that people wants to know what's celebrities, Twitch streamers, YouTubers' opinions are is because they form parasocial relationships with them and assume that person knows what they're on about, when often they don't. It is very powerful and liberating to be able to say.
واحد زبال يخش عندك في الشات يقول لك والله انت المفروض تسوي حاجة عدلة في حياتك. مين انت؟ انت مين عشان تتفلسف؟ بس سؤال. علاقة بيني وبينك شاشة، لا تتدخل أكثر من كذا.
Honestly, I don't know. I don't have enough information on that. I'm not an expert on that. Don't ask me about that. But if you ask a Twitch streamer or a content creator what they think, they're almost contractually obliged to have an opinion because they are professional opinion havers. I think the most controversial thing that I probably believe in is that I am fully aware that part of my job relies on people liking me, and so I will, of course, even if I knew I had something that was a controversial opinion, avoid saying it. I am at a level and a degree right now where I'm thinking, okay, someone's asked for a controversial opinion. What I'll do is I'll make a joke that people don't want controversial opinions. They want agreed upon opinions that sound slightly out there that they can agree with you with. Because I don't know who's in the chat. I don't know if any of you are actually completely unhinged. And if I say something you genuinely disagree with, you'll start a hate campaign. People have done that before. So what I'll do is I'll make a joke about the exact thing that I'm doing right now. Because I'm not foolish enough to trust any of you. There you go. Is that controversial itself? No, of course it isn't. Because by its very nature it can't be. People don't want to hear what they disagree with.
exactly الكلام اللي انا قلته قبل كم يوم. لما يجي واحد يقول لك سوي حاجة انتبه، لا تمشي وراهم. لا تمشي وراهم، انت غلطان. بس في نفس الوقت قول انت صح. You are right. كذا بس قول انت صح. All is good. انت دائما انت كبني ادم انت دائما صح. كذا ارمي له هي في وجهه. انت صح.
They want to hear something that isn't popular that they do agree with. Like the fact that, oh, people will go, you know what, Friends isn't actually funny. All right, controversial opinion. I find Friends quite funny. I think it's really enjoyable. I think it's a great TV show to pop on in the background. I think it's got some good acting in it. I think it's got some great characterization. I genuinely enjoy watching Friends. I think it's funny. I like listening to Nickelback. I think there are some episodes of How I Met Your Mother that are exceptionally well made. If you don't like them, if you think they're overrated, that's fine too. What about coupling? Coupling was quite good. Even Joey had some funny bits in it. But what else do you wish me to say? What else do you want? So when someone says, what's your controversial opinion? If you are smart, you won't give people anything. People don't care about learning. They care about drama. The vast majority of people online care about drama. And what I think and again, this isn't controversial at all, it's true. What I think the hypocritical thing is that they care about drama so much right now until it loses its dramatic impact. People will care so much about one topic right up until people stop talking about it, because they don't always care about the topic because they genuinely want to change it. They care about it because, yeah, it annoys them, but it's also in the news rotation at the time. And as soon as you take that out of rotation, as soon as you change the record and say, you know what, okay, we're not going to keep going on about this, most people don't care enough to go back to it and check in. They just forget. They say, okay, I'm going to care about this right now because it's being shoved down my throat 24/7. And as soon as it's gone, people don't care enough to go back to it. Social media is a tool. Use it for what you can get from it, and as soon as it stops being useful, stop using it. If you can live your life without using social media, please do. Use social media to connect to people. Use social media to connect to your friends, to connect to your family, to connect to any kind of events you want to actually do. Don't use social media to read stuff that makes you angry or argue with people online or spend time commenting, because all you're doing is feeding an endless algorithm that is going to use your data and your time to improve itself and not give you any benefit in the long run. If I could do all of this without Twitter and Instagram, I would. Literally the only reason I have Twitter and Instagram is for analytics. Data, analytics and marketing. That's all it is. Nothing I post on Twitter or Instagram in any way matters. I do
يا واد الحمد لله. يمكن افضل قرار سويته ان انا مسحت التيك توك عشان ما اجلس عليه نهائيا. طبعا الحين رجعت له مو عشان خاطر المنصه الحلوه، لا ما رجعت عشان خاطر المنصة الحلوة، رجعت له بس عشان خاطر حاجة واحدة فقط لا غير. رجعت له عشان خاطر انزل عليه مقاطعي. That's it. افضل قرار سويته ان انا قفلت التويتر حقي وقفلت الانستغرام.
So when companies come to me and say, hey, can you advertise our product? How many average viewers do you get? I can say more. And I do that because I share negative or infuriating things on there. If you want to interact with this stream in the healthiest way possible, watch the stream, chat to me on Discord, do nothing else. This is also a level of social media, absolutely, which means there's going to be a level of curation here as well. Don't hold celebrities or entertainers to the kind of standards that you would expect to hold experts, scientists, or politicians to. And
ما تروح تاخذ نصيحة واحد في السوشيال ميديا وتطبقها مين ما كان. Do not meet your heroes. في مقولة دائما يقولوها، يقول لك do not meet your heroes ever. حتنصدم قديش انه الشخص هذا البيج اللي انت شايف ان انت حاطه فوق راسك ده في عنده ورا الكواليس في بلاوي زرقاء. I'm just saying.
In doing that, don't expect entertainers to be able to answer all of your questions or be the arbiters of moral values. Celebrities and entertainers are often there to give you something to look at or something to do when you have free time. They're not there to be your moral compasses or guiders. I mean, ask the entertainer questions, but do understand that there is a level of scope that they have. And unfortunately, most people, what's that? Is it the Baader-Meinhof? It's either Baader-Meinhof or it's another one of the principles where people believe that expertise in one thing means expertise in another. And for some reason, I always see this in both engineers and surgeons. People believe that just because they're really good at one thing, it makes them naturally really good at something else, and it just doesn't. It's either Baader-Meinhof or something else. Baader-Meinhof might be the one where... Is that the one where you keep seeing the same thing again and again and again? Or is that... There's another theorem where you don't notice something until you start talking about it, and then you notice it everywhere. Dunning-Kruger, that's right, I get those two mixed up. The Dunning-Kruger one is the one where you think you have more knowledge than you do because you don't understand how complicated something is, and Baader-Meinhof is where you don't notice something until you talk about it, and then suddenly it's everywhere for some reason. And that was the one. Dunning-Kruger, the belief that you're an expert in one thing, that you're an expert in another. Yeah, and you normally find it with people that have jobs that require them to have a level of arrogance to them. Dunning-Kruger, I mean, I find it, I've got a couple of friends that are surgeons, and oh my god, the fact that you think they're experts in absolutely bloody everything. Yeah, like a streamer. And I think streamers also fall into the the Dunning-Kruger thing. Kids watch streamers because they want to have that life. It's influential, you get money, you get power, you get to sit in your room all day playing the video games you want to play, and kids want to do that because you then go to conventions and people treat you like a celebrity. And then kids ask those streamers for life advice as if it's come from a point of experience, when it hasn't. It's come from a point of privilege and often isolation. People don't ask the people that actually have the information for the information. They ask the people they find the most attractive, the funniest, or the most interesting. I think a lot of people are losing the ability to think. And I don't think it's AI's fault. I think it's the fact that a combination of AI and the 24-hour news cycle has replaced the ability to think with the desire to be angry. People want to be angry at stuff. People want to hate things. Grok, is this true? If you genuinely use Grok, is this true on Twitter, I think you are a bit of an idiot. Sorry, I just straight up judge you. You wanted controversial opinions, guys, you got them. I think if you're asking an AI to fact check things for you, you're relying on a computer that's trained on people who are also idiots. I think reading a headline and then judging the entire article off whatever the headline says is effectively the same as waiting for a streamer to sum up a situation for you, because you don't actually want to think too much about the situation, you just want to be told what to think about it. Most people don't actually want a balanced view of information. They want a view of the information that suits their preconceived narrative and makes their team look good. You feel proud for not knowing what Grok is. It's an AI built into Twitter. Which industry do I think AI will genuinely have the biggest impact on? Writing, probably. I think that, and again, this might be coming from a point of ignorance, so correct me if you disagree with any of this. I think that AI is amazing at producing a massive quantity of stuff. I don't necessarily think that it produces a huge amount of quality, but I think it produces an absolutely unprecedented quantity of things. Most people like to look at censorship as the idea behind 1984. 1984 often discussed the idea that a totalitarian government regime would control information by simply censoring what information was available to the public. But there is...
أسألك بالله يا خليفة، مو قبل شوي قعدت تتكلم عن موضوع الانفورميشن؟ إنه كيف الانفورميشن لما تعمل سبريد أكبر مصيبة ممكن تحصل لك أنت كبني آدم؟ ودوبنا قاعدين نتكلم عن الموضوع. شوف الفيديو هذا ما تفرجته اقسم بالله، بس عشان اوريك واقول لك لما واحد يديكم معلومه خذها في اعتبار. لا تاخذها انه هو نمبر 1. الشخص هذا سمعت منه كلمه نمبر 1، بس لما تسمع واحد يرمي لك كلام زي كذا فكر شوي. فكر يا اخي، فكر يور سيلف. انت فكر بنفسك، قول يا اخي هل اسوي كذا؟ هل يستاهل اسوي كذا؟ اقول يعني خذ المعلومه وفكر فيها، مش تاخذ المعلومه وهي المعلومه الصح اللي عمري في حياتي ما غير. في نهايه الموضوع انت بني ادم يا اخي، فكر for yourself لحالك انت.
Another book called Brave New World, and Brave New World posits the ideology that information will not be censored. Instead, information will be created so abundantly that the important information will actually be lost within the superfluous, extra, pointless, needless information. So it's not that the government will say to you, you aren't allowed. Therapy, thank you for the summon, but I'm going to keep this flying for a bit. It's not that you won't be allowed to find the information. It's that you simply won't be able to find the information. There's going to be too much there. It'll be a drop in the ocean. In fact, the video game Metal Gear Solid 2 actually
لسه قايل متل جير علمتني ده كله. لسه دوبي قايل الكلام ده، لسه دوبي متكلم. متل جير علمتني الانفورميشن هذه اهم حاجه. ان كانت انفورميشن عنك انت، ان كانت انفورميشن جاتك انت، لازم تعرف هذا الشيء اللي جاك صح ولا لا، مش تاخذ اي انفورميشن ركب على طول.
discusses this idea. It's the idea that I mean, they say that the Lali Lule La within Metal Gear Solid 2 was not about creating content, but instead providing context for the content. This massive, huge global AI that is trying to sort the abundance of information. And the fact that Metal Gear Solid 2 was basically a clone of Metal Gear Solid 1 and about being a training regime to try and find soldiers that were able to reproduce the Solid Snake experiment, which was super cool. I think that AI is going to be able to produce a massive amount of content. A human being may be able to write one beautiful fantasy story, but AI will be able to produce 10,000 within or more within the same time frame. And it's not that the one beautiful fantasy story will be any less beautiful, it's that it will be buried within the 10,000 of crap. And while it may indeed be discovered and found and lifted out of the refuge and the landfill and shown to everyone, who is going to find it? That's the problem that I see with AI. I do genuinely think that it's just going to produce a huge amount of artistic content that buries the beautiful kind of human emotional content created by that. Now, when you say, ooh, AI bad, I think you are being a little bit reductive and naive with the benefits that it does have, such as scanning medical photographs and spotting problems way earlier than humans would be able to. I believe that AI has a fantastic use within any kind of system that can take the workload away from humans or to reduce the amount of incorrect conclusions that humans come to. However, AI is meant to be able to take away the boring, dull or repetitive jobs so we as human beings can focus on artistic, creative, emotional pursuits. What it's not meant to do is take away the artistic, creative and emotional pursuits so we as humans can focus on the boring, repetitive grunt work, which seems to be what it's doing. AI is great at finding patterns, and yet it's finding patterns within art and therefore taking the process of creating art away from us to allow us to work harder, which sucks. So when people ask me what jobs do I think AI will take over first, I don't think AI will be able to write a story better than a human being, but I think it will be able to write so many stories in the same span that a human being could write one, that human being story will then be buried within an absolute mound of extra information, making it harder to find. That's my general opinion. And I think that whenever you see people that push AI within video game design, they're often pushing it within, oh my god, we can have a massive world, we can have unlimited quests, we can have repetitive forever landscapes, generative landscapes. I'm like, okay, but you're focusing on quantity instead of quality. And while there is a quality that quantity has, you are still just focusing on the amount of stuff being better than the stuff. Sometimes the process of creation is itself part of the human experience. And I fear that by outsourcing the process of creation, we are going to be not necessarily robbing, but convincing a generation of kids and a generation of young adults that the outcome matters more than the process, when good outcomes, interesting, unique outcomes, human outcomes, often come from going through the process. People will show me a picture of AI art and say, isn't this pretty? And it may have a complicated color palette. It may have a basic rudimentary understanding of lighting. It may even be, on a surface level, somewhat pleasing to look at. But I know that the person that made it hasn't gone through any kind of journey to make it, which means they are the same person they were before and after it was made. And the true beauty of art was that people were never the same before and after they'd made it. Because the true art was you. I don't even particularly care about the artistic piece itself. I care about the change in the artist going through it. The art is the people we've met along the way, but unironically. Yeah, if you meet an artist and then that artist does something and then you get to meet them again, you are meeting a different person. A person who has gone through an artistic process which has taught them and changed them. And the stories they will be able to tell you will be different. Yeah, you didn't learn, you didn't grow. Consider this. Who would you rather have a conversation with? Someone who has been painting physically with paints and has traveled the world and gone through incredible adventures but only made a couple of paintings? Or someone who has just sat at home typing prompts into a computer for 5 years? Ultimately, I'm going to want to talk to the person that has had the artistic experience, the human experience, over someone who has outsourced the human experience to a big thinking brain. Is the human experience so highly valued only because you're human? I think it's valued because it helps people connect on a moment-to-moment level. I think people who engage in online culture or any kind of in-depth subculture, because online culture is indeed a subculture. The internet may be popular, but internet culture is not. People who engage within an online culture often forget that the vast majority of people do not care about something beyond the surface level view of it. Here's an example that I use to people. What do you guys think about the actor Dwayne Johnson, the actor The Rock? What's your opinion? Because I remember speaking to a couple of friends of mine, and they were like, oh my god, I can't believe that The Rock has done this controversial thing, and you know what? He never actually has a...
ايش يعني ايش؟ كليشيه قصدك ولا ايش؟ قصدك كليشيه صح؟ ايش معناته كليشيه؟ قبل شوي قال خلينا نشوف.
Within an online culture.
Culture معناته مجتمع.
Forget that the vast majority of people.
مش زي community. مجتمع culture غير community. هم لهم different معنى. اوكي؟ يعني اعطيك مثال. The difference شوف هذه حلاوة ال AI difference between culture and community. شوف يقول لك community refers to a group of people sharing specific location, interest, identity, while culture represent the shared values, beliefs and behaviors. في فرق ما بينهم. يعني مجتمع احنا بالنسبة بالعربي نفس الكلمة صح؟ مجتمع هنا ومجتمع هنا، بس عندهم بالانجليزي community غير عن culture. الفرق ما بينهم انه هنا مكان هواية او هوية. الculture values مبادئ، beliefs ايش تؤمن انت بايش، والتصرفات and customs والعادات. هذا الفرق ما بينهم. فاهم علي كيف؟ لازم تفهم الشيء ذا. بعض الناس تفكر انه تتلخبط ما بين الاثنين انها نفس الكلمة، الاثنين ما هي نفس الكلمة.
Do not care about something beyond the surface level view of it. Here's an example that I use to people. What do you guys think about the actor Dwayne Johnson, the actor The Rock? What's your opinion? Because I remember speaking to a couple of friends of mine, and they were like, oh my God, I can't believe that The Rock has done this controversial thing. And you know what? He never actually has a stance. He never actually has an opinion. He just says whatever the safe thing is. He's basically just like a super generic actor who doesn't really do anything, and I don't respect him because of this. All right? He doesn't even act. He just plays the same character again and again and again. You know, how can anyone respect that? All right, here's the truth. The vast majority of people don't actually care about anything that The Rock says or does. They just like him in films. That's it. And that's what most things are like for most people. He takes the safe choice because that's kind of his job. His job is to be neutral. His job is to be generic. His job is to inspire people. And the vast majority of people will never care about him more than that. I think whenever I meet someone who's like, oh, I don't respect this person because they don't do this or they don't do that, or they need to have a stance on this or they need to have an opinion on that. No, not really. No, they don't. They don't need to. They can choose to if they wish to, but I think you need to understand that vast majority of people in the world will not care, ever, about something as deeply as that. Like, we are aware of the stuff that Kevin Spacey did. Most people in the world aren't. I've had some people say to me before, oh, I can't watch Kevin Spacey films anymore because of what I know about him now. Okay, that's fine. Most people can, and they don't care.
I don't care. هو سوى حركة وسخة بس I don't care. توتالي ما اهتم هو ايش سوى. خلاص جاب العيد وانتهينا. بس هذا مو معناته ان انا ما اروح اشوف الاشياء اللي سواها. مو مرة يعني اخذها مرة سيريس. حركة وسخة. واحد اسمه كيفن سبيسي. روح انت اكتب في جوجل كيفن سبيسي what did he do هيطلع لك بلاوي زرقاء. سوى بلاوي مرة كثير.
And I think that when you try and remind people that their engagement and care of these things beyond the surface level of the thing that they actually are is unusual, they get a bit upset at you sometimes. Kevin Spacey films are not only Kevin Spacey films, so are you still allowed to enjoy them? Is that controversial? I don't really care whether it is or isn't. If you enjoy it, go for it. Yeah. So I think my controversial opinion is people vastly overestimate how much other people care about stuff. Kuro, welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're having a lovely day. We're talking about controversial opinions, which basically are just normal opinions, and you can say them online and not get cancelled. Hey, if you want to be a solo MMO player, you go for it. That is totally fine. You have no idea what I'm talking about, and you don't care. You know what? Good. Would it be controversial if I became the next James Bond? I became an actor when I was a kid because I always wanted to play James Bond, but the reality is I never will. Because the role of James Bond is chosen so many years ahead of whatever films are playing, and they are chosen by casting networks, and they're chosen by casting directors that have social connections that I just don't have. It's not necessarily about auditioning and choosing the best person for the role. When you get to roles that are that iconic and roles that are that well known and that important, it's very much about who you know, and not necessarily how good you are at anything specific. I'm comfortable and happy and privileged to have the job and the time that I have, and the vast majority of casting choices are often done based on a very tightly knit in-group of people. I would have loved Idris Elba to be the next James Bond. I think he would have absolutely kicked ass at it. You know, I don't... Here's a famous story, and again, you'll have to correct me if I'm wrong on this, but it's what I've heard. I've heard it repeatedly, and I've heard it confirmed by a couple of people, but could be wrong. You'd have to fact check me on this. Idris Elba was drinking in a pub in London, and one of the staff that was going around clearing the table was the landlord's daughter, and the landlord's daughter, you know, this lovely, sweet, like 10, 11-year-old girl, got speaking to Idris, you know, just as a customer, and he said, you know, hey, we are actually looking for someone like this to be in a film. Do you want to, you know, have a chat with some of my casting directors? And that girl ended up being in the film Paddington, and that was because of the connection. So what you will often then find often find out is that a huge amount of these connections and these decisions are often basically made on who meets who. I truly do believe that luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity, and money is the thing that allows you to simply go to more opportunities. The single best thing that you can have in order to succeed in the acting world is money. That's what it is, man. And I'm not necessarily bitter about this. I think it's the same as anything. You are likely to advance and to achieve by being in a situation where a level of advancement and achievement is possible. And money is the thing that allows you to be in those situations more. That's just it. It's a numbers game. There is no, that's true. I mean, I understand that many people say
إذا شيء ما أقدر أغيره أو مو مهتم فيه ما راح أعطيه اهتمام وأسحب عليه كليا. I don't agree. Also, why do we have more paladins؟ يعني ما فاهم أنا. دخلت الجروب هذا ما في ولا بلدن، فجأة لقيت 20 بلدن دحين.
Hey, well, what about love? What about care? What about friendship? What about respect? I get all that. Those are all great things. I think if that's what you want in life, fantastic. But if what you want is to achieve a specific goal, then having enough money to just keep trying? What about merit? Happy Puffer, in theory, the greatest actor that has ever been born or will ever be born will either exist in China or India and will likely never actually see it to the acting stage. Geography plays a huge role in what you do or don't believe and what you do or don't end up doing. And in theory, the vast amount of people do not have access to the systems, the support, any kind of requirements they actually need to do the thing that they would be best at, in theory. I mean, Bollywood is indeed interesting. Bollywood's great. However, if you look at Bollywood, it is again a really closed loop. Bollywood is a very small ecosystem of a couple of ridiculously famous and powerful families that keep it going. And in the performance, artistic or creative world, opportunity and access to that opportunity is often far more important than actual skill. Is that a controversial take? Does that upset you? Does it sound like I'm bitter? I'm definitely annoyed. Are the pups feeling better? Apollo may be coming down with osteoarthritis because he's just an old dog now. Piper's feeling much better, thank you for asking. It's more stating facts over to having an opinion. Yeah, how famous you will be is often based on how much opportunity you have to put yourself into situations where you will be famous. Have I gone woke? Am I aware of the injustices within the world systemically? I'd hope so. A lot of systems need to align in order for anyone to do anything they want to do. You need to be geographically within a region that allows you to do it. You need to be within the social group that allows you to do it. You need to have the free time and the support and the money. This is an opinion I've shared again and again and again. Consider this. Let's imagine you want to be an actor. Let's imagine that you work in a fast food restaurant. You work 7 days a week because you're trying really hard to save that money up. You live in a busy, expensive city. That's what you're doing. Let's imagine that you discover there's an audition for a film. It's in 2 days' time. And you have to go to your boss and say, hey, I've got this audition for the film. And he says to you, no, you can't do that. We need you here. Do you take it? Do you go for it? Knowing that you might come back to no job? Well, most people would say, yeah, I'll risk it. But then imagine that you're a multimillionaire. You sat at home, you got nothing to do, you're totally fine. Everything's okay. Then it turns out that there is an audition for a film. Yeah, why not? You go to it. You'll travel them before. Some people are saying, yeah, fuck that job. I don't care about it. I'm going to go to the audition. Statistically, you won't get the role. And then you come back and you have no job. And then you can't pay your rent, then you can't buy food. Then you're in trouble. And then you also have to take into account the fact that the train down there is going to cost you money. You might need a hotel. That's going to cost you some cash. You might not have the clothes that you need to really give the best impression. That's going to give you a little bit of a problem. But the person that has an absolute load of money, it's not a problem for them. They can buy whatever clothes they need. They'll get a nice train down. They'll be able to rehearse the scene maybe with someone. And once the whole thing is over, they might even know someone who knows the director. They might even have a little connection to the film itself. Rebel says, fuck it, get another job. Who cares about such a shit job? Rebel, have you had to do that before? Because if...
يعجبوني يا أخي. يعجبوني يا أخي اللي يقول لك فكت يا أخي روح أجيب أي وظيفة. روح أي وظيفة تانية عادي يعني. اتس اوكي اتس اوكي. خش دور لك على وظيفة مرة سهلة. يا ليف الوظيفة وخش يا اخي. اقول لك الانترنت شوف حتى هو عنده المشكلة دي، يخشوا عنده في الشات يتفلسفوا.
If you don't have the money that is required to take the travel, the accommodation, changing, all of that, while I know that it's lovely to say, just get another job, not realistic to a lot of people. And sometimes you have to say, okay, you know what, I won't go for this audition. What happens now if you're getting an audition or an offer for an audition once a week? That's a problem. You can't keep coming down from that. You can't keep calling out. You can't keep getting another job. You can't keep quitting. Maybe you can do it once. You can't keep doing that. And that is why the best thing that you could have behind you in order to succeed in an acting career is not being a good actor, but being able to put yourself in situations that might result in an acting career. And that means having a lot of money. More money you have, the better. It is a huge privilege to be able to pick and choose what you do or don't do on any given day. Hang on, oh, Rebel. Well then, do a suicide already if there's no other point. Rebel, first of all, do you want me to do a Twitch wellness check on you? I can just send that because that's an incredibly childish and, I'll be honest with you, incredibly stupid thing to say. I don't normally use that word to describe people, but I'm kind of in that mood right now. That is an incredibly stupid thing to say. A hell of a lot of people are not privileged enough to be able to go and do the artistic endeavors they want to do. Those people who are privileged enough and lucky enough to be able to go and do that understand that it comes with a lot of caveats that most people won't be able to do. And guys, if you are feeling in that kind of way, please do speak to someone. There are genuinely support structures out there. Speak, talk about it, keep breathing, and you'll have a chance to do some other stuff. So I suppose one of my controversial takes is a huge amount of success is based on being able to put yourself in positions where the success happens. Let's imagine that your boss in a job says, yes, luck and blah blah blah, but don't make everyone locked in some miserable destiny. Rebel, you sound like you're thinking about this in a relatively simplistic way. I hope you're able to think about this in a more complicated way in the future, but the idea is there is a balance between the ideology and the idealistic way of living and the reality of what you then have to do. And people that don't have a huge amount of money or don't have a huge amount of opportunities often have to contend with the fact that there will be things they want to do that are difficult to do. And I think anyone that ignores that fact is being naive. Well, we're doing pretty well down here so far, guys, and that's clear as well. So let's imagine that your boss says one day, oh, hey, I'm going to go on a golfing holiday. Do you guys want to come? And it's going to be like a 10-day holiday off in some nice European country somewhere. That's expensive. If you say, yeah, I've got the money to do that, I'll go and do that. That's a huge privilege. That's an incredible position of power you're in to be able to do that. And then your boss likes you more, which means when an opportunity comes up in the future, they're going to give it to you. Not everyone can do what they want. Absolutely. That's what it is. Very true. Not everyone can do what they want, which is why a career within an artistic area is often a privilege. No one's success is entirely due to their own work. It's often due to the network and the systems around that person's work. Arnold Schwarzenegger has an excellent speech where he says, you can call me anything, but don't call me a self-made man. Even though he has put a huge amount of effort and time and focus into what he's doing, and the dude has definitely put the work and the time and the risk in, and people can go, oh, he took steroids all the time. The guy still worked hard. All right, doesn't take away from the hard work he did and the risks he took, but he acknowledges that he is in that position of privilege and power because of all of the help that he had to get there. And that his speech ending in, you can call me anything, but don't call me a self-made man. He talks about the fact that when he moved over to America and he had literally nothing, the bodybuilding team from the gym he was at came to his house to have lunch and they brought him cutlery. They brought him, bowls and plates and cups. They supported him as much as they could, which I think is a beautiful thing to do. Anyone's success, unless you don't meet anyone in your entire life, is, at least in a small part, based on the path that other people have pushed you into life. I totally agree. What I hear, though, is stay safe, don't risk. With such attitude, you'll live life very rapidly. Rebel, if you think you're hearing that, then you're thinking far too black and white. You're thinking far too simplistically. It's not stay safe, don't risk. It's some people have to understand that
self-made man معناته ما حد كراه. يعني مثلا انت مثلا دخلت وظيفة ولا شيء، ابوك مثلا يدخلك وظيفة ولا حاجة، self-made man. انت نجحت بنفسك، فهمت؟
risk for you might not be worth taking. What if you have a family to support? What if you have children that rely on you? What if you have a support network that you need to be part of? Would it be fair for you to take a risk if your failure meant hurting them as well? It's very easy, especially when you're young, to think, hey, I'm just going to do, you know, everything that I need to and I'll take all the risks, because normally you're in a situation where the only person that fails is you. We do also absolutely need to take risks. We need to take risks. Absolutely 100% true. But we also need to weigh them up as, if it fails, who loses? Because if it's not just you, then it's more complicated. And many people do choose to stay safe. And what I'm saying to you is that staying safe is an appealing thing to do, especially if you've been used to not having that safety before. And you're not necessarily wrong for that, but what if, and this is the crux of the entire argument, what if you could take all those risks and know if they fail, you would still be safe? That's what a support network and money bring. The ability to take more risks, more often, and know that failure does not mean destitution. It does not mean bankruptcy. It does not mean homelessness. That's where the artistic money comes into it. And I think that when people just jump to, well, if you're not going to do that, just end yourself, it's an incredibly touchy and sensitive topic that, all due respect to everyone in the chat, Twitch chat does not have the nuance or the focus to actually have this as a productive conversation. And I'm sure many people in the chat will be personally affected by it, that I don't want to be focusing on this. There are moments and times to have those conversations, and jumping to them right there, not good. Let's make a slight joke about this. Forest leather belt, 4 strength, 4 stamina, leather belt. Level 18. That was the game saying, Josh, stop now. Here is the 4 strength, 4 stamina, leather belt. It's right there. That could not have come at a better time. The forest leather belt. 4 strength, 4 stam, level 18, the belt. And I will pass it. I'm not against your opinion, but I've seen again and again people that are afraid to even try to switch their job, even in relatively safe situations, and that's a pity. You will never understand why they do or don't decide to do that. It's their choice to make, their opinion. I mean, yeah, I've lived paycheck to paycheck before. It sucks. Absolutely sucks. I've heard you say these things before, that's why I listen to you. I'm only as wise as the wisest person I've ever spoken to. And hopefully if I speak to more people, I'll meet more people that are wiser. And then I can take their ideas, which are better than mine, and ingratiate them into my own thoughts. Nissa, what'd you miss? We're just setting the world to rights, man. That's all we're doing. There are many people that avoid situations because to them, it's not necessarily the opposite, it's just a different situation would be worse. Analyt, we are so back. We got philosophical for a bit there, didn't we? We got philosophical. Sometimes people do appreciate stability. That's true. And I think the reason Gen Z and Gen Alpha are rightfully so angry is that they have done everything that the previous generation told them to do within the pattern of how you should live your life and the rewards it would give you, and those rewards did not come to fruition. They did everything they were told correctly and still failed through no fault of their own. And that is why that generation are angry, and I completely agree with them and understand them. Aaron says you quit acting because you want to act in English and you're from Turkey and the things just aren't there, the opportunities just aren't there. I get it, man. I get it. Imagine being part of Gen Z or Gen Alpha and you're told, take the loan, go to college, do this, be kind, work hard, save up, and you still don't get anything worth like the effort you put into it. I'd be annoyed. I'd be super annoyed. I'd be like, look, I did everything you said and this didn't work. You'd be mad as hell, and you'd be right to be. You guys want to see what the joke is right now? The Simpsons used to be a parody. Now it's aspirational. The Simpsons used to take the piss out of the sitcom family. It was a satire. It was saying, hey, we're going to take everything that the comedy networks have made generic and we're going to flip it on its head. We're going to use this as a joke. Look at how stupid this is. Now, guy works one job, holds down a nice house, car, wife, 3 kids, time off in the weekend, stable friendship group, local pub, work, decent pension, work outings, work due. That's pretty comfortable. That used to be funny. Oh my god, did you guys see the McDonald's CEO eating his own burger recently? Now, I'm not going to call that guy a wimp, but I ate a big arch burger a few days ago and I demolished it. Alright, McDonald's, listen, if you're out there, if you need to just film somebody eating a big arch burger, I'm pretty cheap compared to your own CEO. Just get me. I'll eat a burger in an advert. I'll enjoy it. You know why? Because I don't think it's a bad burger. It's not a good burger, but I'm pretty sure I can eat a big arch burger in an advert and at least enjoy parts of it. He called it a product. I'm sure it probably is, but you know what? There is nothing wrong with a McDonald's burger every now and again. And you're not lesser if you enjoy them. You sure? It's not because you aspire to an acting career. I'd love an acting career. That'd be great. But right now, I'm enjoying playing World of Warcraft. Having a good time. In general. Having what I think is a lovely time. Every now and again, Mackey's hits good. Nothing wrong with it. Is that me taking the controversial stance? People that have too much money don't live in the real world, and they often forget what the real world actually is. And I heard someone say to me once, you know what? Extremely wealthy people are the only people that it's totally socially okay to ostracize. I'm like, no, it's because you forget your humanity. It's because you forget that 99% of people don't have enough money to have an at-home chef and to eat steak every day. People will be eating crappy cheap food from cheap supermarkets, which themselves ironically are more expensive than being able to buy in bulk. I think that people that don't need to contend with the challenges of day-to-day life often forget those challenges exist to other people. Do people lose touch, or do they think they're more down to earth? Do people who win the lottery lose touch? There's a study done that most people that win the lottery are... this is going to sound really horrible. Normally, people who are smart with money don't play the lottery. The lottery is not played as an investment. The lottery is played as a little bit of joy within an otherwise joyless, generally joyless place. Because it's not about genuinely putting the money in and expecting something back. It's about buying a little bit of hope for a bit. That's what it is. It's about thinking, right, I'm not going to win, but what if? You're buying the what if. Unfortunately, when people win a huge amount of money on the lottery, you are then giving money to people who were banking on the what if. Now, if they're very lucky, they'll be smart with it. If they are very, very lucky and they're very smart, they will save it. And they will find a way to enjoy parts of it, to improve their own life, to put it aside, and to effectively stretch it out way longer than it should be. That's the best case scenario. And I've met people, I've known people who have come into huge amounts of money over relatively small amounts of time. YouTubers, Twitch streamers, content creators, and they all do the dumb thing of going to spend it on a huge amount of money and Rolexes and cars, holidays, whatever they want to go for it. Not long-term viable. Fun, definitely fun. Not long-term viable. There's even, you can go and Google this right now. There's an interesting story in the UK of a guy that many years ago the press called the lottery lout, L-O-U-T. It was a garbage man who won the lottery. And there was nothing wrong with being a garbage man whatsoever. Noble career if you want to go for it. Someone's got to tidy up. But the guy won a couple of 100 million on the lottery. And I think it was, what, 5 years later? Spent all of it back to being a garbage man. And he won a couple of 100 million, spent it all on cars, women, drugs, holidays. Went like absolutely crazy over the top. Lived a lavish lifestyle for 5 years. Is it 5 years? 8 years. And then back to having nothing. Google it. Go and check. Huge amount of lottery winners run out of money very quickly. It was 5 million. Was it 5 million? Are you sure? I thought it was way more. There was a guy who won way more and was super bad at managing it. Guys, if you ever do find yourself suddenly with a huge amount of money, it's obviously yours to do whatever the hell you want with. But please, take my advice on one thing. Do not tell people. If you ever come into a huge amount of cash, you keep that secret, because the vast majority of these arguments come from family and from friends who suddenly want to have a lot more interest and involvement in your life. And if you don't help them out, they will remember, and they will make you feel bad for it. I will tell my mum, and my mum, yeah, you'll tell your mum, your mum will tell everybody. Someone will tell everyone. First thing you do is literally nothing. If you do ever win a life-changing amount of money, please, for the love of God, 1, keep it quiet. 2, don't go public with it. 3, speak to a financial advisor. I know that sounds like the boring thing to do, but it is, I guarantee, the best thing to do in this case. Literally, just go and say, right,
نفسي اشوف
I've
تير
got
لي
this,
يا أخي.
what do I do? That's a great way of putting it. If you win a life-changing amount of money, do not immediately change your life. At what step do we buy the Warhammer? That comes a few weeks later. The science of pixel slaying says I would give 90% to charity, excess money as a curse. Unless you have it, you don't know whether you would or not. And the moment you do, believe it or not, that also changes things. Because then charity sees a huge amount of money coming in from one place, and you're then going to be on every mailing list forever. You already have. Potentially. What a huge amount of the world would consider life-changing money. You can give it all to charity right now. But I'm not going to make you feel bad if you don't. Plus, life-changing money is to lots of people a different amount. Have I ever had really large donations on Twitch and the like? Yeah. And as soon as that happens, I've actually contacted the person and said, was this a mistake? Someone via PayPal sent £1,000. £1,000 is a lot of money. And as soon as I saw that, I immediately contacted the guy, because obviously you can see the email. And I said, hey man, just checking, have you been hacked? Is this a mistake? Because I didn't think it was legitimate. And I said, if this was a mistake, I will reimburse it, I'll send it back right now. And they responded to me saying, hey, thanks for checking in. Nope, I have invested in cryptocurrency a couple of years ago. It's finally come to fruition. It's been a lot more money than they expected. And they enjoyed my YouTube videos. And then they actually showed me some screenshots of the proof that they were actually okay. And I have had a couple more people reach out to me on Discord saying, hey, I would like to make a large one-off donation. Is that okay? And I've responded, let's catch up in 6 months. Keep it. I'm okay. Let's catch up in 6 months and see where we're at. Because, you know, hey, I don't know if this person has just come into a large amount of money and wants to be foolish with it, or if they're wealthy. But I said, we'll catch up in 6 months. And we did. The person messaged me in 6 months and said, hey, just checking in. I still feel the same. I've still got that. Still want to do that. Do you want that? And I said, honestly, no. Because the whole 6 months thing was generally me just kind of fobbing you off and hoping this conversation never happened. I appreciate it, but how about you just tune in and support, and if I ever really need help, I'll reach out to you. Apart from that, I've had a couple of people send a few hundred every now and again, and I've got a couple of people that have occasionally asked for a couple of thousand, but I don't know whether I'm dealing with someone who is mentally stable or someone who has got access to their mum's credit card. You know, yeah, that's how you can pay me back. If you ever meet me, just be like a chilled out, cool person. That'll be fun to have a chat with. Money laundering through Twitch. People do it. What story was behind the few thousand asks? I think people just want to give money, which is lovely. But like, spend it on yourself and your family first. Once you've taken care of your own household, once you've taken care of your own wants and your own desires and your own needs, then yeah, sure. Spend money on whatever entertainment makes you happy. But I'm not going anywhere. You guys have, I'm not sponsored, but if you've ever been to the Cozy Club, I absolutely love their cherry bakewell cocktails. The world is full of rich people and money is subjective. Absolutely. It absolutely completely is. At some point, we don't see money the way they see money. Absolutely. You had the chance to meet you in January, but you were on holiday with your family. Yeah, Centre Parks was lovely. I didn't know how you'd feel about an approach. That was absolutely fine. Glamoring, first of all, thanks, man. If it was the archery at Centre Parks, one of the guy that if you've been to the UK, you know that Centre Parks is like this kind of forest retreat in the woods. I really like it. I think it's a cool place. Oh, no, that's totally fine. Yeah, if you want to go up and say hi to me, totally okay. The guy that we did laser clay pigeon, you were in the other group. Oh, sweet.
Lovely. حلو. يعني زي ما احنا نقول حلو. Same shit.
Sweet. Yeah, that was cool. Archery was really good fun. I remember you guys. You guys had a great time. Yeah, you were fun to hang out with. Yeah, me and my brother were there as well. We also did clay pigeon shooting. It wasn't clay, it was like laser clay pigeon shooting the next day, where they fire laser pucks and you follow the shotgun. And the guy that was teaching us and hosting the laser clay pigeon shooting was a massive gamer. He was really into the Binding of Isaac. So we ended up having a chat with him for a while. He was super cool. We had a good laugh with him. Archery isn't a holiday, it's a mandatory. Yeah, you've got to, when you go to Centre Parks, you've got to go and do archery. Yeah, I had a good time with that. That was fun. Yeah, he loved the Binding of Isaac. But you know, that's also completely spot on. Nida, you talk about the value of money being subjective. Money, most people trade their time for money. Whereas when you have enough money, it becomes about the opposite, trading money for time. And that's kind of how it ends up working. So if you have 8 hours a day where you're not doing anything, then yeah, finding a job that can effectively exchange those 8 hours for money is something you're going to do. But when you have a load of cash, you're going to say, right, I'm going to change this for time I want to do something with it. If I ever meet you, can I hug you? As long as you ask me first, that's fine. And if I say no, respect that. But eventually, you do have enough money that you don't need to worry about it. Josh, what's my World War III take? I think if it's going to be successful, world leaders need to understand that the Nod bike rush, taking out the enemy's harvester, is the best opening. Because you only need 3 rocket bikes, and if you completely take out the harvester, they won't be in a position to build another ore refinery yet, which at the early stage in the game is the only real way to get another harvester, and you effectively cripple their economy really early on. That, or what you want to do is just start spamming machine gun troops and hold them back at your actual base. Easier way to do it. That's Command and Conquer. Yeah, pretty much same thing. I've played enough C&C, I'm sure I'll be useful. Not dogs. You don't want to worry too much about investing in dogs too early on, because if the enemy send a Humvee, you're basically in trouble. Or if the enemy send one of the quick kind of machine gun buggies if their plan is not. But no, to talk about people walking up and saying hi, that's totally fine. I was posting some pictures of the fact that I was at Centerbox, so it's not like it was a secret for people. Do I have good advice to improve improvising? Yeah, sure I do. So, if you guys want to know the trick to being good at improvising, you're not actually coming up with something brand new every single time. Improvising often means working out a way to engage with the situation in a unique way, but it does not mean crafting something that has never been done before. Often it means what you're actually doing is taking systems, ideas, comedy lines, or bits that you know and you understand actually pretty well, and applying them to that instead. So whenever a funny thing happens, so when I was working on the film project recently, one of the actors, a guy called Chris, one of the kind of main characters in there, super funny dude, like really hilarious. And I think my favorite moment was when one of the sound techs just got super angry and super annoyed that some cables not working and just constantly kept shouting at this cable. It was quite quiet apart from the fact they were shouting at the cable. And then as soon as it went quiet, Chris just went, I remember my first beer too. Which was, obviously it was a reference to the fact that the dude was acting drunk on set. And when he said that, I laughed. And then a few days later, someone also, tripped over something, and he said the same thing again. I thought, that's not actually improvised. That's just a funny line that he remembers and uses in this. So if you want to get good at improvising, get good at memorizing specific frameworks that you can then slot into situations that you're already in. You don't need to think of something brand new every single time. You just need to think of what do you already know and what would fit there. You feel bad about doing that. Toby, why not? Why would you feel bad about doing that? It's what everyone else is doing. Like cheating, yeah. The trick is to make it so. I think it was Steve Martin, the actor, that said, acting is about integrity. And if you can fake that, you've got it made. And he knew a thing or two about acting.
هو في نهاية الفيديو قلبنا اكتنج مع اكتنج بس يلا. جود فيديو. يا رب اشوف تير واحد للبلدن، بس واحد.
Another story of a mortal asking for more than they can handle.
واحد بس، واحد تير بس. واحد تير بس. ابى اشوف واحد تير للبلدن يا عيال. واحد تير.
Send her on down the line. Zealotath, you will face the judgment of the light.
واحد تير للبلدن بس، اللي هي اسبوعين ما شفت شيء. يا رجل ما شفت شيء، حتى في البتاع حقتي ما شفت. في الفولت حقي ما شفت.
Embrace your demise.
Your add-ons are experiencing a large number of errors. نفسي اعرف ايش الايرورز هذه. من ايش بتطلع لي؟ شكله في واحد في ادون مخرب لنا الدنيا كلها، مش عارف شو هو. ممكن بيج دي بوفس. Let's see.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Take flight, brother. You cannot escape.
يعني انت شايفني واقف تطلع فوقي؟
Come to the light's blessings.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Take flight! You cannot escape. Obey your fear. Stay there. Bow down.
اما ما ادري ايش اسوي لكم.
Obey your fears.
Come to the light's blessings.
Here's my artillery. My turn. escape. Obey your fears. They have forfeited their right to live. Stay there. No despair. Bow down. You terminate.
اياه
She's the one who needs to be careful. I will turn the void itself against her.
سبعة وتسعين. الله كل ما ينزل تير ستة. الرول حقي ستة يا واد. انا مو مكتوب لي اجيب التير ست ابدا والله.
I mustn't stray. Mustn't. We all stray sometimes. What's important is finding our way back.
Shadows and lies. Don't you see, Tyrallion? All who tolerate the void are our enemy.
يا لوكس لايك الاسبوع ذا ما هجيب تير ابدا. حتى تو سيت ما في. Well, two set maybe. Two set maybe.
Just stay back.
Breathe. Let go of the range. For now.
I think I'll stay mastery بصراحة. I'll stay mastery اللي بلعب هاي كار. يا أخي موضوع إنه يكون عندي اثنين، واحد من اثنين، يا أختار دبل جادجمنت أوتو أتاك أوتو كروسيد، أو أكمل تمبلر واحدة. I think I'll stay. وآخذ هيست ولا حاجة، أو كريت whatever. تقريبا كابد everything، بس الشيء المحزن زي ما قلنا ما حاقدر شو اسمه، ما اقدر اجيب 3 set او 4 set. ساد من جد، حظ زباله بدايه اكسبانشن مره سيء. شكلي حمكسس السلاح.
Five, four, three, two, 1.
We'll never trust those that turn their back on the light. This means nothing. Shields aren't only for protection. Be crushed by the light's will.
Good bodies shall be broken.
The light shield is heavy.
You will be crushed.
The light blessing be our bulwark. The light demands your surrender.
Good bodies shall be broken.
Be crushed by the light's will.
Good bodies shall be broken.
The light shield is heavy.
You will be crushed.
Shields aren't only for protection.
Going against the light will reveal its wrath. You're all out of mercy. Now is the time for retribution. Light's flame will overcome.
The light shield is heavy.
You will be crushed.
Be crushed by the light. Shields aren't only for protection.
Good bodies shall be broken.
The light shield is heavy.
You will be crushed.
The light's guidance brings peace. Shields aren't only for the light demands your adornment.
Good bodies shall be broken.
The light shield is heavy.
You will be crushed.
Shields aren't only for protection. Be crushed by the light's will. The light shield is heavy. The light demanded your death. Shields aren't only for protection.
Good bodies shall be broken.
The light shield is heavy.
You will be crushed.
Be crushed by the light's will. Shields aren't only for protection.
But the light can be crushed.
The light's blessing be our bulwark. The light demands your surrender. Be crushed by the light's will. The light demanded your death. But the light guided my...
No loot again. Nice. I like it. Really nice. 2 tier نزل مرة هذه نزل 2 tier ولا واحد من اللي أنا أبغاه.
But perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Not after Turalian cut open your own
I
son.
don't think I need to kill the last boss. حتى the last boss محتاج. I think last boss أنا ما أحتاج أقتله أبدا. خلاص. Temporal strike number 2. كتر ما عمل سبام temporal strike. يعني نص ايوي، مو فل ايوي، نص ايوي. سبكي نص ايوي. نورمال فاست. نورمال فاست. اسوي ليفل 9 على طول صح؟ انا ما راح اسوي كرافت هيرو، هسوي ابجريد هيرو على طول. ابى اكمل يا اخي، ابى اكمل بروك ماستري. خلينا نشوف. after this
a manifestation grows deep in the rift abound. If it is not stopped soon, it could destroy Harandar. Even the Shuka cannot reach so deep in the rift without risking our end in the madness. But you can. Slay this malformed creature before it threatens lands beyond the rift of Owl. This one was allowed to grow for too long. The rift has formed it into something terrible. Without a goddess to shape it, it is only torment and rage. It must be stopped.
احتمال في الميثك بلس اسوي كذا maybe. كذا واحد من اثنين، يا اروح كذا يا اروح كذا. But I'm thinking of going like this. والله I don't know. هشوف الفرق ما بينهم. Three and four. طب ما تقول فيرست وسكند، يعني انت اهبل ولا ايش؟ لسه يا جميل لسه.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, thanks. Very nice. I think البوس عنده ستاك ولا؟ شفط واحد هذا I think. لا عملت سوكا، المفروض ما اعمل سوكا. والله ما مشكلة.
One day, the goddess may be able to shape what forms here into what they should be. Until then, the Shulka must protect the world from their rage and sorrow. Thank you.
You have a high chance to spatter your target with volatile burger. 1 5 stacks enemy demise. نفسي ينزل لي واحد تير يا عيال، والله قلة ادب. No, this trinket is bad for me. Yep. I'll pass. ما انا عارف ايش اسوي يا اخي، اكتر من كذا ما انا عارف ايش اسوي. تقريبا كل حاجه سويتها يا واد تير بلدن ما شفت الا مرتين بس في اسبوعين ما شفت الا مرتين. ما بقي لي الا اني اسوي هيرويك. ما بقي لي الا اني اسوي هيرويك بس. Link curve or no invite. Okay, bro. ابى اجرب حاجتين. السنجل تارجت how badly is it gonna be affected لو سويت كذا؟ for 3 minutes. Single target 3 minutes. Quick sim. وإذا سويت كذا 66 273. لانه يا اخي في تالنتات حلوه مره كثير وما ابغى استغني عن تالنتات. في تالنتات تانية عجبتني فما ابغى اغيرها، فانا بسوي زي كذا غصبا عني. طيب السنجل تارجت افكتد باي، الفرق ما بين ذي وذي تقريبا 66 فاصلة تقريبا 700 which is nothing في السنجل تارجت. سو انا ما عندي مشكله العب زي كذا. تعبانة ليه؟ ايه؟ تعبانة ايش؟ ظهرك، بطنك، ايش؟ حتنامي يعني؟ يعني حتنامي ولا ايش؟ يعني ما تبي تروحي؟ بعد ما كحيت ما تبي تروحي؟ حلو، بعد ما كحيت ما اوكي. حبيبي بابا كعيت تقولي لي انا ما اقدر. ها ايه يعني اسمعي سؤال بس، هتروحي ولا لا؟ متى المفروض تروحي؟ ايش؟ طيب يعني انت الحين ايش هتسوي؟ هتروحي ولا لا؟ طيب سؤالي مرة سهل، انت هتروحي يعني ولا ايش؟ اما دفعت تقول لي مش عارف. تسب يمه انت والله. يعني في نهاية الموضوع ضحكت علي. خلاص اوكي، انتوا الحريم كذا. انتوا الحريم كذا خلاص انا متعود. طيب خلاص هذه هي التالنتات اللي اقدر اخذها صراحة، غير كذا ما يمديني. this one انا ما باها because it's a bait, it's a massive bait. وانا ممكن اسوي لها switch around. شكلي بخلي الماستري. شكلي بخلي الماستري انا. شكلي بخلي الماستري والعب وان يوز ترينكت لغايه ما اشوف ترينكت ثاني. الله يستر طبعا ممكن يتغير في اي لحظة السلاح، بس حكوع فيه، حكوع ما عندي مشكلة. شكلي بكوع. كم الفرق؟ 53 و66. ايه شكلي بدفع رانك 1 خلاص. بدفع رانك 1 وفول ابجريد وخلاص.
I will do my duty.
This upgrade costs fewer heroes down crest because you already have the quarter set with the higher level. اوكي سو ما حدفع كتير. حلو 80 بس. وبفكر حتى الشولدر فول ابجريد. ما عندي تشامبيون انا اسوي ابجريد الترينكت بس مو مشكلة.
Go carefully.
كذا.
There is much to be done.
Shit, my okay.
If needed, I will answer the call. I will do my duty.
Okay. لا لانه حسوي كرافت، انا حسوي كرافت بالميثك، حسوي جزمه وخلاص. ومايت از ويل يوز اول ماي هيروز وخلاص. كده كده الشولدر هذا كده كده اصلا ما حيجيني ايتمات، ما حيجيني ايتم شولدر، فالشولدر ذا حيقعد معايا فتره طويله جدا. ححوله موست لايكلي، ححوله كمان، ححوله بعدين لما اجيب التو ست. ف شكله يا هيكون فول ابجريد شولدر. سكرو ات فاكت. والقطعة الثالثة حستنى عليها هذا خلاص. خلاص I think I'm ready. ايش هذا؟ انا اشوف الكوست هذا ايش وضعه قبل اسوي اي شيء. انا حشران يا راجل.
Once again, that accursed Sunwell has been corrupted by vile...
What has befallen the people in Silvermoon? Tell me of the doom that threatens you.
The Sunwell has fallen. Xalatath has twisted its power.
This much void energy will soon spill from the Sunwell.
Even now, my people gather their own army to lend to the Sindori.
Awaken the Ancient of the War. Awaken the Ancient of War embodiment.
I have heard enough. The void is a threat to all of Azeroth. You will have our armies. On your mark.
شو قصة الخرا دي؟
Champion, please aid Maiev with awakening the ancients and preparing them for war.
The Sindori continue the ancient elven tradition of not learning from their disastrous mistakes.
هذه لسه معصبة إلى
The
الآن؟
wardens are watching.
هذه لسه معصبة إلى الآن؟ لا يمكن فوق الخمسة اكسبانشن ستوك معصبة. بعدين صوتها عامل زي هلا تقريبا.
Civilization and brought our home to ruin. الماونت اللي انا لابسه، الماونت اللي انا راكبه ده يا واد شكله مره خايس. لا تسأل ليش حاطه فيفورت بس وريفر. Once again, the Sunwell invites corruption and calamity. How many times must its mere existence imperil our world?
نايس. تفتك من ام الشجر عشان تخش في شجر.
The Kaldorei forces make this fight possible, but we will need more allies to be assured of victory.
Come with an open mind.
The conflict between the Blood Elves and the High Elves of the
Lord Mar, I've attached no conditions to my aid. A corrupted Sunwell is an existential.
أول مرة تسمعها عندي، واضح يا خليفة إنك ضارب حشيش، لأنه الأغاني هذه أنا حاططها من زمان.
Just a bunch of stubborn old elves. Be alert for opportunity.
Fret not. You did well to bring them together.
Do you think returning Anastarion's relics will convince those like Aethys to allow you to return?
High King Anastarion's Book of Laws
طبعا مش قاعد يغني. مش قاعد يغني معانا. فيري كول فيري كول فيري كول. ان شاء الله تكون، ان شاء الله يا رب تكون الكوستات هذه في منها فايده، لان انا حاسس انها حتكون ما من امها فايده. بس هو زعلان انه انطرد لانه كان في الغرفة مع عمل برا، فهو زعلان. هو اكل طردة مرة، هو اكل طردة بنت كلب عشان كذا. بجوز زمان كنت احط معاك مشمش، وين اختفى؟ لاني شلت اشياءهم خليتها برا، نظفت غرفتي شويه. لان غرفتي كانت مليانه اشياء ما لهم داعي، واحده من الاشياء كان بيوتهم، كانت عندي بيوتهم هنا مرميه وراي. وطبعا تسوي يعني مع الاحترام الشديد تسوي للستريم اشياء كثيره بس ما تستفيد ولا شيء، عرفت؟ يعني كل المفلمه دي تسوي وتعمل ديزاين للباك جراوند حقتك، في نهاية الموضوع ما تستفيد ولا شيء، بيكوز اللي قدامك هذا الشخص اللي قدامك، او مو الشخص اللي قدامك سوري، كل التعب ده تسويه على الفاضي وما حد معبر المحتوى الموجود اللي انت بتسويه. فافضل شيء انك انت ايش تسوي زي الحمير الباقيين، تحط جرين سكرين وتحط صورة لغرفة مرتبة وراك. سمبل. حتى الهاند كام وما الهاند كام كله شلته خلاص.
The Silver Covenant returns to Silver Moon one last time.
But there is no way you are using a green screen, no way. كيف يعني ما فهمت؟ اللي ورايا مو حقيقي. Are you trolling? Please tell me you're not trolling.
Look who's arrived! My friend, I was just speaking of you. Highly, of course. Come, come! Glory to the Sindori. Do come back.
صح هنا في هنا فري بوكس بيسكلي صح؟ ولا انا محشش؟ fortify the rune stone. اوكي نيفر مايند. خلاص يا بيض، مو عشان انطردت وصرت زي كلب خلاص. كلنا مطرودين يا مش كلنا مطرودين والله.
Athos, I am not here to fight you.
We are here to defend the city of our birth from the void.
كلنا مطرودين زي الكلاب. انا وانت سوا كلاب.
All that I worked for.
Aethys, be courageous enough to unify our people as Anasterian did, in defiance of this invasion.
So be it. Allow them entry. Varisa Windrunner, I had not believed you would ever return to this city, but I welcome your help.
That's everyone except for the Shaldorai. Any word, First Arcanist?
Aldiel Shalah.
The Nightborn have yet to answer the missive. Could it have been lost in transit?
That should not be possible.
اللون الرمادي اسمه مشمش ولا العكس؟ مشمش الابيض.
in charge during my absence.
مشمش اللي وراي.
Something may be amiss in Suramar. Can we do something more interesting? Seneschal Ullen, where is the army? Where are our constructs? Why are you ignoring my orders?
استوسعد انه هذه الايتمات ما هي.
Whoever has been draining our mana claimed the messages you sent us. I'll investigate at once, First Arcanist.
No, Ullen. We will investigate this mystery. This military construct has been drained of mana. This was no mere error.
الرمادية اسمها حبحب.
The ley line no longer channels mana. The magic has been devoured. Ullen, who were we talking to before? We must confront them.
كيف عرفت الحلوين؟ لا حبحب ومشمش انا اعرفهم من يوم ما طلعوا من بطن امهم. انا كنت ابغى حبحب بس بعدين امل جات قالت لي والله ما ينفع يقعد لحاله يومك ده هي ندمانه. الا يومك ده. الا يومك ده هي ندمانه ان اختارت مشمش. الى يومك ده. ليه ما تكلمتي من اول طيب يا بنت الكلب؟
Go and undo their sabotage.
بكره ما فيها حيل الحين اسوي دلف. بكره اسوي دلف.
You need not do this alone.
سوي الدلب وخلاص.
Greetings. These halls are crawling with cultists. See if you can find what they've done to the flow of mana.
قبل لا اسوي اي شيء دقيقه عاد الحين جيكم. انا لازم بسوي لي بس وجبه سريعه.
My loyalties are my own. They won't know what hit them. Can't catch us. One moment. Precious gifts from the earth. Now strike. Quick to counter. There, at the top of the stairs. That must be the one who is disrupting the Arcway's conduits. Farewell.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Catch. Now strike! Be quiet! Quiet. My eyes on you. I don't think so. I don't think so. Breathe deep.
So in a way اكون صريح معاكم يا عيال in a way this mythic plus might be the worst mythic plus ever والسبب مرة سهل. السبب مرة سهل أن already نقدر نسوي level 10s this early into the season.
Seems that the crystals that keep the ley lines aligned have been displaced.
That
You
is
need to find and retrieve them.
حب أنزلي فين العصاية؟ فين شب ايش بشيب عناد هو صح؟ عشانكم مطرودين بتعاندوا انتوا اثنين.
Be quiet. Can't catch us. Speak no more. Be quiet. Speak no more. Let's talk. I wouldn't cross
Enough
if I were
talk.
you.
Enough talk.
Breathe deep. Catch. Now strike. Time to sleep. Too quick to counter. One moment. They won't know what hit them. Make haste. I'll take care of them. One moment. Good. Those are all the crystals. Return to the main chamber and place them on their pedestals. Speak no more. Be quiet. This is for you.
Why am I getting destroyed?
My eyes on you.
اتصفق نسيت نايترو بوس.
Well done. The Twilight's blade will not best the Shaldorai this day. Now to bring Ullen's killer to justice. Tenubala.
انا ما حكسب شيء من هذا الشيء اللي انا حسويه دحين، بس I'll do it anyway. let me fight him whatever let's go. ما حكسب شيء but why not.
I am the herald and you are the beast.
extra item whatever.
Breathe deep.
اهدى يا بابا اهدى.
Be still and let them destroy you.
They won't know.
You will never leave this place.
البرو اول ما نزل
Pleasure
ثاني
is
كف
My
1 HP على
loyalties
طول.
are my own.
طبعا ولا شيء مرة في الاسبوع الظاهر. لا الساد. memory of مدري ايش. اوكي.
Make haste. Be quiet. Speak no myth is for you. I don't think so. Can't catch us. Speak no more. Let this be a lesson to Xalotap and her minions. The Nightborn are no strangers to fighting for our people and our world. With the flow of mana restored, our forces can now mobilize and teleport to Silvermoon. Let us rendezvous there, champion.
Yeah.
It is time for the Nightborn to honor the debt we owe to quell the loss. Our future shines bright. I believe all of our preparations are complete. Report back to Lorthamar and bear witness to the army you have assembled.
It's just sad انه الايتمات اللي بيعطوك هي كلها ادفنتشرر. يعني حاطين الكوستات هذه شور اتس ا جود كاتش اب واي انك تدي جير مره سريع. بس والله I have to say وضع اللي هو البيسنج حق الكوستات absolute dog.
Let us hope it will be enough.
It will have to be. We are fighting for the safety of our world.
ابغى اكل قبل اسوي اي محتوى ثاني. I need to eat.
Asturas Denil.
Yes.
Walk in the moonlight.
Yes, my brother.
Kalthros Maldin.
Farewell. Let me know what you want.
طيب في كويست انا ما شفته من اول. يا واد انا نص ميت، كيف حفضل صاحي بكره انا ما اعرف. مش لبكره سوري، لليل. بيتي سحبت على امه من اول.
What brings you here? Until next time.
ايش فايدتها ذي؟ Absolutely nothing. Well, maybe الاسبوع الجاي. يب الاسبوع الجاي، فايدتها الاسبوع الجاي بس. لا جاب امي هنا، يلا مو مشكلة مو مشكلة. هاخد لفة غبية.
The skies call to me.
انا هاخد الهيرو اي جس، عشان اخذ هيرو بسرعة اي جس. انا ماني متأكد، مع انه augmented هذه لو اخذها يا سلام.
May we all find what we seek. There is much to discover.
هاخذ هذه عشان اقفلها الاسبوع الجاي بسرعة.
Be bold. Be true.
طب خلينا نشوف بس البريك داون حق ال ميثك 9 وفوق يعطيني ميثك So I guess في البداية ألعب ليفل 8 I guess لو حيعملوا لي انفايت لأنه اللي هنا مريضين شوية. والله من تاني أسبوع ما تعطيني كيرف أنا ما دخلت الجروب. يعني باختصار روح انقلع. all good. Read note. If you fail, you get a kick if you do under 40k DPS kick. كتب كيك مرتين. اوكي. خليني ابعد عن الجروب ذا احسن. Fast killing curve. Honestly, I rather do dungeons. يعني مثلا
This room right here.
اوكي الفيديو هذا حلو ان نتفرجه while meeting. بروح بس اجيب اكلي قبل لا اسوي اي شيء need to eat. حوريكم دحين بعد شويه كده. اوكي حوريكم سندويتش. حوريكم سندويتش اقسم بآيات الله يا راجل احسن من مليون الف كنتاكي ولا اي محل برجر يسويه. اوكي حتقولوا مستحيل انه هذا في البيت تسويه. اوكي حوريك. انا ما احب الخضار كثير مع في البرجر، ما احب الخضار كثير، ولكن اوريكم انا الحين. طبعا للاسف ما لقيت دجاجه، ما لقيت دجاجه مسطحه، فجتني دجاجه كذا كوره سوري. انا حاطط طبقتين، واحده في النص وواحده فوق، عشان كده ما جاي مظبوط. يا اخي انا حيوان في كل حاجه، احب اكسترا تشيز مدري ليه.
And Resident Evil 9 is the scariest room in the entire game. Of course, it doesn't look that way at first. If anything, it all just looks pretty generic.
It's got a bed, some shelves, a sink in the middle of the room, classic Resident Evil typewriter.
But after beating the game multiple times, this is the one room I cannot stop thinking about. And I want to talk about why. And I also want to talk about why the zombies in this game are so unique and different. And then at the end, I'll give a little review for the game. But for now, I just want to start by talking about why this room specifically is the scariest room in the entire game. It all begins when you wake up in this room surrounded by medical equipment. This is not the beginning of the game, so there's a lot of missing context here, but all that really matters for this video is that you play as an FBI agent named Grace, and we're trapped inside the Rhodes Hill Chronic Care Center looking for a way out. Walking out into the hall, it seems all the lights have gone out. The red glow of emergency lights and the moon shining through a single window are all that illuminates the path. This facility is old, but it's far from abandoned. The indoor plant life seems well and recently maintained. But in some places, there's debris covering the ground, like someone or something had broken its way through the ceiling.
Oh, it's something up there. It's probably fine.
This is my favorite room in the entire game, not because of what's in it necessarily, but because how they use the space so well to fill you with dread. Let me explain. Just around the corner past this ominous horse statue with realistic muscles. I don't know why we needed that in a hospital, but okay, charge $5 million for heart surgery, spend it on a horse statue. You can find two things. First, a fuse box with one fuse missing. New objective, find that shit, open the gate. Second thing you find in this drawer over here is the fat baby key, which we need to open the fat baby door. The actual interior of the room is pretty mundane. Some shelving, extra linens, ye old cuck chair. We've got the cuck table over here just in case you need to take notes. A bathroom vanity here in not the bathroom. I guess for if you wake up and really have to wash your hands. There is a typewriter in the room, which if you don't know is the classic Resident Evil save station. And glowing from the closet is a fuse box with a single fuse inside. There's no way to open it here. You'll need a screwdriver to take the screw off. Chewing on the lock will not work. Stop doing that. But next to the fuse box is a lighter. Now you may notice upon igniting the lighter that debris also lines the floor of this closet, and right above you, a gaping hole. Holy moly. Multiple rooms up to this point have been inaccessible due to being too dark. And while the lighter doesn't provide much light, it's enough to now go inside these rooms. The next room over is a little different than the one we just came from. Still no lights on in here, even though there is an interactable light switch. And because I'm thorough, an investigator at heart, I flipped this switch for 5 minutes straight just to make sure it wouldn't actually turn on. It did not, but you know, at least we know that now. I know this seems insane, but in the original Resident Evil 2, there was a desk in the STARS office that you had to open 50 different times in order to unlock this secret photo of Rebecca Chambers playing basketball. So I'm mostly joking about the light, but I've also been looking around this game for any dumb shit like this. Inside the dark room, there are 3 different beds and children's toys scattered all around. Stuffed animals, blocks, books, and a little table where they would color. Most of the drawings look pretty innocuous. I mean, there was only one that kind of freaked me out, and it was this drawing of like a doorway that was completely black with a little light switch next to it. I don't know, it just kind of looked unsettling. And then there's this drawing of a horse. I don't know whose kid drew this, but like get them involved in a trade or something, you know, like plumbing, get them on a construction site. It's just not a future in art here. If that horse was alive, it would scream. On the table over here is a small children's book that we can read called Shadow Ghost by Marriott Jones. Have you seen the shadow ghost hiding in the dark? Have you seen the shadow ghost staying from the light? Have you seen the shadow ghost? Because she's been watching you. Who the fuck gave this book to a kid? Stay in the light. Okay. Attack! You never know when you're gonna get lamped, and it happened today. And this lamp attack was brought to you by Chime. Segway of the year, baby. Chime is a financial app that is focused on helping you keep your money in your pocket through their fee-free banking. Most people are paying around $300 for sponsoring this video. That's really all there is left in this room. The only other thing worth noting is a notice taped to a box. 2 staff in the nurse's station. I assume items out of the closet. The screwdriver is now in the toolbox in the nurse's station. I assume that's the only place here we haven't checked yet. With the lighter now though, we can actually examine some of the finer details in the area that most people probably won't give a shit about, but it's the one thing I really love about all the Resident Evil games from the past few years. Going the extra mile to fill the space with things like this diagram or pamphlet that are both specific to the Rhodes Hill Care Center. Sometimes though, they will have these pages that have writing on them that's either complete gibberish or writing in another language. I have no idea what language this could possibly be, so my guess is that this is just a bunch of bullshit that they wrote down because they didn't feel like actually writing anything out. Now, I feel like that plant was not knocked over the first time I walked through here. I feel like that plant was very much upright. Damn. Something must have knocked this plant. Okay, it's just doing it every time I say plant. Plant! 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 Alright, we're done.
plan! Inside the prep room, they've got all the usual things you would expect in a doctor's office, like the cotton balls and the tongue depressors.
I'm a walrus.
And another hole in the ceiling. Hiding in the dark. Have you seen the shadow ghost staying from the light? Have you seen the shadow ghost? Because she's been watching you.
Stay in the light. What I love so much about this section of the game is how it just drip feeds you information. Sounds coming from the ceiling where these ominous holes open up into darkness. Using light as part of the puzzle, leaving some rooms off limits until you can find a way to illuminate them. Having this rustling come from where you can't see, playing on this so common fear of the dark. A fear that seems so irrational until the game tells you exactly why you should be scared of it. So now as you stand in this bright room, staring down the hallway, you know exactly what you have to do. The thought of doing it fills you with dread. There's a writer named Orson Scott Card who talked about the different kinds of fear: dread, terror, and horror. He described dread as the strongest of the three kinds of fear. The tension that you feel when you know something is wrong but can't see it. A terrible anticipation. And terror acts as a release. The moment you see the monster, adrenaline spikes and your body forces you to run away. Then finally, horror, where you look on the aftermath of those terrible things. The moment where your brain finally processes all of it.
Now, it's not a perfect description. I mean, it's hard to articulate the complexities of an emotion like fear. But applied to this little section of the game, it helped me understand better why it worked so well. It hits all three of those points at different moments, relying mostly on dread, with these perfectly timed moments of terror. This is getting hot to hold. And then horror. Looking at the gore left behind by the monster, which only starts the cycle over again. Dreading the fact that it's still out there. To get the screwdriver up on top of the shelf, there's a cart in the room that you need to move over and stand on. But as you do so, the rattling of chains and stomping of feet can be heard nearby. Here in this room, surrounded by darkness, the cart creaks. Medical equipment begins to fall. And it hears you. Quickly, we push the cart over, reach up, looking for the screwdriver, and as soon as we find it, dash down to hide underneath a desk nearby. It slinks into the room through the only way in or out. Giving us a small opportunity to escape. The narrow set of hallways this sequence takes place in leave you with almost no option to escape. No possibility of creating distance between you and this monster. Just as you begin rushing towards your objective, the monster crashes through the door, creating a barrier between you and that light where you would have been safe, forcing you to move backwards and through where you just came from. As you just barely make it to the light, and she climbs into the ceiling away from view, plaster and paint falling all around, the stomping and rattling of chains fade. The terror subsides. And you stare into this room right here, screwdriver in hand, feeling more dread than ever before.
And
this is why I think this room in particular is the scariest room in the entire game. The rules have all been established. If you go into the dark, a monster will rip your head meat off with her front teeth like a chicken wing. Inside this room is the fuse you need to open the gate and escape. But there's only one way to go and get that fuse. You have to turn off the lights. This moment is so perfectly set up to be terrifying. You're no longer guessing what might happen, where the monster may come from. You know where the hole is in the room. You know it will get you when the lights are off. You know exactly what's about to happen. Except you don't. Plant. The lights go out before you even get a chance to make it across the room. Any sense of control you had over the situation is ripped away from you, leaving you to panic and just move as fast as you can. The monster starts chasing you down the hallway as thunder shakes the building. You make it to the fuse just in time to open the gate, but not fast enough to escape. The monster endures its bubbling skin in the light just long enough to rip you back inside. Man, what are they putting in this hospital food? Leon Kennedy reporting for duty. Pants are too big. So, in this game, you play as two different protagonists. There's Grace Ashcroft, who you just saw. She's a new character, never been in the series before. And the second one is Leon Booty Man Kennedy. He's been the protagonist of multiple Resident Evil games, and now he's old and beautiful. At this point in the game, Leon saves Grace, a whole bunch of stuff happens, blah, blah, blah. Who cares? I want to talk about how the zombies in this game are so weird and different. Specifically, there are 4 zombies in the Rhodes Hill Chronic Care Center that I want to point out. The first one is the butcher, or the cook, whatever you want to call it. When you first find him, he's in the kitchen, chopping up a bunch of meat with this massive knife. His design kind of looks to me like the monster from Outlast, if you've ever played that game. Just like that big, bald, gray hulking beast. But this guy's got hairy arms and a mother-fudging job to do. He is at work. If you sneak in and just wait for a little bit, you can actually hear him muttering, saying different things. Next. And this is because the zombies in Resident Evil 9 remember their jobs, or just whatever it was they were doing when they died. And all of them, all around the care center, you can see trying to continue that job or that action that they were doing. This guy was a chef, so obviously he's trying to turn me into a beef Wellington. I get the vibe that this guy was not a very nice chef, because when he's attacking you, like if you provoke him and he chases you around, you can hear him say shit that almost sounds like what Gordon Ramsay or just an angry chef would
Gordon Ramsay.
Where's the lamb sauce? I feel like if you're a chef, you can kind of just say anything to people, and as long as your food is good, they'll just take it. And this guy's no exception. If you look around the kitchen before he, starts trying to kill you, there are a ton of dishes that are fully prepared, look amazing, just sitting around on all the counters. What are you yawning for? Yeah, I know. That's how you know he turned real recently, because all of the food is very fresh. I love that when he finds you, he will just chase you around with this massive knife. It's so imposing. He's not like the tyrants from other Resident Evil games, though. He follows you around, but you still can kill him, especially if you are Leon goddamn Kennedy. Get on to the next one. Zombie number 2. You can find this zombie just trying to clean stuff around the care center. Obviously, she was some kind of janitor, maid, something. The interesting thing is when she tries to kill you, she will run up on you, grab you, and do what I thought was trying to scratch your eyes out, but she's trying to scrub your face clean until you die. She just thinks you're a dirty boy and she's gotta clean it up. There's not much else that's interesting to her. I just thought it was really cool how they specified her attack animation.
You know what? She is so fast on insanity. الشخصية الزومبي الوحيد اللي تدقلك سبرنت، انت all you have to do is just run away، لانك لو بتتضارب معاها she does not get flinched ومرة سريعة. انا بقول لك الزومبي الوحيد اللي وانا في الماب اخاف ليش؟ لانه ممكن اتمسك واموت. انا مت منها يمكن 4-5 مرات.
As cleaning. It was just a cool detail. Bang! On to number 3, explosion behind me. So there's this guy here that I just can't, for the life of me, figure out what his job was supposed to be. I was going through the care center, looking at all the zombies, trying to figure out what each of their jobs were, and I found this one zombie who has a very specific goal in mind. It is to turn off the lights. He doesn't do anything, he just hates it when the lights are on. That's just his whole thing. Pretty mad about it, all things considered. Doesn't matter how long you watch him for, he's just always flipping the lights. What kind of idiot would just sit there flipping a light switch for a long duration of time? Well, I mean, you gotta be really stupid to do something like that. This is what led me to believe it was more a situation where when these people died, whatever it was they were doing, they're kind of stuck in a loop doing that same thing over and over again as a zombie. They don't necessarily remember their old habits or what their job was. It's that or this guy's official job title was light switcher. I mean, how much would a light, like if you hired a guy to switch lights on and off, how much would that cost? I guess they had a marble statue of a horse. They could probably afford that guy. Pretty sweet job. And what I love about the light switching zombie specifically is that as Grace, if you want to sneak around, you can flip a light switch, and he will go over to it to flip it off. Because remember, he's mad. He's mad that these lights are on and he's got to do something about it. And you can use that to sneak around it. When I was a kid, my brother and I used to do this to my dad all the time. He really hated when the hall light to the garage was on. And he would just walk by, he would switch it off, and he would go, "Wow, turn the light on," he would yell. So my brother and I, whenever he would turn off the light, one of us would go distract him and talk to him. And it was one of those kitchens where you could like walk around, like there were 2 entrances. And so the other one would walk around, flip the light switch off, and then sneak back. By the time he turned around and saw it was off, he was just like, the vein in his forehead would start to bulge. I don't think he finds it very funny, but it made me laugh so hard every single time. So zombie number 3, this is my dad. Nobody killed this zombie specifically, that's my dad. Zombie number 4. 4. Nailed it. This one is my favorite zombie in the whole game, and it's one that you can hear long before you ever see. I don't think I ever mentioned this in a video before, but Capcom invited me to play Resident Evil 9 early in an event out in LA. And they also gave me the game like 2 weeks early. Thank you, Capcom. I love you, baby. Now, during this playtest event, we got to play the Rose Hill Care Center section pretty much in its entirety. It was in a very quiet office building. No one said really much of anything at all. It was literally just a, "Hello, sign this form that you will never speak a word of this ever," and then sit down and play the game in silence. I'm not gonna lie, it felt a little awkward. I wasn't actually sure who to thank at the end of it. Like I wasn't sure who to talk to, so I just got up and left. Like I just walked out of the building. I probably should have said something to somebody. I was just nervous, I don't know. While I was sitting at the desk, it was this section specifically that just had me quaking. The part with the singing zombie. Just, oh, fuck that. Just the moaning, singing voice hitting these horribly unsettling notes. It's so good. It's so good. My favorite zombie by far. I couldn't really tell if she was a singer who came to the hospital.
هي ما سينجر. طبعا انا قريت البتاعات. قريت الفايلز اللي مرميه في التختيمه الاولى. قريت كل شيء. عندها مشكله. الزومبي هذه عندها مشكله. عندها نرجسيه بتبغى اتنشن. لما تغني تقول كانها بتغني تقول شوفوني. فهمت؟ صاير.
hospital to entertain the patients, you know, like sing to them, comfort people. Or if maybe she was one of the patients that came up to this little area where there's a piano to play music. Not entirely sure, but either way, the sounds that they were able to
هو مو عارف طبعا، بس لو قري الفايل كان عارف على طول، او لو عمل ريسيرش شويه.
achieve for her, wildly unsettling. I don't really have the vocabulary to explain why this really did something for me, but man, I really love it. Oh, another thing, she attacks with her voice too. Like if you get spotted by her, she'll just scream, and it does damage. When I was playing as Grace a couple of times, when my health was really low, she would spot me, scream, and it didn't matter how far I was away, I just down. It's no match for Leon Kennedy though. Good job. You're dead 3 times. Good job. You're bad at this game. Overall, I just really love the direction they took with the zombies here in the Rhodes Hill Care Center. The fact that they retain some things from their lives, some of them will attack you with weapons, unique animations for the different jobs they were doing. It's a very cool attention to detail. It's little variations like this that took this section to the next level for me. Put it a step above, say, Resident Evil 2, where you're just fighting hordes of zombies that do the same thing. And it's just a cool idea that they expand on throughout the game. And now, just quick, before y'all go, I want to do like a little review. I'm not a reviewer. I don't normally review games or anything, but I had some thoughts about this game that I really wanted to like get out. So I'm just gonna do it here at the end of the video. I really enjoyed Resident Evil 9. I was grinning from ear to ear pretty much the whole time. Oh man, especially when I couldn't talk to people about it because I was playing it and nobody else had played it yet. And I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. I hope everybody likes this and I'm not just completely alone and having an amazing time. I thought this early section where you play as Grace was the perfect, and I mean perfect balance between Resident Evil 7's horror and Resident Evil 2's puzzle exploration gameplay. And playing as Leon too, I mean, especially in that second half where they had some really, I think, creative encounters and kept things interesting the entire time for me, it was pretty much always fun. All that being said, I do have one pretty, I would say, big problem with the game. The more I think about it, the more I did not like it, and it was the pacing. And to get that point across, I tried to pace this video like the game is paced. So the first half is me like playing as Grace, and the second half is me, Leon. I don't know, I thought it was creative, whatever. So how I structured this video specifically is, to me, how it felt to play the game. I used 2 different video concepts with very different styles and just kind of put them back to back. So really it's like 2 videos just technically in the same upload. It also means I get to try out both YouTube titles. So we'll see which one does better. Resident Evil.
دقيقة. Deranged man pretends to be Leon Kennedy while pants fell off. Okay. أنا جاني هذا. أنا جاني التايتل ده طبعا.
Better. Resident Evil 9 felt like 2 completely separate games to me, and they were both great games. But when the entire game length is 8 to 10 hours and you're playing 2 different games within that time, you only really get 2 separate 4 to 5 hour games, which is, in my opinion, not enough time for things like progression with.
قلت لكم التايم حق اللعبة كان ناقصه at least one location one more location بصراحة. يعني ممكن لما نزلنا تحت احنا بعد الهليكوبتر، بعد ما خلصنا سكشن حق الهليكوبتر، كان ممكن يكون عندنا اكسترا اللوكيشن ذاك اللي تحت يكون مور اكسباندد. كان ممكن خلاص تكون اللعبة بيرفكت تايم. another يمكن 2 hours 3 hours of gameplay. كان ممكن اللعبة تكون مرة كويسة. exactly أنا قلت لكم التايم اللعبة كان ناقصها بس one location.
Either of the characters to feel satisfying, or for stories to build up naturally. There's a couple points in this game where they just go, yep, we're here now. I don't know why we're here. Sometimes it feels like in Teen Titans when they would go from the normal animation style to like the chibi crazy animation style, or like SpongeBob when they do the gross up on the patty and it's highly detailed and realistic. I didn't really mind so much the tone shift. If anything, I loved being able to go from scared and helpless to kill shit Leon Booty Cheeks Kennedy. There were so many ideas present in this game that I wish had room to breathe or time to evolve. Like the gameplay loop of running around as Grace, being terrified, just trying to get away from shit, only to then go through the same area as Leon Kennedy and just destroy all of it. That was such a cool feeling.
And it only happened like once. Did I love the game? Of course. What's here is so good. But I think it's worth saying that this half and half pacing just did not work for me. When I was growing up, my dad, zombie number 3, he always used to say, don't half-ass 2 things, full-ass 1 thing. And I hope that for the next game, whatever it is they want to do, they full-ass it. But that's it. Just wanted to share my thoughts on the game because y'all are always asking me stuff like that. What did you think of the game? Did you like the pacing? Did that work for you? Let me know in the comments. And after you comment that, click the card right here to go and watch another one of my videos. I do have to apologize. I am not going to be making that Resident Evil 2 Part 2 video. I'm more passionate about doing other things right now. And putting out videos that I'm proud of, that I really care about, is what's most important. We are, though, working on getting a studio. Very exciting, very nervous. It is very expensive, but I know if I can pull it off, it is the right step in making the best content possible for y'all. Thank you to the $25 patrons for your support. I will be giving y'all a tour of that studio if we make it happen. And thank you for 886,000 subscribers. I never thought 1 million subscribers would be possible. I mean, I guess I did, but I just never really thought about it. And now it seems so in reach. And that's a crazy feeling. Thank you so much. But yeah, click the card. Thank you.
لو احنا عندنا واحد عربي سوى فيديو زي كذا، يا اخي انت كرنج، يا اخي انت زبال، يا اخي انت محتواك ابو كلب، صح؟ هو قال كان 800 something already وصل 922. يب والله لو كان واحد عربي كان اكل عاد ما هو. Oh, it's good. Oh, it's good, my friend. هلا بنا. بوش تيم سكاي ريتش. خليني اجرب ليفل 5. انا اقدر اسوي 9 in 10 لو اقدر، بس ما لازم شوية ريتنج. اللعبة ذي يبغوا ريتنج عشان ايش تسوي شيء. يا ما تتخيل قديش انا مرة نفسي انام. نفسي انام. Do I need to do like 4s and 5s? بعدين قلة الادب. انا ماني شايف قدامي، انا يا دوب شايف قدامي ورب الكعبة. ماني شايف ولا شيء قدامي يعني.
Help us gather more for the hunt.
ورب الكعبة ماني شايف شيء، ورب الكعبة ماني شايف ولا شيء قدامي. I am so blind يا عيال. You have no idea. barely حكون فايق بالقوة، حكون صاحي. السهل انه خلصت الاجازة بالسرعة دي.
Children of fire seek fresh food. Swing, dive, hunt. Find us many fish to feast upon.
واو. سكاي ريتش. المصيبة ان الاثنين اللي وراي نايمين، الاثنين اللي وراي نايمين في العسل وانا قاعد هنا بعافر اني افضل صاحي، او تطول فيهم يجيك النوم زيادة. اتوقع انه سكاي ريتش صح؟ لا والله من دراجون. اكو تصوير انه كانت سكاي ريتش يا عيال. بس انا شايفهم كلهم وين رانر. سكاي ريتش نو. صدقني انا ماني دي الدرجه منتهي. لا مستحيل. يب اوكي.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Five,
The
4,
void
3,
beckons us
2,
onward.
1.
Embrace it. Leave your sanity.
ليفل 5 مره ايزي. انا بقول لك اللي سووه بليزرد ذيس تايم not a good idea.
Mortals, scrabbling after any shred of control.
لا 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 يا اخي لا. كلاب يا اخي. You have to soak at the same time you can push back. العالم بالبلاء.
I will slice the flesh from your bones.
Let its darkness fill you. the void. Let its darkness fill you.
ماستر انكريس باي 20%. مره كويس بالنسبه للبلدن. So what? I have too much AoE احس. I have too much AoE, I think.
Mortals, scrabbling after any shred of control. Darkness fill you.
اوي كانسر افكس هذه مره ترى. ابسولوت كانسر افكس. مره كانسر.
The skies. Behold, terror given wings.
عمل دوج خرب لي الدنيا كلها.
Feed, all of you. Feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
ليفل 5 يا واد سو ايزي. ايش هذا؟ ايش اللي خلى امي اجي ليفل 5؟ بازل ياي. عببل يا عم سكرو ذس. طفشت. من كتر الالوان الحمراء صرت ما اشوف ولا شيء. ومواصل طبعا فجي جي.
Scrabbling after any shred of control. شو افضل طريقه اوقف هنا صح؟ Yes. Feed. All of you. Feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
I'm healing. ماني شايف ولا شيء. But it's okay. I'm healing, I'm healing.
We will cast you down like the mongols you are. Cast them down! Let the scavengers below feed on their
the void. Let its darkness.
Behold the might of the Arakor. Cast them down. Let the scavengers below feed on their meat.
سو الايوي حقي شويه سوري السنجل تارجت حقي برضه تظبيط. السنجل تارجت حقي يبغالي مور سنجل تارجت. احس الايوي حقي كويس بس يبغالي مور سنجل تارجت. ويو الليفل 5 برا ايزي. ايش ذا؟ ولا I'm fine. It's okay to lose some single target for the sake of AoE and for the sake of short bursts. احس كل ما طول الفايت كل ما سويت دمج اكتر. بس السنجل تارجت حقي مره مفقع مره سيء. Let's try this. Yeah, level 5 مرة easy. Fast run. 7. 5 مرة سهل. مرة سهل و waste of time. I should probably do 9s but it's okay.
I have many wares. Good fortune to our friends.
ما قتلت البوس انا حق زلمان. Plus 10, 270 item level, 4 piece minimum. You don't need 4 piece to finish a 10. بس اوكي ما جاي. اللي تشوفه صح. مرة صعدها بس اوكي. It's your key, fair enough. $14 وات 14 وات طبعا لقلقة انسى انك تلعب اللعبة.
bloodthirsty insect from the...
I fight for Zulaman. Loa keep you safe.
Zulaman bonus, you gain attack speed. I'm trying to deal 500 damage. The loss of the growth gain fencing increase to intelligence. Through the law of war, the growth you gain 10% more strength and stamina. 10% strength and stamina. أبو الغش. اوكي انتوا عملتوا لي انفايت، يعطيكم العافيه، بس ثواني اعطوني ثواني عشان ما ابغى ايش. let me snipe something I hope. unlucky first one please. حرام. that was unlucky. that was very unlucky.
The children of fire seek fresh food. Swim, dive, hunt. Find us many things
Hunt.
to feast upon.
swim dive hunt. swift dive hunt. خلاص يا قرف انت هو. بس هذا that was bullshit والله. والله مرة bullshit. اعطوني بروك 14 اور مرة كثير. I mean I'm greedy I need more gold بس come on bro. ما احتاج جولد نهاية بباقي السيزون بس you know what while I'm waiting I'll just farm. نفسي انام. I'm dying. تسعة بروك. اوكي اوكي برو. يا اخي كان نفسي انام كويس عشان افضل صاحي طول اليوم زي البني ادم، اقسم بالله احس نفسي زومبي. والله انا اسف يا جميل، انت شو تسوي؟ ما امزح معاك، انا زومبي. Right now I'm just a zombie running around. فعليا. Giant deep hand. المصيبة لو تشوف الحمير اللي جنبي نايمين نومات يا عيال، اقسم بالله شيء يقرب. نفسي انام زيهم. لو تشوفوا اللي جنبي بس. ورب الكعبة نايمين نومات، واحد نايم كده والثاني نايمة كده. اقول لك انا نفسي اتسلح في وسطهم انام. حتى لو فكرت بنام مرة بدري. ولكن الشيء اللي نفسي يصير اني انام كويس. ان شاء الله اليوم انام كويس باذن الله. ابليف.
The terrace holds what we require to gain entry to the Void Storm, the cynosure of Twilight.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Five,
The void
4,
beckons us
3,
onward.
2, 1.
Embrace it.
The terrace holds what we require to gain entry to the Void Storm, the cynosure of Twilight.
Unauthorized entry, please hold.
Oh yes baby. انا ملقلق. Oh yes baby. انا قاعد القلق again.
You were warned, Umbrick. The terrace is forever closed to you. Now leave before...
If I'm lucky, اقدر اجيب الاتشيفمنت اليوم لو اقدر. I don't know, maybe we'll see.
Feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
لا هذا لازم يموت. انا ودي بكره. اي haste increased by 5%.
Mortals. Scrabbling after any shred of control.
البف.
How I've missed this library.
البف مرة كويس.
But we can't afford to
20% يا
linger
واد.
here.
20% ماستري مرة كويس. بس تعرف ايش المشكلة؟ So sad, it's so unneeded. في level 12.
You'll go no further, Umbrick. These new defenses were specially made with you in mind.
I seem to be detained. The construct ahead is heightening Robot's spellwork. Destroy it!
shred of control.
All students must follow policy. Compliance is not optional. Suppressive measures necessary. Please remain still.
I can dispel هنا. فريدم تعمل dispel.
Compliance is not optional.
الفريدم تعمل dispel كامل يا راجل.
Proceeding with impairment. Refueling. Please stand by.
يا عيال طب واحد يسوي سوك يعني كمان برو.
Feed. All of you. Feed on
Resuming disciplinary measures. Compliance is not optional.
الكورة قاعدة تمشي من جنبه.
The Cynosure should be.
تفرجوا فيها بس. يعجبوني التانكات اللي يسووا بول بالقطارة، مش كل شيء مع بعض.
feed. All of you. Feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
Zaranel, stand down. I have permission from Lorthamar himself.
Liar! None shall lay hands on the Cynosure! The Cynosure remains here! Tilfid all!
Restrain him. I'll take care of these shields.
Your fall is written!
Yes. Feed. All of you. Feed on the void. Let its darkness.
Speak no more! I am unrelenting! Your fall is written!
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
March for defeat! Speak no more!
So you have to take the shield.
Around the Cynosure.
Unconscious. انتبه unconscious. لطشناه كفوف لغايه ما مات. But let me see something. رونيك مارك. اركب فيجن جليد تارجت. Inflicting 30k damage in addition to damage in 1 second to flare within 4 yards. The glaive bounces to one nearby bounces. Hasten surrounding himself in the Hasten wall in case the attacks behind him. مو مكتوب الرونيك مارك تروح بالبتاع. هو inflicting arcane damage to all players pacifying any player outside of the suppressed zone. اوكي. جربها المرة الجاية. يا اخي this الليفلات for sure needs to be tuned down يا اخي. tuned up شوي. احس الميثيك بلس رايت ناو اللو ليفلز هذه مره سهله. يمكن هم من العين مسويين زي كذا I don't know.
Scrabbling after any shred of control.
لا والبفات كمان حقت البفات حقت الافكس مرة مخليها سهلة بزيادة. I don't know, it feels like الاكسبانشنز هذا so far مسهلين كل حاجة ما ادري ليش.
Scrabbling after any shred of control. اوه المين بوس يبغاني اوكي.
ملصق في ام المين بوس عارف.
Mortals, scrabbling after any shred of control. Mortals, scrabbling after any shred of control. Mortals, scrabbling after any shred of control.
Champion, I know what to do. I'll need to attune the Cynosure to the Void Storm. What is that one? You dare?
Oh my god. المفروض ما انضرب. اوكي نسيت.
Shattering shadows. Shadows surge. The void hungers. Shattering shadows.
LOL.
Darkness devours. Shattering shadows. Shadows surge. Darkness devours.
done. We have our way into the Void Storm. Let us inform Lorthamar. And perhaps offer an apology for the near catastrophe.
Not bad. يعني ها سنجل تارجت شويه نفع. برضو احس عندي ابسولوت دوغ شيت، ابسولوت تراش سنجل تارجت. مدري ليش. والله العظيم احس انه عندي ابسولوت دوغ سنجل تارجت. دوغ الدوغ الصراحه. عندي so much AoE يا اخي. دحين انا حاسس انه عندي مره كثير AoE. too much AoE, too much. I need more damage single target والله. بس ما في مجال يعني. ما في مجال، ما في شيء سنجل تارجت اصلا كويس. بروتو لايت سوت 1.7 مليون. ابسولوت بروكن هير والله العظيم. الترنتاية دي انا اول ما شفتها قلت هذه سليبر جود. هولي ريتشوال 40,000 بير كاست. 40,000 يعني almost 20% of the HP. Is it actually good? Another sleeper good هذا خلينا نجرب. يعني برمي blessings مرة كثير انا، فممكن بالنسبة لي تكون مرة كويسة. هنشوف. اللي وراي نايمين يا حليلهم، وانا قاعد زي الكلب. ايش حنسوي؟ بيت اوف ساورون. I should probably do level 9 والله عشان اجمع الميثكس.
Anaria Shala.
ان شاء الله.
Treat my wares with care.
يا اخي انا تعجبني اللعبه دي لما اسوي الميل بوكسز ومدري ايش تختفي. استنى ساعه كم ايوه استنى ساعة. حول قوة الا بالله. دوج سكامد.
We endure.
خمسة على 'ملتي كرافت 5 'ملتي كرافت 5 27,000 جولد. بسبب هذه غليت السعر مرة. What the fuck. So أنا كلامي صح، الاريا هذه probably the best. ان شاء الله تتباع بس. التكرافت 4. ها كان ايدو شت ما اقدر. بكمل عادية. بكمل اللو رانك. اللو رانك ب 500 جولد. absolutely not worth it. ان شاء الله تتباع بس. هي تف انها تتباع شوية بس. اوف لو تتباع واحدة ب 5500. no way bro.
Baladash, Malanore. Return when you need more.
Silvermoon students have unique ways of studying the arcane.
Shut up.
Perhaps you could learn a thing.
Shut up رمس. اسكت. انطم. زعجت امنا.
Return when you need more.
I don't think it will sell. انا ما اتوقع انها حتعمل sell. بس we will see.
Choose wisely. Time is of the essence.
وي جسمي مكسر. سلام يا عيال. لا والكلاب نايمين يعني بالله شوف. look at this. شوف بالله. وانا هنا زي الكلب قاعد. ما ينفع انام معاكم كده فاصلكم واخش انام. حاسس بموت بالتعب. اصحيهم اخرب عليهم يا اخي انت. ولا في احساس ولا العب عوم يقلبوه. شوف بالله بالله شوف بالله مسخرة. شوف الدلع شوف. تفضل. مروقين وانا هنا شوف عيني نص مقفلة. تو ماتش. مش متغير، لا متغير عليك لانه محلوق، عشانه محلوق متغير عليك بس. طيب اسوي حاجات، خليني اسوي حاجات غير سكاي ريتش اند ام جي تي. القصير اكاديمي يا واد، وحشني الدنجن ده يا اخي، مره حلو، ذكريات حلوه بالدنجن ده. والله يا اخي شادو لاندز ما كان مره بطال، شادو لاندز ما كان بطال كاكسبانشن والله. مو شادو لاند سوري، دراجون فلايت، معليش دراجون فلايت مره ما كان بطل.
The Twilight Blade will ransacking our villages, taking priceless relics. Get them back.
كل حاجة على دماغ أمي روحوا انقلبوا. يبغى شويه ينزل، انقص شويه بس. كلين هيلث، بلوكي، ليجاسي.
The Twilight Blade be ransacking our villages, taking priceless relics. Get them.
7. اوكي الفينش حقي صار مرة عالي، قلة ادب. كل شيء بروك. سبعة لرانك 2. يا اخوي اقلب وجهك. ليفل 9 بالهبل. كم الريتنج حقي انا 500 يا عمي ايزي يا الله. خلصونا ترى والله سهل اللعبة نوعا ما، شوية نوعا ما كذا. بليزرد جابوا ام العيد في السهولة حقت ميثيك بلس، مرة ايزي. فاكر اول لما كنا نخش نلعب ميثيك بلس بالقوه كنا نسوي 6 و7 و8. دحين صار تخش ليفل 10 ايزي. ليفل 10 ايوه ليفل 10 تسويه مره سهل. اتوقع بعد ليفل 10 ما في بفات ذو. I think I'm not sure. يعني نوعا ما حاسس انه مره سهل. عادي نقلب وجهك. يعني الناس تبغاني اسوي 6 و7 ترى مره سهل عشان الريتنج. يعني ترى مره سهل الوضع، ترى مره ايزي. ماني فاهم ليش التدقيق ده كله، ماني فاهم انا. وكأني سمعت الاغنيه دي قبل شوي. يا حليلك يا حليلك تعملهم سبون يقول لي اقتلهم. ها يا حليل امك. مرة سهل يعني ماني فاهم. هو I just need to grind for my 2 set. يعني بالراحة اجيب 2 set السيزون ذا الاسبوع ذا. الاسبوع الجاي لو حظي حلو يصير 4 set. يعني شوف ان شاء انا اقول ان شاء الله، انا اقول ان شاء الله الاسبوع الجاي 4 set. لانه مستحيل مستحيل المستحيلات، مستحيل المستحيلات من ال9 دول ما تجيني واحد تير. نو واي يعني مستحيل. اوريدي في الفولت عندي واحد، او في البتاع احول واحد من الميثيك بلاس اوريدي واحد. هذه 4 set بالراحه جبتها. يعني الاسبوع ذا انا تخيطت صح. بس حلاوه الموضوع انه ايزي، يعني تقدر تسوي كل شيء ببلاش. دخلني 6 يا عم. الله.
Our beast favor bloodthirsty insect from the leech box. Help us gather more for the hunt.
ايه 6 تقبل يا وسخ انت. هو عليكم واحد. يعني معليش اذا كل مره اذا كل شويه انا حقعد ادور على يعني ادور جروبات، اذا كل شويه حقعد ادور جروبات بالراحه حجمع جولد بالراحه وانا مغمض.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
طبعا داخل عمياني بس اوكي نتعلم.
5,
The way
4,
forward opens,
3,
and
2,
your fate
1.
entwines with mine.
في بويزن ديسبل هنا ولا؟ بعدين معلش ايش الشيف شيفت اللي شكله زي الخرا ذا؟ ما لقيت الا ذا؟ برو از داينج.
Mortals, scrabbling after any shred of control.
اوكي هولي ريتشوال هولي ريتشوال از هيلينج سو ماتش. ترى انا حاسس ان انا لقيت بفوها هم لانه اول كانت مره زباله. مسويه هيلينج في فايت واحد بس 200,000. or maybe لا توتال.
Feed on the void. Let its
باروكي.
darkness fill you.
I'm dying. كأني أخذت أجرو صح؟ براي داين خد.
Another bag of coin for Muji.
He be the one bringing my people here. Keep out of his way. For now.
I don't think ما اتوقع انه في احد بيسوي انتربتات في الفايت so far. I think I'm not sure. هولي ريتشوال قاعدة تهيل مرة كثير. انا والله مصدوم من ذا الشيء. بفبفوها هم مرة بفبفوها بزيادة. بس طبعا كل ما زاد الاتش بي كل ما الفاليو حقه اقل. وبس عملت ضرب غلط. unlucky. برو is dead. unlucky.
Mortals, scrabbling after any shred of control.
Who be stealing my kill? Who be letting Alazi's little kittens go?
Who let the dog out?
Mortals, scrabbling after any shred of control.
What does my eagle spy with her shiny eyes? A trespasser, an interloper, but you won't take my prey from me.
Aye. الاكل نزل ما تبغوا تاكلوا؟ انا غلطان. شغالين نايمين من اول. ماي باد. الاكل نزل لهم وطبعا ما في احساس. ما في دم. كانهم بيقهروني منهم نايمين.
Yes, feed. All of you, feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
لا هو الاكل حقهم نزل فنايمين، ما في احساس، ما في رياكشن. طبعا انا حاسس بموت. I'm dying slowly.
Yes. Feed. All of you. Feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
What be this, Necra? Fresh brain? Can't wait the blood flow. If I don't get ya, Necra's will. Freeze!
Mortals.
Necra's strike! Aim for the heart. Take them down, Necra. The killing blow. Defeat survive. You won't.
لازم تاكل التراب I think صح؟
Sick'em, Necra.
على حسب علمي لازم ناكل التراب، يعني هو بيسوي تشارج تاكل التراب حسب ما قريت طبعا.
Frozen in fright. With me, Necra. Right on target. Necra, fly. In for the kill. Too bad. They work more alive. Can't wait the blood flow.
nah ما حصحيك.
If I don't get ya, Necra.
Yes. Feed. All of you.
You're gonna pay for that.
شوف let me read this quick. let me read this. يقول لك freezing trap. موعد ثلاث رابط target remain 40 seconds. Upon impact this is captured triggering player for 8 seconds. Damage may break the effect. Immediately triggering freezing trap also creates icy slick. Sorry. Triggered freezing trap leave behind frozen batch that inflicts damage every 1 second for player.
Not be natural. And the energy flowing into it.
Firing, blah blah blah. Okay, so this I supposed to go away from the group. بس خليني اشوف دقيقة.
This is not why they brought my kin here. If the
Carrion
maker
swoop.
of that monstrosity be here,
Nacrax charges towards a marked player, inflicting blah 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 to players in her path and knocking them upwards. If a strikes a player incapacitated by the other side, the trap shatters instead, stunning Nacrax for 5 seconds. If Nacrax strikes a player incapacitated, okay. في تريكاية تسويها بالتراب. I need to learn it.
Mortals. Scrabbling after any shred of control.
On 7 phantom race phantoms I can chase final pursuit. On 7 phantoms reflect all players when defeated.
It'd be worse than we thought.
While death
many
shroud
of my
our
people
hold
have
and
died
is unable
here?
to be interrupted. Without wraps herself in a necrotic barrier, incoming damage immune to interrupt effects, absorb next 1 million damage. Ah, okay, so it's oh, okay, the best race fight basically. Oops.
Mortals. Scrabbling after any shred of control.
الدلاجة الجديدة يعني الديزاينات حقتها حلوة شوية. بوس فايت.
Feed. All of you. Feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
Reanimation. شادو فروست بلاست. في واحد كاست اي ثينك ديستروينج ذا جروب ما لك شغل. ولا انتبه اعرف شغل. كم احتاج؟
What's she doing? She's rending the souls, twisting them, feeding them to that monster. There are souls still that we can save. You confront her, I gonna release all the souls I can find.
control.
What's this? New souls for my experiments? Your soul be forfeit. This affliction hit hard. Go, make them suffer.
Yes.
Ma'ako, ma'ako, ka, shada! I gonna poison your soul. You gonna be tormented from beyond the grave. Andakatas no shada, kezulo namrakan, nehide, nehide. Enough! You cannot stand against a vile branch. You accomplished nothing. Rakdru will still rise.
There still be many angry souls. I will keep them busy and keep them from feeding the monster.
Totem spawn at each
But the
cross
monster
souls.
be up to you.
Okay, عشان cast soul bound at a player. Soul bound ensnares a player عشان putting them towards the totem. Found a blast on the soul until players sent to the realm of the living. وانا قاعد اتصفق ما ادري من ايش. I again. Too many casts.
Mortals, scrabbling after any shred of control.
خلاص يا كابتن. We're getting nuked ولا ايش؟
Be careful. He seems powerful and unstable.
scrabbling after any shred of control.
انتوا basically just hug يعني. التانك يكون بعيد بس. let me guess فريدم هنا مرة بروكن. just فريدم وامشي على طول. فريدم will be so good here.
Creature dead and the vile branch gone, we with the bark all be sleeping a little safer. For now, we will always
Your
be
special
looking over
abilities
our
are
shoulders
just
at
a
the
wicked
vile
soul
branch.
within the vessel. Each soul you collect increases your strength by 34 for 1 minute. Vessel of tortured soul. Wait, الترنكت هذا احسه اب مرة جامد. Your spells and abilities have a chance to awaken the soul within the vessel. Each soul you collect increases your strength by 34 for 1 minute. I assume انه ما فيها كول داون، تقدر تجمع كثير. اوكي. البوس الاول بس يبغالك تلعب بالتراب كويس، البقيه سهلين. واو 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 بيوا. يوم من الايام حتلاقوني اسوي سليبنج ستريم. تخيل يوم من الايام تخش عليه تلاقيني هل صارت مع احد قبل كده انه فجأة نام على نفسه في نص ستريم؟ شيرز تفضل. شوف هذا اللي هناك، اللي هناك نايم كأنه ببيت ابوه. انت ما تشوفهم يا جميل، ترى موجودين. في ناس اغلبهم هنود وباكستانيين والله. خش على الاستريمات حقت الشورتات تلاقيهم قاعدين بوضعياتهم أليمة، اصلا من عدالة ابو الشكل اساسا. واحد نايمة وقعرها طالع على برا 100. شيء من الاخر يا حبيبي. خلاص خلاص. يو عالدنجن ده يا قدم امك، يا قدم امك الدنجن ده يا واد قديم، يا واد دنجن قديم. انا اسف اني ازعجتكم حضرات امكم.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Five,
The
4,
way forward
3,
opens,
2,
and your
1.
fate entwines with mine.
You will have to make your way across this quarry on your own.
جينا هنا كانت مرة مايصة. انت لازم تسوي اوه بيبي bro is dying.
Mortals, scrabbling after any shred of control.
كنت العب طبعا. وراث اوف ذا ريتش كينج كان ثاني اكسبانشن العب فيه في اللعبه دي.
All of you, feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you. Feed. All of you. Feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
Ooh, we could probably use these cards. Arms and legs are in short supply. Thanks for your contribution.
خلوا الكاست يمشي طيب.
Yes. Feed. All of you. Feed.
Must not be interrupted. Ick, take care of him.
Worthless gnat. Death is all that awaits you. Do not think that I shall permit you entry into my master's sanctum so easily. Pursue me if you dare.
Mortals. Scrabbling after any shred of control.
يا حليلك يا حليلك تعمل بول سلولي.
Mortals, scrabbling after any shred of control. Mortals, scrabbling after any...
Tiny creatures under feet. You bring Kafras something good to eat. We'll save for snack for later. Tired of puny mortals. Now your bones will freeze. We'll save for snack for later.
Feed. All of you. Feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
Mama! Mama! Mamma mia!
Feed. All of you. Feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you. void. Let its darkness fill you.
I'm tanking something, I tank, يعني just saying.
Mortals, scrabbling after any shred of control. All of you, feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
Heroes, to me!
Intruders have entered the Master's domain. Signal the alarms.
Heroes, we will hold off the undead as long as we can, even to our dying breath.
هذا صوته عامل زي مكري.
I shall not fail the Lich King. Come and meet your end.
Yes, feed.
Such a shameful display. You are better off dead. a shameful display. You are better off dead.
Mortals, scrabbling after any shred of control.
Brave champions, we owe you our lives, our freedom. Though it be a tiny gesture in the face of this.
Our agreement stands. For now.
يا واحد السرير. يحرقكم يا شيخ. ورب الكعبة السرير. السرير ينادي ينادي. شكله كده على 7 ولا 8 كده الجمة هذيك النومة. النومة التفجيرية. ويحرقك على طول. عمل برايس كات على طول. بس not worth ان انا اسويها كل شويه. It's not worth. I finally found my time looking for a without hope. But I am a stranger to somebody when stranger was. I was fucked.
I offer you my aid.
Stranger man. اوه صارت الكليكات هنا. حلو حلو، تضغط على طول هنا كده طالع على طول. نايس. كواليتي اوف لايف امبروفمنت كويس. هلا جلاديتر حبيبي حياك، من زمان عنك حبيبي، يعطيك العافية. احنا موجودين يا اخوي، موجودين وبنموت. صدقني بشرب قهوة بس ما قليل ادب، نايم وقاعد يشخر ويزعق. قلة ادب على الماكس.
Stay vigilant.
Some meddles and miscreants have spread acorns around the cradle. Clean them up, won't you? Bitter bloom flowered overnight in Havanor. Burn it before it spreads any further.
يا راسي يا ولد، خلاص طفيت يا عيال. تعرف على الاقل لو نايم كويس لو نايم كويس اقول لك معلش، بس والله ما ينام كويس. نعمل إضافة. إضافة مو بطالة. مو بطالة الإضافة.
Brother, it's been too long.
يعطيك العافية يا جلاديتور حبيبي. لا صعب اقول لك افضل من اللي قبل. صعب يعني. لا هذه سيئة ولا اللي قبلها سيئة يعني. فاهم علي؟ يعني ما ينفع اقول لك ايش الاحسن من ده، لا كله حلو. بالنسبة لي لو ما هي حلوة ما حلها. انا ساحب على اللعبة صار لي اكثر من سنة تقريبا، وكل ما برجع لها العبها اتذكر الادمان اللي يجي بعدها اهون الادمان. اذا انت بتلعب اللعبة دي بادمان هذه مشكلة يعني مرة يعني مشكلة بالنسبة ليك. ولكن اذا انت انسان حتقسم وقتك وتلعب اللعبة بشكل منتظم ترى امورك تمام. يعني ما في شيء انت بتيجي تقول ادمان، يعني ايش في حاجة تخليك مدمن على اللعبة دي؟ ما في، الا لو انت انسان تلعب بكذا شخصية. هذه توتالي ديفرنت ستوري. عارف انك تلعب بكذا شخصية انت اكيد طبيعي نورمال ما حتلاقي وقت تلعب، عرفت؟ حتدمن مرة كثير. نصيحتي لك شخصية واحدة بس، ووقت ما تبغى تلعب تعال العب بدون جلد، لا تلعب مع جلد. حتلاقي نفسك ما في ادمان ما في اي شيء، قاعد تلعب والحياة حلوة. جاكم مطر؟
انا ما خرجت من البيت لي يمكن اسبوع.
اسوأ واحد ممكن تسأل. بس عندنا تحذير جاري رسالات وكذا بس ما. بس خلاص بكره دوام. بكره اول يوم دوام للاسف. الحوش غرق ها؟ يا اخي احنا الوحيدين لو جانا مطر نتأثر نتضرر. يا ربي ايش سوينا؟
Five, four, three, two, one. Five,
The way
four,
forward
three,
opens,
two,
and your fate
one.
entwines with.
Lothraxian, give up this foolishness! We have already won!
You put all of Silvermoon in danger! This isn't worth the risk! There seem to be a few pieces missing. We have to find them if we're going to stop Lothraxian.
Pilot is showing me a critical failure, Chief Warheim.
Hurry up those repairs. If we aren't careful, that will be all of us.
نايس. فريدم السيزون ده مره مهمه ترى. والله فريدم تفك بدي بفات. انا بيسكلي ديسبلر. اوبس.
All of you, feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
كل شيء تعمل سبون قدامي بنت الكلب. دامج التانك امين. اخر باتش نوتس البلاد ديكيز جاهم دامج بف مره جامد، وانا اشوفه طبيعي مره. سكويشي لسه بس بسبب دمجه هو يهيل فما عنده مشاكل. بيسكلي انت ما تهيل الديكي ابدا.
Feed. All of you. Feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
افتكر اخذوا دمج بف مره بين كلب. طبعا انا قاعد ارمي له بس ساكات بصراحه، ما حد راضي يدي استنات ولا احد راضي يسوي شيء. عيال كمان والله وان ستان يا عيال ترى. اركن اكسبلوجن على طول ستان وخلاص. ما ادري ليش قحارطه ما بيسوي اي نوع من انواع الستنات.
Don't forget to send the conduits.
Blah, 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 blah.
You will realize I was right, Hilaria. Your judgment has been clouded by the void. It always does.
My vision has never been clearer, Lothraxian, but I don't want to believe it.
أبحر انزلي انزلي.
Mortals, scrabbling after any shred of control.
اوه لو اديت ستان يشيل البتاع على طول. اتذكر ان انا باكل كليف، الكليف مو واضح شوي.
All of you, feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
في كليف بيتفلوا لون بنفسجي، فهو مرة مو واضح مع البنفسجيات اللي في الماب، ماني قادر ادقق.
Is there no end to you intruders? Do us all a favor and die before I have to kill you myself.
Prove your worth, pathetic lackeys.
برضو يا زق.
Scrabbling after any shred of control.
ايه لما تدي ستان تشيل الشيلد على طول. I think يعني كل مرة بدي بلايند بتروح، ما ادري ليش.
Minions, do not disappoint me again.
Mortals, scrabbling after any shred of control.
Must I do everything myself? Yet another battle. I am still wounded from the last one. There will be no end to your suffering. Eliminate these intruders or be devoured. There will be no end to your suffering. The light still burns. Curse that damn gnat regime!
Yes, feed. All of you, feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
There will be no end to your suffering. Go! Show me why I tolerate your incompetence! There will The light still burns. Curse that damn gnat regime.
You got the last conduit. Make sure to send them over.
بس صدقوا نوعا ما جابوا العيد بالشخصية هذه الناثرزيم اللي قدامنا اللي في ايام الليجن لما انقذناه فاكر؟
Lothraxian, this isn't what the light demands of us. Think of the lives that will be lost. Just
والله.
trust us.
You of them all I thought would understand Naruto.
والله خربوا
That the void has corrupted you too.
والله خربوا الشخصية ذي. انا توقعت انه مثلا حنديله ستان ولا شيء. نهاية الدنجن نحن نموته وخلاص. like so stupid. like الديزاين حقه مرة حلو عارف؟ a demon that is يعني مليت. خربوا ام الشخصية ذي.
Scrabbling after any shred of control.
You just straight kill him. Like so stupid. Oops.
Scrabbling after any shred of control.
too much bull too much interrupts ف we don't have enough interrupts صراحة.
Mortals, scrabbling after any shred of control.
Choose to go against the light's will. You will see the light's wrath.
شت.
Farewell, old friend. You won't be? It's over. Come. Through the portal.
التريك ده احسه بيت. التريك ده احسه بيت. بس كويس انه نزل لي. I can upgrade for free دحين. straight damage trinket. It might be good for single target بس.
There is much to be done.
What the hell? It's actually good. It might be affected with mastery, تصدق؟ طيب this is for AoE صح؟ مع انه هذا الازرق الازرق ده كمبيتنج مع كل الترنكتات. تخيل هذا ينزل لي من الدلف. تعرف لو هذا نزل لي من الدلف اتس اوفر على طول يصير ماي بس، عشانه ماستري بيور ماستري انكريس. خلينا نشوف سنجل تارجت بس. يعني تبغى الصراحة اليوز ترينكت هذا احسه مرة زبالة. بس طبعا اليوز ترينكت هذا ستيل بس اوكي ولا حد سمع. all good. يا شوف لايك it's actually competing والله. اتوقعته زبالة والله طلع competing. اجربه حجربه فور فن. نكست دنجن شوف شو وضعه. كم دمج حيسوي توتال.
How fare you? May you find what you seek. This world is vast and wondrous.
هذا 2 minutes طبعا 2 minutes ويقول لك ابلع يا في نفس الوقت. فعليا الترنكت يقول لك ابلع يا خذ يا حبيب ابلع يا عم.
Go carefully.
نشوف نكست دنجن نجربه. لو بيسوي دمج كويس حخليه لغاية ما اشوف له حل. يا اخي خلاص يا اخي، يا اخي خلاص يا اخي، اندر كات اندر كات اندر كات، ارحمونا شوية. ذبح. وبس انا دخلت مع اوكي ما بعد. ثلاثة وثلاثين. اوكي اسعار الازرق تقريبا من 14,000 ل 35,000. ادوات الصناعة لو اصنام يطلعون عليها يمكن. لا دقيقة ما فهمت. تتكلم اذا بتتكلم عن ايش؟ انا افضل طريقة اجيب بيها فلوس حاليا المايننج، هو بس المايننج بيجيب لي فلوس مرة كثير. وطبعا الاكويبمنت كل فترة وفترة، يعني لو اكويبمنت معين يطلع فلوس حتلاقيني جبت فلوس مرة بسرعة. تول بروفيشن يب. امين مو دائما احيانا تلاقي اسعارها تطلع احيانا لا، فايتس مو دائما ورثت. يعني هي بس ورثت لما شوف برايي الشخصي انا اشوف اذا التول ما هي فوق ال 2000 لا ما تستاهل تسويها، وبعدين تسوي واحده ما تسوي خمسه. فاهم علي؟ تسوي واحده وترميها لغايه ما تتباع، تسوي الثانيه وترميها لغايه ما تتباع، لانه ممكن في اي لحظه تنزل في السعر. انا كده قاعد اسوي بالانجينيرنج حاليا. يجيك واحد بروك رانك 2. اوكي نيفر مايند. حلاوة الموضوع ان انا ممكن في اي لحظة ترى اشيائي تغلى على طول، بس عادي يعني بطلع فلوس which is fine.
The way forward opens, and your fate entwines with mine.
My sisters were the last to visit these halls, but they threw their home and their bond away. If we can calm the spirits here, maybe the Ranger General was sharp and steadfast, while the Peacekeeper kept the calm. Which path will you choose?
خلينا نشوف الترنكت ايش حيسوي. البوش باك هذا أسوأ بوش باك في المجرة.
Mortals, scrabbling after any shred of control.
Teresa was the peacekeeper of our family. She spent many days tending to the gardens here, but the wilderness has overtaken it now.
صبايدر صبايدر اوكي. الماوس قال السلام عليكم، بروح الشاشة الثانية. اوكي بروح. It might be me though. انا اللي طافي.
Yes, feed. All of you. Feed.
لا انت حيوان.
Let its darkness fill you.
انا حببل سكرو ذس يا حبيبي. يعني هذا الدنجن الوحيد اللي يبغاله ديسبل. سرفايف ابلع. اي جيت ات يا اخي، تبي تعمل في واحد ورا يا واد فري كاستنج من اول. ديسبل ساك. خد هيل خد هيل. وانا حموت. اوكي اديت هيل لنفسي. ليتس جو.
Mortals, scrabbling after any shred of control.
soothing sounds of my harp brought Verisa joy beyond measure. I'll need that relic.
انا حاسس انه هيلر بيعاني شويه ما ادري ليش، وانا اصلا رايح نص هيلر ولا كده.
All of you, feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
Well now, that dragon hawk seems to have stolen my harp. She won't let you close without a fight.
اديني ودين ام البلات الخرا دي انا ما اطيقها.
After any shred of control.
they definitely need to work on the على اللي هو مثلا سبيت الفيجوال يكون احسن من كده، لانه احسه غش. يعني احس انه الفيجوال في مكان دائما يكون كده شاطف برا وانت ما انت شايفه، لو قعدت حتاكل الكف على طول. يعني مع they definitely need to work on it. القطعة الثانية حق تأثير الجير الأسبوع الجاي. الحين ما في إلا قطعة واحدة بس. Well, our healer is dead, so. Don't rest though.
Beautiful. She reminds me of Verisa. My sister was also ferocity itself if her family was threatened.
لا يا فلة.
Come, let's find the next relic.
Mama.
Sylvanas didn't ask to be Ranger General, but she gave everything to the task, including her life.
Whoops. I'm definitely tired يا ولد.
She trained with a bow gifted by our mother. Undead fanatics have invaded to loot it and anything else that belonged to her.
darkness fill you.
يا سو الدنجن هذا هو الوحيد اللي يبغى له بويزن سبيك، انك تعمل ديسبلات، ديسبل وساك في نفس الوقت، لان هم الاثنين تقريبا نفس الفانكشناليتي. فهذا الدنجن الوحيد اللي يبغى لي اروح له. جدار يس يس ماي براذر زرطة. هذا من النوع اللي زرط. اوكي انا قاعد بعيد بس ولا
Our mother's bow meant everything to Sylvanas once. I'll need it.
اوكي.
Yes. Feed.
ايش هذا؟ لا حرام قلت ادب.
Desecrate her sanctum! Be gone! Shadows descend!
Mortals. Scrabbling after any shred of control.
Pierce your mind! What have you done?
يعني انت ما انت شايفني واقف؟ انا ما شفت وقاحة اكتر من كده. شايفني واقف في زاوية. طب جاي عندي ليش؟ شوف الماب قديش شوف ما شاء الله قديش كبروا الماب. يا امي الحمير يلحقوني في اي جيم. خلاص خليك انا اتحرك عشان لا تبكي بعدين.
Sylvanas was sometimes vain and loved to be admired, but she never wanted to be worshipped.
الجونرز كده يحبوها. قال لك ايه وورشبت. يا هذا الجونرز يعشقوها عشق.
Alaria hunted the old horde with a ferocity bordering on obsession. for good reason. They took my life, savaged our home. One of Valeria's scouting maps is within. It seems to have called on the ghosts of vengeance.
الهورد.
We'll need that map.
سيلفانس بتدافع مكانته بتنتقم لك عشان الهورد قتلوك. في نهاية الموضوع انت موت على الفاضي لانه خويانك كلهم راحوا مع الهورد. والله كان عليك يا اخي، انت وعيلتك كلهم فشلوا ما ادري ليش. الجور ورد هذه اللي حاطينها احسها بيت مره. مره بيت لانه مره متعور. ليش عندي احساس انه الترينكت حق اللي اخذته قبل شويه، ليش عندي احساس انه مسوي دامج مره كثير؟ ما ادري ليش كذا يا اخي، احساس بس. الحمد لله.
Mortals, scrabbling after any shred of
Taste my axes! Fallen
We've done it. One last task remains.
اونرلس سكم. والله اقسم بالله الهورد كلهم سكم.
I'll use these relics to return peace to the spire. Perhaps then my sisters will return to me. There, the restless heart that haunts us. Please, lay it to rest.
Please. Please.
All of you, feed on the void.
Whoops. ماسي فايت مرة.
At last, the spirits that linger within these halls have found peace. I hope that one day, my sisters will be able to do the same. As for myself, I shall fill these halls with music until they return home. Thank you, champions.
يا حليله واحد عنده 4 set اوريدي. يا حليلك. طب خلينا نشوف. مارك اوف لايت مسوي 1.221 مليون اوفرول دامج. لو قلت سنجل تارجت مسوي 71k. اوكي سو عشان اكون صريح معاك بس this trinket feels like a scam. مشكلة ما يبين كم مرة اشتغل، ما يبين كم مرة ضرب. Yeah, it's the biggest scam of a trinket I've ever seen in my life. مسوي دمج مرة سيء. overall مسوي دمج كأنه همر براث. for AOE مرة تراش. يعني تبى الصراحة يعني مثلا تسوي قول هذا الفايت اوكي. مارك اوف لايت. Oh, it's not really bad for a single target. مرة مو بطل. بس هو pure single target trinket. I don't think it's worth it. I don't know. انا قاعد اكلج مره كثير يعني انا اسف. شوف بالله شوف الكلب كل ما اطل ورا شوف بالله. نفسي ايزي واقومه والله العظيم بس ما اقدر قلب ما يطاوع. عندي 2 درمز طبعا، واحد كريت وواحد ماستري. طبعا انت تروح تغيره، حلاوه الموضوع انك انت تروح تغيره. عشان كذا هذا الترينكت بيسوي السم مره كويس ترى. الى الان بالايتم ليفل ده ستيل كومبيتنج مع الترينكتات العاليه حقتي. واي يعطيك 300 بروك، يعني مره ممتاز ترى. انا قلبت مع التعب خلاص. انا عيني بالقوه قاعد يهكها.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
يا واد this dungeon
5,
The way
4,
forward
3,
واو يا واد. يا انه زمان حللته مع خوياني.
Welcome to Algathar Academy. I am delighted that you received our invitation.
أنا كنت آخذ
touch behind schedule.
New students. How wonderful.
هيست. لا أنا ما بهست.
It has been quite some time since the academy has been open.
Well, it seems like the indeed. Come with us. It should only take a moment to set up for a new lesson.
whatever.
These lashers must have grown.
كنت آخذ فيرس زمان عشان خاطر الدامج ريدكشن 1.5. نص 1.5 دامج ريدكشن مرة كويس. عليكم السلام حبيبي. سترونجست حياك حبيبي. بعد الزحمة حبيبي كل سنة وانت طيب. يعطيك العافية يا قمر.
We are just about... Wait! Ichistras, there is too much life magic. What are you doing?
Me? There is too much nature. What are you doing?
What is that thing? This is your fault.
Absolutely not!
Please, help us, new students.
ما اشتقت لمارفل امس لاعب مارفل.
Someone not trying too hard.
Mortals, scrabbling after any shred of control.
كمان التحديث الجديد اتس نوت باد، ممكن يكون احسن له.
Look at this Lishrath arena. Wait, what are these birds doing here?
قصدك انجلا؟ يا انجلا تسوي كاونتر. يس اوبس.
All right, now we need to clear out the big one. I will activate the goals for Lishrath. That is talent toss for you soft skins. Use them to get her attention. Huh? At least we know that works. Watch yourselves.
All of you, feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
توبة تلعب مارفل؟ لا ليش توبة؟ بلعب لعبتي بس. I wanna play my games. عندي العاب ثانية more fun to play.
Mortals, scrabbling after any shred of control. Feed, all of you. Feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
Fill you. يعني انا شايف الانيميشن كله هنا، انا بعيد لايك شو الغباء ذا. حليلك يا حليلك.
Feed, all of you. Feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
Please excuse the mess. It has been quite some time since students have been here. I'm just putting together my lesson plan.
Let its darkness fill you.
Here we are. Long ago, members of the Blue Dragon Flight accidentally overloaded an arcane elemental and created a powerful construct named Veximus that quickly started to wreak havoc. The Blue Dragons battled Veximus fiercely, attempting to prevent it from absorbing stray arcane orbs that could allow it to grow further out of control. Veximus began manifesting powerful arcane bombs in order to drive back the dragons.
Yes. Feed. All of you. Feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
As the dragons neared victory, Veximus unleashed its full arcane power against them. Though Veximus tried its best to defeat the dragons, it was ultimately destroyed. Well done!
Well done, good job. Good job. يمين بالله كان حسيته كان حيطيح تحت من الريج.
Mortals. Scrabbling after any shred of control.
I don't know. احس الترنكت حق اللايت هذاك يا اخي حلو في السنجل تارجت مره، ما ادري ليش. Okay, unlucky. Go to the next room. I believe in my tank. Okay, never mind.
All of you, feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
وذا بومبا. اوبس كنت بدير التانك، يلا ممشي.
Greetings, Lou. Who are you? You are not registered here. This room is only for students. Head to the registrar at once. These These are sacred halls of learning. Only those registered may access them. Learn from this. Poor marks for poor students.
Mortals, scrabbling after any shred of control.
Go to the corner. Think about what you have done. Poor marks for poor students. You will not pass the semester. Think about what you have done.
اوكي برو.
Poor marks for poor students.
كانهم سرعوا الكور دي.
Scrabbling after any shred of control.
You will not pass the semester.
لو رانك ترينكت يو بيس شيت. ترينكت الترول هذا يسموه ترينكت ترولينج. اتوقع ويت الدنجن الجاي حيطلع لي 2 سيت المفروض.
Let's see.
شوف
What brings you
شايف الترينكت ده تضغط زي كده وتبيع امه. ما الام داعي الترينكت يعملوا له ريورك ولا يسووا له حاجه. اقسم بالله مره سيء مره ابو كلب. طيب يا اخي I need to think يا اخي. حتى هذا الترينكت الهيست احسه شويه بورينج تو يوز مره يا اخي. مارك اوف لايت احسه مو بطال فور سنجل تارجت فاي ثينك I might use it لغاية ما اشوف لي شيء ثاني. يا اخي ترنكتات قديمة، ترنكتات بلو قديمة دي امها فاقع still simming very high يا اخي it's so crazy. Thinking about it, a trinket might actually be a good trinket. والله إذا بيسوي دامج فوق الكونسكريشن والجادجمنت والله معناته good trinket ترى. يلا مو مشكلة، خليني أسوي آخر دنجن. I think it's my last dungeon وبعد كذا خلاص. بعد كذا اجيب التو ست وبعد كذا خلاص I'm pretty much done. انا ممكن اروح انام وبكره وخير. اسوي ليفل 8 عشان بس جارنتي، او ليفل 7 ما تفرق، واحد من الاثنين. حتى هنا في بعد ترينكت.
Dark portals are tearing open reality, allowing energy to pour into our
you have two troll trinkets.
Put a stop to this here.
في البول حق السيزون ده 2 troll trinkets موجودة. Not one troll trinket, 2 troll trinkets. خليني اجرب جاجمنت. خليني اجرب دبل جاجمنت.
5 4 3 2 1.
ما اتوقع دبل جاجمنت حيكون كويسه بس لمسي. انا سام قادر فويد
The void beckons us onward. Embrace it. Leave your sanity behind.
اوه دنجن دا يا واد. يا واد فاكره. يا واد الدنجن ده فاكره ايام زمان.
Feed. All of you. Feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
I will end you!
Mortals. Scrabbling after any shred of control.
I'm focusing boss يا حبيبي. Ignoring the ad يا واد. قوة ignorement.
Follow me. The Shadow Guard is building up its presence near the temple.
Disrupting their efforts would benefit us all.
بس مو بطال يا اخي ترينكت. For single target مو بطال والله.
Figure out their motives and put a stop to their efforts.
هذا ليري يا الحمارة. بس شوف وهي قاعدة هنا كده بيض عارف ايام زمان. وهي بيض ما هي كول كاركتر.
Yes. Feed. All of you. Feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
Yes, mommy. I am going to your feet. I can't. اوكي انا المفروض اكون تعبان يا عيال بس شكلي ما لسعت خلاص. هانت اخر دنجن خلاص الحمد لله. I can't wait to go to sleep. I want to sleep. I'm dying.
All of you, feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
We will not be pushed out. Bring in more forces from the void to deal with these intruders.
والله دبل جاجمنت ما تفرق. ان شاء الله مو مشكلة. erase or erase. if anything بيخرب البتاع عليه. Okay, freedom dispels. Nice, nice.
Yes. Feed. All of you. Feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
اوكي نواف ليه رحت هناك سؤال بس؟ سبت الماب كله ورحت عملت بول هناك. ساب الماب كله وقال لي نوت ابى اروح عند الثلاثه اللي واقفين على جنب. الماب كبير تقدر تعمل تعمل دراج اول ذا واي لاخر الماب على ورا. ساب الماب كله وراح عمل بول ذول. بقر في كل مكان اول جود. والله مارك اوف لايت مسوي دمج والله ما كنت متوقع زي كذا. والله ترنكت مسوي شغل. Why am I getting shot in the dick?
All of you, feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
Bomba. والله فاكر الدنجن الزباله ذا اقسم بالله دنجن كئيب. انا قاعد افتكر طبعا اوريدي عارف اصلا ايش المفروض اسوي. مش اوريدي عارف سويته زمان. فاول اي نيد از اوكي هذا عامل بول من راسه حلو فيري نايس. انا بقول لك دبل جادجمنت ما الامه هي داعي. I feel like I'm not pressing the button اصلا. كويس اني جربت التالنت. تالنت مرة عادي. I just rather have guaranteed بروكس على ال high lord judgment وخلاص.
You must. Our efforts will not be interrupted.
All of you, feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
لا والله والله العظيم هاي لورد جادجمنت. هاي لورد جادجمنت لو تسوي بروك اكثر would be nice. والله العظيم مارك اوف لايت مسوي ديسن دامج. I underestimated this trinket. لايت ما الاقي احسن طبعا.
Eliminating him will give us an opportunity to get in ourselves. I'll see to opening the way once he's taken care of.
Bro is gonna die. I have a feeling that he will fucking die. الهيلر بيتلطم. اوكي الهيلر مات. برو عايش في عالم الاخر. عامل 5 بلات ورا بعض. برو is him. اعطيني this. هذا تانك ضارب حشيش for sure. Run away to fight another day. أببل يعني ولا ايش؟ يا 20,000 كاست. ودي انتربت. تعمل انتربت ليه يا عم الحاج؟
Feed. All of you. Feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you. Feed. All of you. Feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
I will never use double judgment anymore. خلاص. This will be my last time. اوكي برا قاعد سنايبد. I'm getting sniped. I'm getting sacrificed. انا اديت sacrifice لواحد، انا اللي بيصير لي sacrifice وصل باي كثر الدمج. اللعبة قالت لي you know what انت اديت sacrifice صح؟ اوكي you are sacrificed for your friend.
Scrabbling after any shred of control.
لا تقول لي برو دايد اجين. نو واي. نو واي صح؟
The void calls to me.
Okay.
Mortals. Scrabbling after any shred of control. after any shred of control.
يا واد البوس فايت هذا مو كانسر. Just kill boss, bro. Like, ignore everything. Kill boss.
Feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
Literally kill boss. I don't know why we're wasting time. Just kill boss, bro. No need to kill tentacles. Just kill boss.
Emanating from within.
Yes, the novel. We must get inside. Valeria, the skills you have learned can open
الساعة 8. Let's go. I can sleep.
Such chaos.
أخيرا.
So the way is open. Hurry, heroes.
It is rare that a Naru falls into void this way. The few cases I know of have occurred when mortals were involved. What fascinating implications.
Such musings can wait, though. This entity must die.
اوكي هذا الدنجن الاول اللي شفته. هذا اول دنجن في الجيم الحين صغار اشوفه احسه اوفرتون شويه. ويت ليترلي انا فاكر انه هو اصلا هيل انتنسيف فايت اساسا.
Mortals, scrabbling after any shred of control.
You just survive basically.
Look out!
You won't be so lucky next time.
How did a being of the light become a creature of shadow?
The void is a force of change, of transformation.
Proud of you, bro. Top DBS. DBS.
I feel the fallen Naru's power. It beckons me.
How are DKs? DKs are good at the moment. اقل نيرف بسيط بس it's not a big nerf, you know. Okay, I'm just gonna convert my other to 2 set, like I don't care. Like I'm going 2 set على طول اساسا ما حستنى. One simpleton class for SDK usually just 3 buttons class. انت ليه انت تبي تلعب انت وجهك؟ ولا قاعد تترولني زي كل سنة؟ شخاخي. يا راسي خلاص. اوكي ذن فك اوف ماني فاضي لك. فك اوف ماي براذر. والله مرة من فضيلك يا محمد. تعرف لما تكون فاصل هذا انا صاحب للساعة 5 الفجر وما نمت امس اصلا. رجلي رجلي مكسرة. يا فكت والله مرة فكت. I don't care. Here we go. اللعبة قالت لي مع نفس امك ما انت ماخذ تير 6 اليوم. 4 set ما حتاخذ 4 set يا ابن الكلب. I'm like okay bro sure. So you know what might as well just 2 set myself. نقول يا رب الاسبوع الجاي 2 set again so we'll see. فدحين لما نيجي نسوي زي كذا اوكي ونيجي نسوي simulation craft again. خليني اشوف كم زاد. so اخر واحد 2 3 4 ها. مو بطال. الفورست اصلا حقنا ابو كلب اساسا. It's not that good فماني مرة مستعجل عليه بس I'm just gonna go for set على طول ما راح استنى. وبس اجيب الميثك تراك بكره المفروض مديني اسوي كرافت. بس اجيب الميثك تراك او شو اسمه that made me هذا الشيء خلاني افتكر. اجي هنا كده اجي هنا كده تيجي هنا تسوي زي كده تسوي فول ماكسيمم ابجريد بيكوز حستعمل لفترة مرة طويلة. يا كده هسوي كرافت بكره. Two set best trinkets, either this or this, and I'm thinking mark of light 136. Yeah, I guess I'll stick with this mastery بروك وخلاص. في potential ترى more gear later. هذا الترين كده احسه بيت احترافي. I will not use it. I can upgrade one more time in the hero gear. We'll see. Not bad. جبت 2k already في اول يوم.
Farewell.
Very cool very cool very cool. بكره ان شاء الله احاول اسوي تنات. بكره احاول اسوي تنات وممكن اخش هيرويك. ويل سي.
Many deals for a friend of the Grummels, like you. Your feet find good trails.
Pay 1000 expansion bro. Why؟ ما فهمت. recipe unlucky. To play what? Do I have to buy all the expansion or the improved on that rip off? It has never been a rip off يا احمد. انت بس كنت جاهل ولك فوق ال10 سنين ما لعبت اللعبه، فطبيعي انك حتكون جاهل. It has never been like that. تشتري اكسبانشن، كل الاكسبانشنات اللي ورا معك. شفتوا كيف يا عيال؟ انا توكسيك حتى مع بيست فريندز. يعني يجيك واحد خرم ضيق يقول لك والله انت زعلتني، انا كده مع الناس كلها. ليش معصب؟ ايه اكزاكتلي واي ليش شادها؟ على اساس انه الدنيا يعني تمحورت عليك انت النمبر 1 في الحياه. والله عالم تحسسك انه هي نمبر 1 في الحياه. يا عمي ترى العالم مره كبير ويتمحور عن غيرك مره كثير. ولا انت مره توكسيك، ما ادري كيف الناس اصحاب معاك، ما ادري والله، ما ادري ايش وضعك، ما ادري ايش جنس ملتك انت. How much did I make? 37,000 جولد. Damn. Very big. ما راح العب البريس so I'm just gonna disenchant fuck it. كيف اروح على قلت كويس؟ حلك الوحيد يا خوي، حلك الوحيد انك تروح واو بروجرس وتقدم. حتلاقي في ناس يضيفوك حتى لو تبي تلعب كاجوال. لو حابب يعني.
Endure with perseverance, strength. Anu bala balore alan.
الله اكبر.
Anu balore.
كل ما يا اخي بالفات المخيسين دول كل ما اشوفهم افتكر الله اكبر. ان شاء الله. ولا بس انا؟ بكم الاويلز؟ هي غالية انك تسويها صراحة. اوليف دون رانك 3 ب100 وشوية. هي مصيبتها غالية الكرافتنج هذه. الرانك 3 الرانك 2 فيل غالية مرة.
Are you planning a purchase? Return when you need more. My goods are one of a kind. May my goods serve you well.
والله يا اخي I don't know. Is it worth it اسوي واحدة كرافت weapon enchant? Absolutely not. اركين ماستري ب 11000. عطس يا مشمش عطس. الريج ب 11. يا ويبن انشانس بدأت تطيح. الويبن انشانس بدأت تطيح في السعر مرة. سو نوعا ما اتس نوت worth it انك انت تسوي اي نوع من انواع الكرافتنج. However, multi crafting is probably the only good one. وحتى لو تبغى تسوي حتدفع 5000 جولد. Still not worth it. So الافضل ايش تسوي؟ من بدري زي ما هي بيعها. Just like that. بيع وخلاص. انا كل الايتمات اللي بتجيني وور باند برسلها بعمل لها ديسنشانت وببيعها على طول. فلوس يا حبيبي. ذهب. Don't shatter. Disenchant a shatter, reducing it to 3 radiant shard. The quality of radiant shard produced is limited by the quality. Otherwise based on the blah blah. So it's kinda useless. كان المفروض اسوي واحدة زي كذا شاتر اسنس قبل لا اسوي اي حاجة. الله كذا. ايش اللعبة الفاشلة دي؟ وانت حمار قاعد تتفرج على الستريم. اذا اللعبة فاشلة ليش قاعد تتفرج يا فاشل؟ اوه ماي باد ام توكسيك. حتى اويلز ما لهم داعي. مع انه تبى الصراحه انا ممكن اسوي اويلز لش اسمه